get heated sometimes. It's okay to get a little heated, right? But let's try not to do the whole debate yelling at each other, right? Anyways, I am excited for this debate. Once again, the topic is, does insurance prove God? And the freak is going to be taking the affirmative. Super chats are going to be able to do some fun stuff for the debate. $5 will get called out to the, it doesn't matter if it's a comment or a question, we'll read that out to them. So if you guys have any comments or questions, we'll get those pulled up and read out to y'all. Those are $5 plus. $2 gets displayed on the screen. If we miss any super chats or if they're really mean, I do hold the right to hold them back until the end of the open discussion portion. Shouldn't be too bad, but if that does happen, I do hold that right. If you want to modify the topic, if you have questions about anything they're expounding on, $5 super chat. Once again, we'll bring that up and have them address that. $1 a minute, or it's an hour-long debate. It'll go up to an additional hour with 8 minutes opening and closings. That additional hour comes from super chat, so that's $1 a minute, up to 60 minutes with that. Y'all, I am super excited for this. DeFreak, you're taking the affirmative, so you'll be going first. Are you going to want to display your screen in your introduction, or is that for during the debate?
No, I'm going to hold off on that because I wanted to do 2 screens, but I can only do 1, so I might as well just tap it out as I go along. I'll be fine.
Cool. All right, let's get started here. We're going to move into the introductions right now. You've got 8 minutes when you let me know you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
8 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Taco. Thank you to Mr. 12 Toes, to the chat, hello, and to all the unbelievers and believers. It's going to be, I think it's going to be a good time. So let's start with, the whole insurance thing. First of all, the fact that we have insurance policies that that include the act of God in their policy means that the whole Harry Potter thing, the whole fairy tale thing, the whole spaghetti monster thing, the whole Spider-Man thing, the whole fairy tale thing, it's just out the window. So atheists can put that down and save their time, save their breath, and just not even mention it anymore, because the fact of the matter is we deal in the reality of where you have to have insurance mandatory to do certain things as a privilege, whether it be owning a house, whether it be motorcycle, car, all kinds of stuff, natural disaster. And so to say that God is just a dismissive subject that you could just, group in with Harry Potter, I think it's a little bunk. So we can start with that right away. Now, the fact that you could say that the commandments given to Moses, the Torah, and the laws that were prescribed to the Israelis at the time, that was God insurance. They followed those rules, and they were promised to have a blessed life and make it into, the concept of heaven that they had. So the law, the old Jewish law, is actually God insurance. And I had some other things here out of my notes. Okay, so as far as the proof of God goes and how insurance confirms this, the fact that act of God is written in policy, whether to exclude, say, cell phones or include certain things like homeowners insurance, it's written in there. It's reality. It's not fake. It's not fiction. it is actual terminology used in legal documents. All right, so the thing that it does is it qualifies certain things as a peril or something that would be considered out of control of mankind. So, like, a hurricane, something that we can't control that causes damage, and it can only be explained by nature or act of God, as opposed to, say, your cell phone that was in your jacket, and someone just happens to pick up that jacket and flings it into, I don't know, just flings it across the room and it breaks your cell phone or whatever. Well, that was kind of a preventable thing and wouldn't be, say, covered under, say, act of God, even though someone had no knowledge of the thing. So there's a little bit of differentiation there and should be noted. But the big things like the hurricanes, the windstorms, dust storms, wildfire, flooding, of course, every time you witness any of those things, you're actually witnessing God. So it's Him. And the evidence is everywhere, including lightning. Lightning strikes are real. And generally, going back to the old mythology legends, folklore, urban folklore, whatever, yeah, people that get struck by lightning, they pretty much consider that like a curse or act of God. So we see God everywhere. He's all over the place. And, atheists are going to say, oh, well, these are all natural phenomena. Well, it's right in the policy, God created nature. And the evidence of that is in scripture. He's always talking about agriculture. He's talking about the crops. He's talking about the stars. He's talking about the sun and the moon. These are all, what would atheists consider to be natural phenomenon or things that are just kind of given brute facts, I guess you would say. But, it's just like a game developer. As an end user, you don't go through and build up the graphics engine and build up the character and the stories. You just buy the game and you go in and you start shooting people. Well, that's kind of like what God has done for us. And so, when atheists try to equate act of God to just reduce it to like, oh, well, that's nature. Well, God is nature. God created nature. And so that argument is going to be bunk as well. And enjoy the rest of the show. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the beautiful opening to Freak. That's greatly appreciated. And Donnie, let me know when you're ready and I'll start your 8 minutes.
I'm ready.
You've got 8 minutes.
Thank you to my esteemed opponent, DeFreak, despite his calling me Mr. 12 Toes instead of Donnie, despite our familiarity, for an excellent debate topic. And thank you to Tacos for hosting Forgive the Gusto Lack Mega Bloodbath. I look forward to our conversation. I think it's going to be more fruitful than our opening statements will be. First, an act of God in this context is a legal term used to exclude responsibility for certain impossibly predictable natural occurrences. For my opponent to use these clauses as evidence of God, he must directly tie these natural processes to an intentional act of God through either a significant detailed string of causal reasons that stretches to the beginning of time, or by saying that God specifically made this decision and why. Second, my opponent may try to argue that the precedent of language being used is significant in some manner. Familiar terminology is used to create sets or classes within legal documents to ensure understanding between the parties involved. The American legal parlance for classes represented by acts of God is defined on a state-by-state basis. What constitutes an act of God will vary from policy to policy and polity to polity. If there is no consensus on what an act of God is constituted by, then how can it be argued that any of these are evidence to the version of God my opponent believes in? Third, my opponent only makes reference to the policies known as comprehensive insurance on vehicles, discounting entirely the number of liability policies that make no mention of acts of God. My opponent has cherry-picked a very specific legal class that is not well defined by design in an effort to obfuscate the fact that insurance is an entirely human creation serving human interests. Fourth, my opponent disregards the setting in which this illegal defining of classes is significant. Imagine for a moment a courtroom. Standing before the judge are two lawyers. All three have attended law school and attained the bar for the state they are in. All three could be considered experts in the field of law at large and insurance specifically. The first argues that a particular claim on a policy should be honored under the grounds that the plaintiff's policy covers all damage. The second argues there is an exclusionary class of damages caused by acts of God, as defined under the acts of God clause in the policy. The judge quickly references the table of contents and flips to the page number 26 titled Acts of God, allowing them to make a determination in a matter of moments. The judge chastises the plaintiff's counsel for representing such a clear-cut case, not in their plaintiff's favor. Stepping back into reality, we can intuit that the ease and utility provided by using such classes that can be described as correct or incorrect, given a well-established sociological context. Fifth, my opponent may attempt to leverage human reason and the benefit of honoring such linguistic tools as classes of legal distinction, supposing that because we honor these these contracts constructed linguistically and culturally, some God is derivative of the reason used to arrive at these constructions. Again, this is to disregard the linguistic tools used to construct statements of truth. Whether a thing is correct is decided by the tools used to measure its correctness. Nominal description of phenomena does not inherently prescribe correctness other than to say whether a thing is a thing. I hope we have a fruitful conversation overall, and if nothing else, I learn more about my opponent's worldview at large. If I do not convince my opponent that claims require proof, not self-reference, then at least I hope the audience recognizes that. Science is not the end-all be-all of life, and opinions are important. If those opinions don't align with reality, then those opinions should not be discounted. They should be corrected. We are all children of some discipline. I hope my opponent may provide me some insight into some discipline so I may better understand, and I endeavor to help my opponent better understand some discipline he may not as well he wish he did. The culmination of human knowledge should be put into consideration when evaluating new ideas. As someone not an expert in all human ideas, I simply endeavor to challenge the linguistic nuance my opponent attempts to misuse as proof of anything other than that humans create an agreement that need be honored in specific circumstances. And with that, I'll cede my time.
Thank you for the amazing opening as well, Donnie. It's wonderful having both of y'all here, as I said. We'll go ahead and get started here. Now, I do have 50 pieces of clothing on, so let's make sure we start slamming that like button so we can hit 50 likes. I will remove a piece of clothing for each like. I will be naked once we hit 50 likes. So let's make sure that we're slamming that like button to get me naked. Anyways, let's begin this mega bloodbath. Mega bloodbath engaged. You've got an hour.
So, DeFreak, I think you and I have a couple interesting things we could discuss here. So, you talk about God's law as a form of insurance. What do you mean by that?
Well, in the Old Testament, the believers in the Jewish culture, if you followed the law and you were living a clean life, then you were pretty much guaranteed blessings by God and not the curse, basically. And so you would not have to fear necessarily, some, things that could like take your life off of being derailed or blindsided with like, bad luck, I guess you could say, for a better term.
So
And
yeah,
so
I think
that
I
was
need to
kind of the
say
gist of the law, is that you had to follow the law in order for the flesh to be reconciled or perfect before God, which is impossible, by the way. In
well,
order
real
to
quick,
not
freak.
infer the curse on you, and so that you wouldn't, not be fruitful and multiply.
I don't think that qualifies as insurance. I think that would qualify as sets of rules to follow.
Yeah, but the payoff is at the end of the life or whatever. That would be that, yeah, you were pleasing to God, and He would accept you into His kingdom. So it is kind of like insurance. It's a behavior insurance policy for the end game, which is
I would see that as more
life
of
in
a
eternity.
wager.
What's that?
I said I would see that as more of a wager.
Well, I mean, you can see it today with a lot of even Christians. They are the pious rule following kind of Christians that maybe they were never addicted to drugs, but they have a I'm better than you complex, and they show that by I'm clean, I'm purer than you, and therefore my works and my flesh has earned me favor from God, which is not the case in Christianity.
Okay, so I guess where my confusion comes in with what you're saying is that if God's law is an insurance policy, what is it an insurance policy against?
Well, it would be in the Old Testament time. It would be like I said, it would stave off the curse of this world, from affecting you. Sort of like it would be like if Job had the law and was following it to a T or whatever. He wouldn't necessarily have had that encounter with the devil, right? But now that we have Jesus Christ,
Can we agree, freak,
he
that
is the
can we agree real quick that insurance means just in case? It's something that you have just in case bad stuff happens.
well, it's something that you invest in for a certain outcome of. It's an if then in terms of computer programming terms,
Well, I don't want it in terms of
right?
computer programming. I want it in terms of practical application. To me, insurance is a legal term.
Okay. Well, in legal terms, uh, where we're at right now is that Jesus fulfilled the law, and so when you put your faith in Him, you're insured or you're covered to get out of one judgment free. In other words, your flesh won't be judged if you believe in Jesus Christ.
So I won't have any judgment if I believe in Jesus Christ.
Actually, you will have judgment, but you won't be condemned for it. Your flesh is given a pass in terms of the total damnation of your worldly deeds or your worldly crime.
So the insurance policy is against my own actions.
Pretty much. I mean, not life is not that simple. Circumstances happen to everybody, but yeah, I mean, the things that are considered sin, which are things that would be like hurtful to other people, basically, you will be forgiven those things. Not to say you just get out scot free, because there's compensation or recompense for those things hereafter, but you won't
Where,
be it won't be held against you in terms of like going to heaven or
so
hell.
sin is the thing I'm getting an insurance policy from. Where does that sin derive from? How does sin occur?
It's a trespass or a hurt like a causing pain to someone else.
How did Eve sin by taking the apple? Then how did she transgress against anyone? Is that just the tree, dude?
Where she sinned was when she deceived Adam.
Okay, so it wasn't taking the fruit from the tree, it was deceiving Adam into also taking the fruit from the tree?
Right, because she was deceived into taking the fruit.
Okay, and so how did they have the insurance policy of Jesus available to them at that time?
Well, when we see when God made the skins out of the lambs or whatever, he made the goats or whatever, and clothed them because they were naked. That was the insurance policy that he was going to cover
Well,
them.
no, insurance policy is like based on like accident, like in case they went and ate from the tree, right? It wasn't until they went and ate from the tree that the sin happened, and now suddenly they're the root of everything for us, right? So how were they covered by Jesus's insurance policy? Because that's what you're presenting
Well,
to
it's
me.
because you know Yahweh, Jesus, the one who is the one who made those skins for them and covered their nakedness. So you could say that was Jesus, but in
What is
linear
yeah,
time,
what is
in
their
chronological order, that's not the way it was.
what
But
is
it's
what
him.
does their sin have to do with sheep when it's metaphorical apple that they're eating? You know what I mean? Like that how does them getting covered with God's sheep skin matter in this regard? You're talking about Jesus.
Well,
No, hold
because
on, Defreak. Let me explain. Let me
each,
draw it out for you.
yeah.
That you're saying Jesus is the insurance policy. And so the sin available to Adam and Eve to be insured by is them eating from the fruit of knowledge. Where is Jesus available to them as an insurance policy at that point in time? How is that fair from God?
Well, in linear time, wise, that wasn't, the case because Jesus hasn't been born yet. And he wasn't, as the Jesus that we know and that we refer wasn't the one in the garden with them, right?
Would
So,
you wager that the insurance offered by God isn't fair? Is that reasonable to intuit from what you're saying?
not fair how?
Well, it wasn't fair to Adam and Eve, at least.
Well, sure, because the devil deceived
So
Eve,
how could I be sure
and
it's fair to me?
how's it not fair? I don't see what you're saying.
How can I be sure if Adam and Eve aren't guaranteed by Jesus's insurance? How can I be sure I'm insured by Jesus's insurance? How do I know
Well,
that
but
claim?
you can though
How do
because
I know that
when
claim's
he
not
made
gonna
the
fall
skin.
through on me? When I go to make that claim up in
But
heaven that I bet on this
when
Jesus
God
insurance.
clothed them with the skins, that's their coverage.
Yeah, but I'm talking. Well, we're deriving back to me that again, you've not explained how Adam and Eve are covered in any way, shape, or form other than skins. That doesn't make sense to the sin coverage. Do you have a response to them being covered under the sin of eating from the fruit of knowledge?
Yeah, because when they were deceived, God clothed them, and so they weren't naked anymore, even though they were aware that they were naked. That's coverage, right?
Well,
So
no, but you've made the you.
their coverage is not the same as what our coverage is
Oh,
now in
oh,
terms
so
of the fulfillment of the law by
we have
Jesus
different
Christ.
insurance policies. I see. Okay, is that what you're saying?
So it was the deception that caused them to fall, and God covered them himself. He chose us. I don't know why. You
Well,
think,
Defreak, I just want to make sure
I don't know why he chose mankind. I really don't, but he did. And, I guess it's because he loves us,
Defreak, I
right?
just want to make
And
sure
so he covered them just like Jesus
I just
covers
want to make sure
us.
I understand your argument that you and me have different coverage than Adam and Eve. We have different policies, yeah?
Probably, yeah, that'd be fair to say because they had direct interaction with, with the eternal one. whereas we only have a spiritual access to Jesus Christ.
So who decides what those policies are? What makes those policies valid?
God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, but I have the policy with them. How do I know they're going to honor that policy?
Because God wouldn't be God if he lied, or if he what do they call it, where you give something and you take it away, or something like that.
Trojan horse.
He wouldn't be God if he did that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess gift horse is like an interesting direction to take it. Do you mean to say that God would not offer absolution as an option as your insurance policy unless it was absolutely guaranteed?
Yeah, that's a fair way to say it. Yes.
Okay, where does that absolution derive from? How do I confirm what that policy is?
Oh, well, we see it in the promises God made to Adam and Eve, and kind of
No, but
the
we've already
prophecies
established
made in Genesis
we've already
3.
established we have
Okay,
different
well, it's a
policies.
derive, so you know, derived from Adam and Eve, or derived from like us right
Yeah,
now,
well, if I have a different policy from Adam and Eve, then I feel like I want to understand my policy, not Adam and Eve's policy. I want to make sure I'm insured.
right? Fair enough.
So how do I derive the
So you want to know how the policy of Jesus Christ is valid
well, not even that it's valid,
for
what's
you?
covered? Like what's the coverage I get from that
What's covered?
policy?
What's covered is the judgment of your flesh to condemnation.
What does that mean?
It means that when you go to heaven to be judged, and as guilty as you will be, you're not going to be condemned for those things. You'll be forgiven for those things.
So you believe in eternal salvation in the form of a universalist system?
Not necessarily, but I can't rule that out,
Well, let's say
because God will save whoever He
let's say I
wants.
don't accept the insurance policy. What happens to me?
You'll be judged.
Let's say I accept the insurance policy and I may not have followed all the terms on my end.
Faith goes a very long way, and otherwise you'll be judged. Your flesh
Okay,
will be
I'll be judged
judged.
both ways, okay? And then like let's say I followed all the terms of my insurance policy and then I need to make a claim.
Hmm.
Am I still going to be judged or is like just straight up guaranteed?
It's guaranteed, but you'll still have the walkthrough of judgment, but it's not going to condemn you into a lower realm, if that makes sense. It won't bring your
No, what do you mean by what
rank
do you mean by
down.
lower realm? So there's ways to follow the insurance policy in such a way that I have guaranteed coverage, but there are ways to follow it that don't really follow it. And so what's that condemnation that you're talking about that those not followers get?
It's a lower of rank. It's a lower level of existence. It's a recompense for the actions that they did in this world, in this
So
life.
there's lesser forms of being then?
Well, there's yeah, actually. So, like, for us as Christians, we know that this is the lowest level of existence that we're ever going to have to experience.
So condemnation's not lower than this?
For non-Christians,
Well,
yeah, it is.
Well, if Christianity is the insurance policy and there are Christians who follow it entirely and they're just covered, like I'll dismiss them. They're covered, good to go. Then there are the Christians who like there's all of these acts of God policies, so to say, within their schema that they don't adhere to, and then they try to make a claim against the policy. Are they covered or is the judge gonna tell them fuck off?
That's a good question. It's not it's Christianity that's the insurer, or the term you used. I forgot, but it's Jesus Christ Himself. Okay, so you could be a
Well,
Christian, you could call yourself a Christian, and you could know all the churchanese, but if you really don't know the Lord, uh,
but how do
in a
I
way
know
like
what
we're
my
talking,
policy is in this instance, DeFreak? That's my whole point. How do I know my policy is my policy? How do I adhere to the rules prescribed to me?
well, you have to put your faith in Jesus Christ. That's the bottom line. I mean, you have to, first of all, you have to repent to God for denying Jesus Christ and for whatever other terrible things that you've done, because we've all done bad things.
So
And you
faith is
have
a
to,
well, so to use
I'm
the
sorry, go
because
ahead.
this is all an analogy for me to freak. So
Yeah.
to use the analogy here, your faith proposition, how would that play into my policy? Is that like the acts of God portion that if there's an act of God outside, what is the act of God that's outside of the policy? How do I know, man?
Um, You know that one movie with Adam Sandler and his dad was like oh, people know me, they trust me, I'm the man, like, I've been around, I get SHIT done, and people just trust me. I forgot what that movie was though, like Happy Gilmore, maybe. Ring it a
Uh
bell?
no, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well,
Continue.
basically, if the insurance salesman that is selling you the insurance isn't worth a damn, then the policy ain't worth a damn. But if the insurance man is worth a damn and the insurance policy still isn't worth a damn, you know, your coverage is a lot more in better standing, if that makes sense.
Okay, so I shouldn't be evaluating the salesman. I should be evaluating the policy being presented, right?
No, the opposite.
I should be evaluating the salesman.
Hmm.
Okay.
And the policy would be the church. That would be an analogy of the policy is the church, the salesman is Jesus Christ.
So what if it's a really good salesperson who like knows all the right talking points, but it's a shitty church and like that their policy is trash?
Hmm.
How
Probably a
do
lot
I
of
how
that.
Yeah, right? Okay, so how do I
Right.
tell the so it's not about the salesman then, right? It's about the
No, well, it
policy. The
is.
policy no, 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 the policy should be what's important, right?
No, because if the church is the church policy is no good. Let's just say that they've been embezzling money and and
Right, but
they have to
if it's a
pay
no good
out.
well, no, 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 to freak. If it's a no good policy and I can read the policy and say, well, I live in a flood area, so if there's no flood coverage, then that's probably not a good policy to sign. And
I
I
would say it
wouldn't
like this. Let's just say it's a good policy. It's a great policy. It's a wonderful policy. But someone inside was embezzling funds. And so when they go to have to pay out on a claim and there's no money there, what good was it? It was trash, no matter how well it was written or no matter what it covered. Okay. So that could be like a lot of the churches today.
okay,
Whereas
so
Jesus Christ
even
is the same salesman that he's
so what
always
you
been.
Well, what you're saying is even if we linguistically construct it in such a way that it is a good policy, if the backing behind that policy, the intake versus output is not solid, then it doesn't work. And so that's why policies fluctuate in such a way in the real world, at least, to cover those types of things. Like if you live in a flood area, they're going to make you buy flood coverage.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, I don't know what that argument was
Well,
trying to say, but what I'll
that we're
say is that
linguistically
even
constructing
Jesus Christ had a
well,
Judas.
to freak what we're doing is linguistically constructing what the policy is. So if the policy covers flood damage, the question is why does it cover flood damage? It's probably because we're in a flood zone. It has very little to do with what you're talking about.
Well, it's a contract. It's whatever you agree to with whoever's the provider or the policy issuer.
Okay.
right? So that person is the same.
Well, so I've challenged that though. I think, at least in my mind, that who is the issuer of the policy, and you say, well, trust the policy and not the salesman. And the whole time I've been pointing at who's issuing the policy, and you keep saying, well, there's a policy.
I don't think I'm following you. Like, I don't know if
Who
you're,
dictates?
confused. I don't know if
No,
you're
I'm
confused or if I'm not explaining something right. But basically, if the salesperson that is selling you the insurance policy is a piece of dirt, and the policy is great, you're going to be covered and you're going to be okay because of the policy. But
well,
if the policy is no good and the salesman or the owner, like in Happy Gilmore, like his dad or whatever, maybe it was there's that other
okay.
movie with
DeFreak, I'll try and rephrase it for you. I might be misexplaining. So let's say the salesman's great and the policy is worded great, but then the backing behind the policy falls through. Is it a good policy?
no,
So what is
just
backing
like
the
Jesus had
policy?
Judas,
Yeah, well,
right?
what is backing the policy to make sure I'm getting to heaven as you're describing it?
It's the salesman. It's always been about him.
Well, so we've already agreed that the salesman doesn't matter as to the validity of the policy.
If the salesman is making you promises and has every available option to fulfill that obligation, then you're going to be fine, regardless of the policy.
I'm not sure what any of that meant. Can you run it by me a different way?
So if the person, if you're depending on a person who has no integrity versus someone who has all integrity, then you don't have to worry about if you're putting your trust in someone who has all integrity. So if you had to trust Joe Biden or Donald Trump for hitting a hole in one on a par three, say 600 yards, right? Uh, which one are you going to trust to have the better chance to actually get it done?
Neither of them.
You don't have to answer like Joe, or I'm just saying like
Right.
the
Well,
one
so to
guy
use
that you
this,
could actually put
hold
your
on,
trust in
DeFreak.
that has the ability to do something versus someone
No,
who's
no,
just all
no,
talk.
DeFreak. Let's rephrase it here. They're each of them, then they're the policies, and then each of them has a dude who's trying to convince me each of them is going to do the thing you're saying, which is hit a hole in one. And I, a rational human being, knows this is both 70 plus year old men. Neither one of them is ever hitting a home run. This is a bunk policy to buy into.
One of them is going to make a speech, and the other one is going to try to
I
make a
don't care.
speech.
No, but what I'm pointing out, no, what I'm pointing out is Joe Biden and Donald Trump are the policies. The policy is, does a hole in one get hit, right? What is the action in this instance? The wager being made. And then there's two salespeople on either side of them, independent of them, trying to convince me of either of those arguments. And I look at both of them and say, what a stupid argument. They're not hitting a hole in one.
All right, let's do it like this. Joey and Donald go into a Vegas poker tournament, and they end up
No, no,
losing.
we're
They end up losing money. They end up losing $10 million
freak. I hate to
dollars.
do it to you.
Who's going to come up with that money
Freak.
first, or at
DeFreak, I
all?
don't want to interrupt you and be rude. This is like 6 steps removed from insurance at this point. I've tried to be kind to you about it, but you're discounting like all of the things I'm saying to create this derived narrative of Donald Trump somehow. How did we get here?
Well, it's because you have to put trust into a person and not a piece of paper.
But you're making the argument.
You keep wanting to go to a policy, to a piece of paper, to a
Well,
doctrine, or
well,
anything except the person of Jesus
you're
Christ.
making the argument, the affirmative you have taken is that insurance proves the Christian God, and I'm keeping it in the insurance realm for you. You've now removed us from the insurance realm. So can we get back to how insurance proves God?
Sure. So Jesus fulfilled the law. He was resurrected on the third day, just like he said, and God raised him to himself to be forever at the right hand of the Father. And so, whatever Jesus says about you to God is just accepted, and that's your insurance policy.
So
So, if Jesus says to God, "This one's mine. This is one of my sheep. This is one that I'm keeping. This is one that no one can pluck out of my hand," you're his. There's no doubt about it. That's ultimate insurance. That's eternal insurance.
okay, again, I think you and I at the very beginning defined insurance. If you disagree with this, we can go back to it. But insurance means a guarantee against a bad thing happening.
Okay, yeah, it's a hedge. It's a hedge. It's a
A hedge is a great word for
if
it.
then. You did mention something in your rebuttal that I wanted to uh, go over again. You said the sociological terms of the linguistics of the legal term of, I can't remember if it was insurance or something else, but
Active
basically
God specifically
you're
is
you're equating that. Hold on. You're equating that kind of semantic is just as valid as me saying that. However, I worded that is valid enough to negate fairy tales, Harry Potter, Spider Man, all the all the kind of junk that people like atheists will try to like just throw out there to, I don't know, be silly, I guess, or to dismiss God, which is
do you want me to
I mean,
reread that?
it's just
Do you
denial.
want me to reread that part of it? Because I think the Harry Potter Spider-Man thing is kind of off topic, but is semi-relevant to the linguistic tools available to us as humans. Do is Okay.
Sure.
So what I said was is my opponent may attempt to leverage human reason and the benefit of honoring such linguistic tools as classes of legal distinction. Is that what you're referencing?
Somewhere in there, yes, somewhere in there. But I also qualified before that. I qualified that there's a difference between an act of God in terms of a cell phone versus something like a natural disaster that is out of human control, and say a flood of a house. So
I ag-
there's a distinction there, and I mentioned that. So I wasn't trying to play
no,
semantic
no,
class games or whatever. I was trying to show that, yeah, there's a distinct kind of
DeFreak, I
uh,
agree 100% that there's a
all
distinction
right.
between those two things. We're in agreement. I don't think you don't think there's a distinction between those two things, if that's what you're driving at. I think you understand people's actions are different than the actions of natural consequence. Is that a fair assessment?
Something out of our control. Yes.
Okay. I'm unwilling to then attribute that thing outside of our control to God above and beyond what linguistic tools give us the availability to do. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay. So the linguistic tool that is being used as an act of God is saying something outside of human control. That's it. That's all it's saying. It's saying a thing is a thing. Act of God is a thing outside of human control. Whether that thing has intentionality prescribed by another thing is independent. A deer jumping into your car is an act of God, but the deer did the jumping into your car. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah, something out of our control, or something that is too out of the realm of our to manipulate the event to be covered under policy. Those are exclusionary types of act of God policies. There's other that
Exactly.
are inclusive, that are, major earthquakes, major flooding. Those are the things that we have no say in whatsoever.
Exactly. There's a difference in policies of coverage. So the policy of coverage available to me as a human from God, is that inclusionary or is that exclusionary to get into heaven? I think that's kind of the core of our discussion here, right?
Repeat the question. That was a good question. I need to hear it again.
Yeah, well, so you finally kind of gotten to the distinction I've wanted to make is exclusionary versus inclusionary.
Well,
So
there's no way for me to know that. You may have just stumbled into it right now. But repeat the question.
yeah, so exclusionary versus inclusionary. So us having a distinction between what dictates a policy, what is valuable to the policy, right?
Okay, but
Are you tracking?
there's also a qualifier part of it. Like, am I missing that?
Well, are you tracking what I'm saying so far?
Yeah, but it wasn't the first time you asked
Or
that. Was the better question?
okay.
I might have to go back and look at it real quick.
So what I'm driving at for you is there is a difference in the policies available to us based as you are describing them.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that.
So
And
based
the
on that,
legal would say it's out of our control to a peril, like to a damage causing peril, or a something, out
well,
of our control.
even those illegal distinctions are subjective.
Um, they're pretty solid, like natural disaster, as we call it. Things that we can't control that cause damage. Those are the class, as you call it, like those. That's the class of what that term "act of God" kind of entails.
Yes,
It's a defined column of things that qualify under act of God.
but that class is variable from state to state, at least in America, and country to country beyond that.
Right. That's true, but it's still the same qualification, which is
So
out of our control,
And
when
real
we
causing
fast,
peril.
there is an audience question from Nobody on Fire that adds 5 minutes to the timer. The freak is a tornado flinging a cow into my house, which breaks my window, an act of God. God is proven by the use of these words. By this use of words.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And don't be afraid to
Yeah.
get some
And
more super chat questions up here for our guests.
yeah, I'm surprised there hasn't been more super chats. Like, this has been, kind of
don't meta,
not your
to freak,
typical
to
discussion.
freak. Focus on talking to me. Don't meta.
All right.
So to his question, I know I say don't meta, but this is relevant to his question. How do I know that this use of words it's a nominal description of what happened? How do I know this thing is intentionally caused by God? It is the first point that I made.
Okay. Jonah, chapter 1, verse 4. And there's many examples of this in scripture, but it reads, well, actually, Taka, do you want to read that?
Jonah, what?
Chapter 1, verse 4.
Jonah, chapter 4, verse 1?
Chapter 1, verse
1
4.
verse 4. Oh, sorry. Mix that up. When day was going, the one in charge make one bite hard wind come on top of the ocean. The storm come on top the water real strong and the boat little mo bus up.
So that's an intentional act of God.
Yes. How do I know the cow flying through the window is an intentional act of God?
Well, I mean, unless we have like wind tunnels like that Tesla built and they're just breaking them out or something, like we don't have the ability to fling cows around like that, as far as I know.
Well, so to the first point that I made, I want to kind of reiterate it for you that you either have two options to prove that this cow going through the window is an act of God. You can either say causally, all the way through the beginning of time, because God caused all of it, it's God's fault that this cow went through the window, right? And then at that point, you're saying everything is God's fault, and so everything is an act of God, and so that's self defeating. So you don't want to use that horn, right?
You wouldn't be wrong though, but yeah, go ahead.
And then your second option is to say, God did this specific action intentionally. He interceded and did this thing.
Okay. Basically, all that means though is something that is out of our control that causes damage or peril.
Right. But if you're going to ascribe it to God, if you're going to say God is the one who did this thing with intentionality, you have to then demonstrate it. You, at this point, to me, it's just forces of nature. How is
Okay.
How is God involved at all to the forces of nature that I can describe independently? All the other forces of wind, if you're going to ascribe to God causally to the beginning of time, then same problem.
Okay. Well, we just read that verse of Jonah, where he basically drummed up a windstorm and broke up the ship. We see in Job where Satan or devil, he
All
did the
all you're
same thing with the
saying,
whirlwind and took care of Job's
well,
cattle and his kids and the
all,
slaves or whatever.
all you're saying
So
is that
there's more than just God that can uh, not every single thing is intended by God, but it's just the blanket uh, term that's used in insurance policies to describe those things that happen, whether they be to an atheist point of view just pure nature or dumb luck, chance, or a way of legally tidying up things that we can't control that cause peril.
so an act of God may not be an act of God literally is what you're saying?
Right. Because we saw in Job where the devil had the ability to manipulate weather as well.
So if in the literal context, sometimes acts of God are acts of God, and other times acts of God are not acts of God. You see how the P not P forms in my head, and that acts of God used in insurance policies as you describe them as a linguistic tool to describe a series of things that are not possible under human means.
Right. Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. But we have this example in scripture that shows that there is intent in this specific instance where, God wielded his power to do that.
How do I know the scripture is a positive affirmation of the insurance policy? How do I know that is an enactment thereof?
Well, we have many examples throughout different, you know, um, books in the Bible and in the Quran
Yeah,
where it happened, and it shows that God is doing those things intentionally.
to freak to help you, how do I know that the Bible quotes that you're using are acts of intentionality from God and not an allegory and not some other thing described as an act of God. You've already admitted that linguistic tools available to us shift what is available to us, right?
All right. So lawyers are very good wordsmithing and good at commanding semantics. Would you agree?
Yeah, and that's what an insurance policy is semantics.
Okay.
It's
So if you
defining the
have,
semantics available to both of us.
okay, so if you know that that's the case, do you think that all those lawyers and all those people and executives and workers in the insurance industry, that $1 trillion industry, are not as smart as you?
I'm not sure what you mean by that question. Are you asking, are there smarter people than me in the insurance industry? Absolutely.
Right.
100% there are people in that industry smarter than me.
Then that's your assurance that the insurance is insured. Because why
Oh,
else would they write that into the policy?
okay. I would also agree that there are probably people who are in the clergy that are smarter than me. How do I ensure what they're telling me is true?
Because the subject is always the same.
Because of the linguistic tools that we as a society agree on.
Okay, but a subject is still a subject.
If I need to resolve my contract dispute, which is what an insurance policy is, with God, how do I resolve that dispute? What if I disagree with God about the evaluation of the contract given to me?
I have to think about that for a minute. First of all, you'd have to have a relationship with him in order to dispute anything like that. So you would already have to know Jesus Christ. Then you can make your grievance, and then he would correct you however that would need to be. But I can say that prayer does change the heart of the Lord. So sometimes he'll see it your way,
What do you mean by see Jesus?
meaning that you have repented and you've accepted the authority of Jesus Christ.
Uh, okay. Authority meaning that he is in charge of things.
Correct. So
Okay.
when we go into the kingdom of heaven hereafter, it's his kingdom. Just like if you were to go over to England right now and visit with the royals, right? You'd be hanging out with Charles, old Charlie, whatever. It's his, uh,
So
birthright, whatever.
just
That
to
he was the
confirm,
king there.
the analogy here, you're saying that Jesus is not only the policy, he's the salesperson and the verification thereof. I have to rely on him for all three parts.
Yeah,
That's rough, dude. You know how that's rough, right?
yeah, I do. But what else do you have? What else in the world is there something that you can hang your hat on at this point in time? After C-19, after all the corporations poisoning us with everything that we're ingesting, with all the legal schematics, the political atmosphere. What else could you actually hang your hat on and be secure in? There's nothing else.
I'm not sure what you mean by hang my hat and be secure on.
Okay. If your worldview and your foundation of understanding reality isn't Jesus Christ, you're literally day to day, week to week, changing your view on everything. And I can guarantee that just because basically I
Yeah,
just know.
Yeah, I'm a subjective person. I get new information all the time that makes my opinions update on a regular basis. But the wherewithal to ask the questions doesn't change.
Okay.
So
But
so
if
again,
the
the question to what you're presenting is, how do I know? How do I know this is correct? How do I know this policy follows through?
well, just like I said, you can go from this place to that place to this ideology to that ideology to science to Fauci to Biden to I don't know the UN, whatever it is. And if it keeps changing on you, and there's nowhere to put your heart and your trust in, why the hell not?
Who says in this instance, again, to use the analogy, who says I need an insurance policy? Who says I give a shit about my soul, metaphorically speaking?
Yeah.
What if I live in Vermont and I don't need an insurance policy on my quote unquote car of a body?
Well, the thing is, there's one thing that's inevitable in this life that as we know it, and that's the end, right? They say death and taxes is the one thing that we're guaranteed in this whatever. Probably a stupid boomer saying, right? But it's true. Like we're all gonna have to face death, and as the years go by, and that face in the mirror starts looking older and older, and we're still feeling like we're younger and younger, there's going to be a click or a realization that, what the hell's going to happen to me?
DeFreak, you sound really concerned about what happens after. One simple question: do you care about what came before? Like, what about the billions of years of existence before you?
It doesn't affect me.
So how is that any different than after you?
Well, um, in theological terms, this is a place where life and death exist at the same time, good and evil exist at the same time, and where souls are actually created. So it matters after because there's no blank screen after we pass on.
Well, so I guess to rephrase the question to tie it in with what we're talking about, how do I make sure that my insurance policy, what if there's a time before my current existence that I needed to care about this insurance and I wasn't following the terms of, but I'm not aware of them?
All right, I'll put it like this. Is there any one person that you know in your life right now, or maybe even ever in your whole life, that would actually go to the club with you, hear gunshots ring out, and cover you and take a bullet for you?
No, but I got like 3 or 4 who would expect me to do it for them, and I gladly would. Is that does that answer your question?
Yeah, but basically, he's already done it for us. That's the point. That's the insurance policy. He's the only person that would ever actually take a bullet for you,
But what
and
about
he
all
already
the
did
people
it.
but what about all the people beforehand? So, like, he had, like, a postscriptive insurance policy for all the people beforehand?
Oh
Again,
well, they were under the
you
law, and
you
they will be
no, no,
judged by the law.
but we've already described that we have a different law than Adam and Eve. So all the before has a different, like, insurance policy. And so how do I know this insurance policy prescribed to me by this Jesus character, who in this instance is both the salesman and the insurance policy and the guarantee thereof? We would agree in logical terms, as some people might use it. Uh, that doesn't follow, right? I should not trust that character.
Well, how many people, you know, excuse me, how many people, you chat, whoever's listening, have the same insurance company doing their car, their house, their whatever, their
Yep, but
homeowner's insurance, their apartment rental, whatever you can think of, they're both all under the same umbrella of one company. It's the same thing.
no, this is a whole different analogy. It's totally orthogonal.
So what you're saying though is that you would feel more comfortable if you had to wear yourself thin, pleasing three different companies for different coverage because maybe they gave $100,000 more at a payout versus going to a one-stop shop, saving
No,
time
no,
and having the assurance and also building a stronger relationship with the one guy that's there.
to use this analogy, I would not trust this insurer because I had no guarantees other than their own word. Then they were someone who would guarantee me. I would go with someone more reputable that had a backing behind them.
Okay, so according to the scripture and Jesus
No,
himself,
but
if he
but
says, "Trust
Jesus,
me," I'll
but
pull you through, and it
the
fails.
freak, this is the analogy I'm trying to use for you. That this is you saying he is both the salesman, the guarantee, the policy itself, and the person who guarantees that this is going to happen. That's a problem for me. I can't trust that. It's self-referential to the highest degree.
Well, but the thing is, Jesus didn't resurrect himself. God did that. So he's got the backing of the Almighty, the original originator that created everything, including him. So if Jesus can't fulfill the policy, then you have every right to stand before God and say, "Hey, it's his fault. I deserve a pass," and you might get it. You probably would. But the thing is, that's not the way God works. God,
But
there's
how
no
do I have
sin in
any agree
Jesus. So he's,
how do I Freak, how do
go
I have
ahead.
any guarantee on the policy that you are presenting? The insurance policy of religion that you're giving to me sounds a lot more like a wager, and there's a lot of wagers to be held. And Pascal's wagers not very good in my opinion.
All right, but Jesus actually walked the earth. And get John 14:1, he
I know
says,
too many
"Don't."
people who would dispute that Jesus walked the earth to blindly trust that he did. To my personal senses, it makes slightly more sense that he's not entirely a myth, but that a mythology arose around him. That doesn't mean that sales pitch is very good.
All right. What purpose would a mythology that rose around him, like loosely or in a conspiratorial, contrived, controlling societal way, would that like? What are the odds that that would actually work? Right.
I'm not sure what you mean by contrived way, that very clearly it's a form of control.
So you're talking about something that would be a 2,000-year long conspiracy upheld by some secret society, smarter, off the chart IQ alien type of like lizard reptilian, humanoids,
Diffreak,
just so that we could have cheap labor, basically.
how many people still quote Dawkins despite him being mostly disproven at this point?
You're talking about the Englishman?
Yes,
I don't know.
a lot, too many.
What was he disproven about?
His general guidelines of evolution, that the specific adaptations that occurred don't necessarily create biological distinctions between species, that they are still of the same kind, if that makes sense, that subspecies are a thing also.
So he was a evolutionist, whatever, biologist or something. I thought he
Yeah.
was like a theist that was a
Forgive me,
not believer.
Darwin, not Dawkins. That's my misspeaking.
Oh, Darwin. Okay. Um, I don't know enough of the specifics of Darwin to really answer that question because my understanding was Darwin was a one uncle removed from being a Catholic priest and invented or I don't know invented but like wrote the Origin of Species, which was then used by the crooked politicians in Washington D.C. to implement racist policies, and that's about all I can tell you about it.
I mean, I'm not going to touch on the eugenics aspect, that there are improved lines of thinking scientifically beyond that point, I think is the point I was trying to make. Whether or not your line of thinking is uh, correct as far as an insurance policy goes doesn't change the reality of, is there an insurer? Does that make sense?
That's a good question. Yeah, it makes sense.
And real fast, there is a super chat. Excuse me. Lord Beager said some geezer named Dower Puff Doghound or something said you handpick goofballs for your circus. Is this the thing? I'm not sure what he's saying, but DeFreak's dead serious about his position.
I didn't understand what that even
I,
was. That a
I think
sentence?
that was an attack at you or something.
Maybe he should. I
Just
don't
ignore
know.
it.
Maybe
Just
he tried
ignore
to
it.
compress that. Read that back to me. Otherwise, I don't know how to answer that. Like it didn't make any sense.
It didn't. I think it was just an attack at you. I
Don't
think it was just calling you a goofball. That's why I was saying just ignore it.
Yeah,
All
don't think
right.
about that one too hard. I don't understand it either, and I like to think I'm kind of
I do
intelligent.
appreciate the super chat and the support, though.
Yeah. So, how do you know that there's an insurer?
Well, I think that's your position, isn't it? I don't think there's an insurer. I think there's no insurance policy to be had.
Well, the thing is, all those lawyers in the trillion-dollar insurance industry would testify against you because it's part of their reality of the policies in writing that held up in court testifying against
I'm
you.
I'm using the abstract sense that we've been talking in the whole time, Defreak.
Right?
That
Well, you want to talk about reality? That's reality.
Okay,
You
so
know.
the reality is that you're using language used within insurance policies and a very specific subset thereof insurance policies that doesn't adhere to your specific line of thinking.
But it does though, because they actually use the word God, and we see in the Bible where God is manipulating weather in specific instances. And so, why did those
Okay,
stupid
so
lawyers that have to dole out trillions of dollars when they want to keep trillions of dollars
I have
use
three
that
questions.
particular language to
Just
basically slap reality in your face?
just off of what you've said so far, I have three questions. The first one, how do I know God made the rain in the Bible as described? Two, how do I know that the Bible is accurately describing anything that happened? And then three, finally, how do I know that the insurance people have described their policies based off of this Bible?
Well, I'm not saying that there's a connection with the writing of the policy and the Bible.
All right,
Okay.
that
But
is
it
the
is-
initial hour. There's still 17 minutes remaining, though.
Oh, shoot. Now, way to go, Taco.
My bad.
The Bible doesn't pertain to
Yeah,
the
I don't
place,
think they didn't write insurance policy based off of scripture. We can eliminate that didn't happen.
Okay, so we can
No.
agree that's a linguistic tool to define things.
Yeah, it's a tool to describe a set of particular things that would or would not be covered in the policy. For the basis of for insurance. It's a hedge of risk. Okay.
So we agree
We
in this specific instance, it is a linguistic tool to define things.
Okay, but why didn't they use something else? Why didn't they just say? Why didn't they say Harry Potter? Why didn't they say Spaghetti Monster? Why didn't they say something? Why was it God?
Again, familiarity, as simple as an act of God, is a thing that describes something outside of human control. That's
Okay,
simple.
that's fine. That's fine. But we also see in Scripture that He did create nature, and He does intentionally cause storms.
Scripture has
So the
nothing to do.
correlation is justified.
Scripture has nothing to do with the linguistic tool we develop.
It has no direct. They didn't write policy off of Scripture into legal documents that we know as insurance.
Yes, we've already agreed on that
But
fact.
they did include a set of possibilities that are based off of things that are out of our control, and they just happen to use the thing when they could use. Why weren't they creative enough to come up with something else? These lawyers are very good at word salading. Why do they have to use that?
Have you heard of Fiddler on the Roof?
Yeah, I think so. It's a book or something.
Tradition. It's literally just tradition.
All right. So what you're saying is all of human tradition is trash. It shouldn't be included. You're smarter than all the trillionaire
Nope.
insurance industries,
Never made that claim.
and you're not convinced that Jesus, is worth the diligence of your afterlife.
They can use the linguistic tool of act of God all they want to describe a specific cohesive idea, as long as it is within the context of the defined contracts that they have.
Okay, why aren't they? And maybe they are. Maybe they are updating this stuff, but why aren't they describing these phenomena in
It's
a
not
very
worth their
specific
time.
scientific way?
Utility.
Like, a meteorologist would put in, a counterclockwise, how would they describe a counterclockwise spinning, strong storms of 70 miles an hour or more.
Did you
Right?
catch the example of what I used in the opening of like the linguistic tool of calling it an act of God to make it easy for the judge to reference where in the contract he should be looking?
Right. And I'm telling you that it
That's why they
correlates.
do it that way.
But it still
It's that simple.
doesn't
You're
discount
adding
God
more.
because it correlates with the
You're
God
adding more
creating
intentionality that
nature
exists.
and the intentional weather events that did happen in more than one time in Scripture. So it all makes sense.
No, you're
Otherwise, they would
adding.
describe a earthquake as not an act of God. They would describe it as a geoseismic thermal, uh, shaking of the earth. They wouldn't say act of God.
DeFreak, have you ever actually read your insurance policy?
I probably have, but it's been a while.
You say probably. I think it might benefit you to do that because in it, there will be a point in the table of contents at the very beginning where it says, this is the clause about acts of God and what those are. And that acts of God is a linguistic tool to describe these specific events. And so if we go to court, this is the acts of God we're discussing.
Right. And so lawyers could pick that apart and they could either separate those out, hash those out, define those out, or they can lump it into that umbrella of
No,
act
you're
of God,
misunderstanding.
or they can exclude those things depending on what the product is and what you're
You're
trying to
misunderstanding.
ensure and the
You're
circumstance,
you're
right? So
misunderstanding
yeah, it's a tool,
you're
but
misunderstanding the linguistics of the excuse me, you're misunderstanding the linguistics of legal speak, and that in this instance it is parlance to help the legal experts get to the correct portion of discussion quickly.
right, but you're not understanding the legal part that is the binding part to God, and like I said even earlier, to the law and even the spiritual law of the ancient Hebrews that was given to Moses.
Can I try and steel man your position, DeFreak?
Go ahead.
What you're saying is that because we use the legal term acts of God in our insurance policies, it is reflective of the insurance policy we have with God as to our eternal souls and damnation. And we should take the the specific linguistic tools that we use to define our human contracts as reflective thereof, the tools we should use to make our contracts with God.
Okay, you went off to the soul portion of acts of God or law or whatever, but you should have went into the natural phenomenon that caused damage and peril instead, and that it would have been a correct steel man.
Okay.
And real fast, I do read all the $5 plus super chats out. Missing Mod says more for the BS Mutas Fund. Thanks, tacos and bloodbathers. Thank you for the super chat. There's 5 more minutes on the clock.
So I'm slightly confused because I think I want to end on this point with you. This would be great for both of us. What do you mean by the natural causes here? What did
I
I?
meant 5 additional minutes. There's about 15 minutes left.
No, yeah. What did you mean by the natural pieces that I'm missing from that explanation? Because I feel like I've steel manned you fairly correctly there, and if I'm doing a bad job of it, I want you to fix that.
Instead of tying what the lawyers are putting into policy with eternal life and the laws of God and the Hebrew text, say the Torah, it should be tied into what God created of his natural environment and those things that we can't control that cause the damage and peril.
I'm 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 of the opinion that I think you just have like a fundamental misunderstanding of what God is capable of in this instance versus what these contracts in real life are trying to ascribe. Is that a fair assessment as far as like your distinction between these two things go? That you're saying that these contracts in life that we have are simultaneously equivocal to the contracts we have with God.
No, I think you're grasping at straws a little bit here. What I'm saying is that, first of all, what I'm saying is the fact that that term and that blanket tool of linguistics is included in legal jargon that is upheld in court as reality per the gavel that it's written into the record is
Yes,
legitimacy enough for
hold,
God.
hold on, DeFreak. They absolutely use the term act of God. Are they saying God did it? Is not the same question.
Well, we can't know that unless he tells you, but that's the way it's written. That's the reality. You know, uh, saying that the Harry Potter is equivalent to the fiction fairy tale of the Bible. It's
Why
just
does
silly
why does every state's insurance commissioner have a different definition of what an act of God is?
because insurance, just like healthcare, is regulated by the states.
Right. And if in insurance in this instance and acts of God are a thing derived from reason and cognizant thought, wouldn't it follow that they all define these things exactly the same?
Well, I think it would benefit especially the larger insurance corporations, and they probably do have some sort of mechanism or whatever according to what's legal per state per state. I'm sure they do, but like you said earlier, depending on where
If
you
it's
go, it's going to be
if
what
it's
the policy is going to dictate if you're in a flood zone versus if you're in a high
Yeah,
earthquake
but
area.
if it was universal and we could use the descriptive term of acts of God universally, why do we not do so in legal documentation like you're arguing? We don't. In legal documentation, acts of God means something different in each state.
Right, because you're dealing with different risk.
Okay. And those risks, because they are independent, how can I ascribe any of them to acts of God?
Anything that has to qualify with two different things:
Or
out
is
of
it
our
more
control
likely that it's a
and
linguistic
causes peril.
tool that we use to describe a natural process?
Okay, but if you were to look at it from a lawyer's point of view, when you go that route, it would be in the insurance companies and the lawyers' interest to actually write and hash out that natural process
They
in order
do,
to
though.
be able to exclude it
They
from
do,
being able to be paid out on.
but they
Okay,
do.
but it's
They have a
not.
table. They have a table of contents. Literally, I looked at DeFreak. I'm not lying about this. I looked at my insurance policies before getting into this debate, and each one of them has a table of contents that says this is the natural the acts of God that aren't covered. And these are the acts of God that are, they have an acts of God in the table of contents. They legally define and use linguistic tools to say this is what an act of God is.
Okay, let me ask you something. If I'm an atheist and I'm denying God in all measurable ways possible, just erasing him from my thought and and any possibility of any chance of hell, and acts of God is referenced in the reality of the insurance payment that you're making every month, where's the disconnect there?
The disconnect exists in that insurance payments are a human construct that we use to create a sense of security that exists within the actual world. And God is a spiritual construct that some people use to develop a sense of security in another aspect that doesn't matter to most people that want to have a real definition of how the world exists.
Okay, but if you're making payments on something that's real, that is referencing something that is called God, and you're denying God, isn't that cognitive dissonance? According, textbook cognitive dissonance.
No.
But that's the reality, though. They use those phrases to
Freak.
either include or exclude coverage, and it holds up in court. And it's
Freak,
more than just tradition. These are legal terms that are hashed
I'm
out
gonna be
by
very patient
smarter
with
people
you
than
here.
us.
Do me a favor, and I believe that you probably have access to the internet. Look up cognitive dissonance.
Why?
Because
Is that not the textbook? That's
you accused me
the
of it.
denial
You
of reality, a willful denial of reality.
you accused me of it, so I'd like you to look up the definition to make sure I'm following that
I
definition.
didn't accuse you of it. My example was if the word God is included in policy that you pay for every month, and when I say you, I mean like the atheists, all right?
No,
Uh,
but that's
and they
me.
still
I
deny
pay into
God. Is that
I
not
pay
cognitive dissonance?
Hold on, to freak. Not all insurance policies have that. A lot of people have liability insurance policies that do not say anything about acts of God. They simply say if you get into an accident, you're covered for other people's damage to
Right.
other people's shit. So if I want my things covered, I need comprehensive insurance. And comprehensive insurance excludes linguistically specific natural things, and it describes nominally those things as acts of God. That doesn't mean God literally did it.
And
Okay,
real
but
fast, there are several super chats, so I'm going to go through those. Professor, and there was 7 more minutes at it, I believe. Professor Hizzle said, "Thank you to Freak for sharing your position with us again, and thank you, Donnie 12 Toes, for your steel manning skills and patience." He didn't add any time. Jay Money said, "Missing Maud and Jackie are in love." And then Nobody on Fire said, "Cow, moo, crash to Freak. God damn it, God." All right, that was it.
yeah,
The freak. I understand your
know,
point.
Oh,
I
oh,
think your point is
I'm
misguided.
sorry. I was muted during that, wasn't I? I'm sorry. I
no, you were. I heard you. You're talking
you
about
heard
the
me.
super chats.
Yeah, you heard me read
You know, I
those.
heard you. I was just
Cool.
gathering my thoughts a little bit. Um, Insurance policies are all over the board. They're all over the board for whatever you can imagine. Sometimes the act of God is used as exclusionary to not cover in a policy, and other types of policies, it's inclusive. Okay, like I could give an example, but basically, if your roof is totally destroyed in a storm and your homeowner's insurance, is going to cover that because that's usually what the hell you get it for, then that language is going to be inclusive of the acts of God, which would include that storm or the wind or whatever uh, natural quote unquote thing that happened. Okay. Also, God created nature, so if atheists want to try and say, "Hey, natural excludes God," well, actually, no, it doesn't. And the evidence is all throughout Scripture, God is talking about storms. He's talking about animals. He's talking about the moon, the sun, all these natural phenomenon that are built in. There's one other point I wanted to make too is how do you know? How do you know that someone actually built that 3D game engine in Call of Duty? You don't know how, or you just buy that sucker and you just start shooting people. You're not worried about how it was laid down. If if they paid them a fair wage, you don't care. You just get in there and you hop in.
I appreciate what you're saying as far as these things all interplaying with each other. I think that the interplay that they have is different than you think they are. You understand the relational aspect between human speech, right? That you and I have to agree that a thing means a thing for it to mean a thing.
Yeah. So I don't think there's anything that you said that I haven't been able to, you know, comprehend. I don't know if you
That
feel the
that's
same, but
No, that's not what I'm driving at. What I'm driving at is as far as acts of God goes, for you and I to agree what that term means, we have to agree what that term means, right? That's not crazy outlandish speak to say that.
no, but I mean, I think, just a quick Google will show you that it has two qualifiers: out of our control, causes peril.
Okay. So would someone else crashing into me constitute an act of God?
No, because they were in control or out of control, and God had nothing to do with it, in theory.
Okay. And so all of your suppositions about acts of God derive therefrom. There is no subjective experience being applied to the decision making process, right?
I wouldn't say that because circumstances are always they're not always cut and dry, right? Let me see if I can give an example. And I'm arguing against myself when I do this, but maybe you installed a huge lightning rod in your house that weekend, and there just happened to be a storm, and you just happened to, get your house burnt down. Is that an act of God? Maybe not.
Well, I mean, by your logic, if there was a lightning strike, that is an act of God.
Right, but you induced it, or at least flirted with a disaster, Molly Hatchet. By
Okay.
installing a huge grounding device in order
So
to attract,
to
maybe
put
not in
a
order, maybe not the intention, but there
to
was
put a
some
word to
there
it,
was some human
well, yeah,
interaction there
well,
or whatever.
to put a word to it, there's culpability on someone's part.
Yeah, good. That's good.
Okay. So in the instance of any act of God, is God not culpable?
That's why it's called an act of God.
Okay. So the culpability of the question that you're asking, is God the only thing that matters in that culpability, or does it need to be entirely devoid of another person? Like, let's say, as an example, there's a flood in my area, but I didn't put up the appropriate sandbags to cover myself. Does God hold some culpability and I hold another section of culpability?
In that specific case, I would say it would depend on if you were required to install sandbags or not. If you are not, then no.
Okay, and again, let's apply this to the insurance pitch of God's justice to heaven. How do I know whether or not I was supposed to install sandbags or not?
It would have been written in the policy.
Okay, where do I derive that policy from? Do I get that from the salesman or the sales pitch? Because as you've described them, they're the same thing. It's Jesus.
Yeah, so yeah.
And so another word for that, DeFreak, would be begging the question.
Well, but how can you beg the question when you're talking about the same person? Like the sales pitch comes from the salesman.
No, well, yeah, that's accurate, but the policy itself is not the same as the sales pitch. So my point again is simply that you're saying Jesus and the insurance policy of getting into heaven is both the salesman, the sales pitch, the policy, and the person insuring thereof. There's a lot of variables for me not being sure that exists there.
Hold on a second. Hmm, looking for a verse that I'd like you to read. If I can find it, one second.
Sure. What verse?
One second. Shoot. Basically, it's the verse. I'm not going to be able to find it quickly enough for the show to be continuous,
Is
but
it 21:17?
it's the
Matthew
one where Jesus says
21:17.
that all that God has given me are not plucked out of my hand. Okay, so if you're His, you're His. That's the best way I can just explain it. And how do you be His? You have to repent and you have to accept the authority God's given Him for your life.
I hate to say it, DeFreak. I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt here. I think you have very thoroughly failed to prove how either insurance as a concept proves God or that God's insurance is worth purchasing.
Well, there's no other surety in this world except Jesus Christ. Period, point blank. There's nothing else. You can hang your hat on something else and you will be unsure until you actually take that leap of faith or that due diligence or the
Does it bother you to be does it
realization,
does it
okay,
bother you to not know stuff?
what don't I know?
Well, it's a question. Does it bother you that there are things you don't know?
Not anymore.
It seems like you're implying I should be bothered. There are things I don't know, though.
Yeah, you are.
I'm definitely not bothered by certain things that I don't know. So if you're saying the thing I don't know that is bothering me is Jesus, I feel like I kind of understand the Jesus character, and it doesn't really bother me to not be one with him.
No, but what bothers you is that your ideology can shift every 2 weeks depending on what the news says. That's the problem. So yeah, it bothers you.
No, what bothers me is people who are unwilling to move their opinion based off of new information.
Yeah, that bothers me too. Like we know, politically, like J6 was a total CIA operation, right? Ray Epps,
Oh,
hashtag Ray
oh,
Epps,
that's
right?
that's totally in.
But in light of
That's
all
not
the
what we're. That's
evidence,
not what we're.
we still have Destiny
To
running
freak. That's not
around.
what we're talking about. Don't dive that. No,
But
no, no,
it's
no.
it's the same thing though. Like
That's not what
new
I'm not.
information's come
I'm not
out, but
touching
yet,
any of that. No, no,
right?
don't bring that up in a conversation with me. I'm not touching any of that.
All right, I'm just saying, that's an example.
It's not. It's not in my mind. It's not an example. I'm not touching it. So let's talk about the God thing.
All right, what new information has come out that would dissuade anyone from forsake that would cause anyone to forsake Jesus Christ?
I don't know, man. Just there feels like so much of it. At a minimum, insurance isn't a good argument for him.
Why not? Because he's the only surety that we have that's touched the earth that guarantees you eternal life. Nothing else
Yeah,
does
but
that. Nothing else can
he's
do that.
just a salesman, dude. He's saying, I got the policy, trust me."
Pretty much.
That's not a good policy to follow. I what is hard to understand about that, to freak?
I guess it's just a matter of if you think that your mind is worth saving and worth keeping. If you don't think it is, then you wouldn't care,
I
I
think they're all
guess. I don't That's an assumption on my part. And I'm not saying that about you. I'm saying about, whoever is not a believer.
to freak as simply
But
as maintaining my mind, I could write a book. If I want my thoughts passed forward, I could write a book. What does God have to do with that?
well, it's just the whole thought of all the work, all the labor, all the pain, all the joy, all
Those are all
the
human
experiences of
emotions.
life. Just
All right, that is time.
no,
Let's
it's
go
not.
ahead
I
and
mean,
finish up our
it's an
statement.
encapsulation.
That is time. Let's go ahead and finish up our statements, and we'll move into the closings.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick. It's an encapsulation of an entire, human being's life and experience. which we will probably agree has value.
I wouldn't disagree with that. I would question whether or not that value is derived from God.
So, what are we doing, Taco?
We're moving into the closings. I was just letting y'all finish up there. So DeFreak, so in the audience, for the audience, I'm going to go ahead and put up a. Also, make sure you guys slam that like button. Our guests were amazing here tonight. I'm putting up a poll for the master debater.
Good luck, Dottie.
And so make sure y'all all vote for the master debater here. DeFreak, let me know when you're ready, and I will start your 8-minute closing timer.
Whoa. Since I opened first, shouldn't I be able to go last?
I'm willing to alternate with him if that's what he would like to insist on.
All right.
I appreciate that.
Let me know when you're ready, and I'm starting the timer.
I'm ready.
Go.
So thank you very much to DeFreak for this debate. We may not have agreed at the end of the day, but I think we touched on a couple of things that he may be able to learn from. I'm going to take what we have talked about and do some self-evaluation as well. I thank Taco and the audience for listening, and that's all I've got.
Thank you for the wonderful closing statement. And then DeFreak, go ahead and provide your closing statement. Let me know when you're ready, and you'll have 8 minutes.
Yeah, this was a very good time. I enjoyed it. I always love talking about God. So my wheelhouse. What else is there, right? Appreciate Donnie. I appreciate his mind, his intellect, his ability to. He's got a higher reasoning that is right up there. So I appreciate that. I really do. There's no other surety in this world given to us by God except Jesus. And there's no other way to know where you're going happens to you once you pass on from this place, which is inevitable. There's no escaping that. And that alone is proof of God. He says that we're all going to have to taste death, and that proves that he's God, right? If we have to face death, he's God, pretty much. So we can't glorify ourselves. We can't judge him. No. Death proves that he's God and we're not. So you might as well just get on board and and just accept him as your boss for all eternity. What do you want? 5 different middlemen telling you what to do, or just one? It's a no-brainer. It really is. So I don't want to get too preachy or whatever. I'd rather destroy worldviews, but yeah, State Farm is there. Jesus is there. Thanks.
Thank you for the wonderful closings, both of y'all. I'm putting up the invite to the panel for the open panel. Open panel link. Join the open panel. So the open panel link is up. The message is pinned. So if you'd like to join the open panel, please do. And we've got a few people up. Let me get them pulled up real fast. Oops. So we've got Hizzle and J Money.
Where'd Howdy go?
I don't know.
So
The freak destroyed him with his argument.
Could be.
All right. And the votes got 30 votes. It's a pretty significant percentage, so I'm going to end it now. Donnie 12 Toes was voted tonight's master debater with 70% of the vote. So congratulations on your master debater title, Donnie. And then with
Good
that,
job.
you do get a Bible verse read. What's your favorite Bible verse, or what would you like read?
Tonight I'll take Romans 12:10.
Rome 12:10. Give my bradas and sisters plenty love and aloha. Give all out faux show to others. You get plenty respect for them. Beautiful verse. Thank you. Yeah, Howdy had to renew his insurance policy. Good point. Good point. And if anybody else would like to join, there's an apologist in the chat. We'd love to have you up here. Let me find him. Straightway Apologetics. Let's get you up here. Come hang out up here and stop talking about nonsense. Come on. But does anybody have any questions for our esteemed panelists?
So yeah, the freak. You take the Bible literally, like word for word, like you treat it like a book of history?
You were roboting on me. Could you repeat the question?
Do you treat the Bible like a book of history, like literally, like a factual book? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, plus 3% error to start.
3%? I mean,
Yeah, like science bakes in 3% error for any particular step of any experiment done. Same thing.
Real fast, there is a B-man in the back chat. I'm not sure who you are, but if you could please type in the YouTube chat, this is B-man. I'll pull you onto the stage.
I'll be stepping away for just a moment.
Sure, I get it. Go into the restroom.
But yeah, like, so the reason why I ask is because, like, I feel like the Genesis creation story was a little bit like off, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think that he made the sun and the stars on day 4, but he made plants on day 3, and it's a known fact you need the sun for photosynthesis for plants. I think that that's a clear indication that the person who penned this, they didn't have Einstein there to tell them, hey, look, this is what it is. They left out dinosaurs, they left out a whole bunch of things, and it's almost like similar stories to like previous texts and religions, like the Noma Elish. There was similar stories and stuff. So I don't know. I mean, it's questionable. I've always looked to it, like I've told many people on here many times before, I've looked to it like a control tool, like a way to turn one's word into like basically biblical, to make my word divine. So it's like I control the word, so you gotta listen to me, you know what I'm saying? And if you don't do what I say, then you disrespect God, stuff like that. Like why else would God need carcasses? You know what I'm saying? God wouldn't need that, but power hungry humans would, like literally hungry and power hungry. You know what I'm saying? On both ends, they hungry. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they could use a dead cow, because now they're eating. You understand? But I don't know. To me, I see the human being behind that. Down to the fact, why would God care about like how to like give instructions to kill and stuff like that? Why would he do certain things, you know what I'm saying? Or like even opine on whether a person should be, like circumcised or something like that? Why would that even be a thing? You understand what I'm saying? Why is that noteworthy? That sounds like a human preference. That sounds like something a human being would be preoccupied with. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It strikes me odd. So I don't know. What say you?
Oh, well, I'll try to go down what you said. And, sun being created on day 4. I'm sorry, day 3, and, plants are however the order was reversed or whatever. God Himself is light, so His light could have sustained those plants before the sun was even a thing. So that's one explanation. I'm not saying that's the case, but it's an explanation. Of course, I wasn't there to witness it. All I could do is just trust God's word that it's true.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You see, that would work about maybe 1,800 years ago. I would have been like, oh man, thank you. But today, right, we know that photosynthesis, a product directly of the sun, is what causes the plants we see and know that are plants that are alive, that exist today, that were plants then. We know now how they were, you know, how they came about. And now and then it was the same way. It wasn't this light, this other light. No, it was like from the sun, that one. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, I understand
And
what you're saying, but one of the ways that God describes Himself in Scripture is as light. He is light. He's the source of light. He's the source of everything. It says, I'm the light of the world. So His light, certainly, if He's the creator of life, would have sustained plants easily. So, like, His glory and majesty is so intense and undeniable and distinguishable that, yeah, just His presence
Would
and His
you
light would have sustained plants.
would you say that's the insurance policy I'm buying, or would you say that's the policy's guarantee?
I think that's irrelevant in terms of, like, our souls and our eternal life. This is just the description of the story of what happened in the beginning. And as far
Okay.
as like other stories that may have predated Genesis, which I think there were, the Dead Sea Scroll, the Book of Melchizedek is probably one of those. It lines up with Scripture, and it predates terms of the storyline and the setting and the creation in Genesis. So, like, it's a lot more filled in terms of what actually happened during the fall. Why did Satan fall? The problem of good and evil. Uh,
And real
Cain and
fast,
Abel. Instead of just sin lieth at the door when it comes to why Cain deleted Abel. Well, there's actually a whole story in the book of Melchizedek that explains that. It's not just, well, sin lieth at the. What the heck is that supposed to mean? So yeah, there's definitely like tree scripture. Doesn't mean it was necessarily from other culture or whatever. Maybe it was. I just think that's just to muddy up the water. But that's also the reason for the circumcision. That was
come
a
on,
distinct
Cody.
thing that the Hebrews did that no one else was doing to say, yeah, we are separate. Uh, to
Cody,
separate
come
themselves
up.
culturally as people of God who held the scripture from God, so that Messiah could be from one nation instead of many nations. Because if that were the case, then it would be a lot more confusion than there is now.
and real fast, I did forget to mention it, but mute and kick immunities are gone, so you can mute and kick anybody on the panel. Also, questions get you a super chat to panelists. And what's up, B man?
What's up, fellas? How's everyone tonight?
Chilling, man.
So,
Doing well, man.
Good.
Not
How are
bad.
you?
Yeah, I'm good. A bit frustrated by listening to this debate. The freak, I applaud your attempt, man, but you didn't do Christ justice tonight. The last statement that you just made even made it worse for me. There's no book of Melchizedek. That's historically that's not correct. So by you even stating that kind of tells me where you are in your theology, which
So,
I believe you're more religious, which means your politics drive your religion.
B-Man, would you say that you're a theist then?
I would say I'm a disciple of Christ.
Okay.
DeFreak, I just wanted to
So
ask
is
you
the
a
freak.
question. Yeah. DeFreak, would you say that that Jesus is like regular insurance policies where what the insurance company wants is the lowest possible payout on their policy? They want to keep as few claims from coming in as possible so that they can like meet their bottom line and their shareholder obligations?
No, he's top of the line.
I don't know what that means, top of the line.
I
Does
don't
that
either,
mean
but
he wants to pay out all of the policies that he has and he doesn't actually act like an insurance company?
anything Jesus does is the best.
So I get that you want to sing a Tina Turner song to him. But what I'm saying is insurance policies try their damnedest. Like they give you the app on your phone to see how you're driving, and they'll have someone come inspect your house before they insure it and that sort of thing, because they don't want to pay out. Are you saying that Jesus is an insurance policy like that, where he's going to screw you over if he gets a chance? Or are you saying he's not at all like an insurance policy?
He doesn't want to screw anyone over. He wants to. He's inclusive.
Okay, so he is in not any way like an insurance policy. And you know that in other countries, they don't use the term act of God, they use force majeure, which just means unforeseeable event.
May I jump in?
Yeah.
You
This,
roboted on me a little bit there. But
this,
would you read a verse? I'll go.
go ahead.
Which one? The freak. Which one would you like read?
Malachi chapter 1, verse 14.
Can we explain to B-Man
Malachi 1:14.
about our
Right.
pigeon Bible?
Oh, don't worry about it. But I get times when one guy make one promise, for make one sacrifice to me, and he get one good boy kind sheep foe to sacrifice. But didn't the guy think he can bully God? As why he only bring one no good kind sheep foe me. But you know what? Me, the one in charge, gonna put Kahuna on top that guy. Cause the one in charge, the God over all the armies, the big king, as why when all the different peoples find out what kind God me, they show real respect.
Basically, it's saying that, if you were to bring a flawed gift or a flawed sacrifice to your governor or to a king, are they going to accept that gift as something positive? He's saying he's a great king, and for you to bring anything less than the best to him is, not good. So that's why Jesus is the best insurance policy, because it's always going to be top of the line.
Yeah, can someone explain the Bible reading for me, because I'm lost?
It's from the Hawaiian
Yeah, that
Pigeon
was
Bible.
Malachi 1:14.
Malachi 1:14. All right. I wanted to kind of interject on the insurance analogy, which is not a good one when it comes to God. With an insurance policy, there's something that you have to pay into it to reap the benefits of. Where when it comes to God and our relationship with Him, there's no payment that we have to make. It's all done for us. So I don't believe that analogy truly fits the character and the nature of God. Trying to pin God down to, well, this action, is it His or is it not His? Would this act or action be covered if this happens or that happens? As if God is not supreme over everything. So there's a huge background that has to be filled. I'm just saying some things right now, and to you guys, there's no background to it. So it may go over your heads, or you may not fully understand it. because I'm not giving you a background. I'm jumping in the middle of, if you will, a paragraph as opposed to starting at the beginning, which I know this is not my debate to start at the beginning to lay a foundation for what I believe, but I'm coming into a debate, a conversation where I'm listening to both parties, and it's like, okay, the Christian or supposed Christian is not doing a very good job, and then of course the non-believer, he's straw manning a lot of the conversation because again,
I would disagree. I don't think I strawmanned anything. I
I'm
asked
sorry,
multiple times to steel man DeFreak's position. So if you think the Christian position is different than what DeFreak is arguing, that's fine. But please don't accuse me of a straw manning DeFreak's position.
I was not saying his position. I'm saying the straw man was to label the God as an insurance salesman, not his position. So I'm saying I'm coming
The
in the middle
whole
of
the whole debate was about is insurance proof of God. So we attacked it from multiple angles, and at every point in time, I made sure I understood what DeFreak was saying. So if you disagree with DeFreak's evaluation of God, that's fine, but please don't say I strawmanned him.
okay. According to the topic, and I did not say that you straw man him. I was saying the topic is a straw man. Now, if that's his topic, that's his topic. Still straw man.
100% his topic. So would you like to discuss a different topic? Because I'm happy to open that up with you.
Of course.
I want to address something quick. Yeah, so, in terms of payment, something that we have to give in order to get that payoff. Yeah, I mean, you have to repent. You have to have some semblance of faith.
I do think you have to take a bath to
So,
sign the contract.
But there's no premium, if you will. There are actions that you have to take, but you don't have to pay a premium using.
Would that not be a premium?
No.
you still have to acknowledge. You have to acknowledge the thing.
But that's,
You have to
but
at
that's not a
least
payment.
acknowledge the thing.
Yes.
Okay, so
Acknowledging.
we may not call it insurance, but can we call it a contract at least?
No,
A
because
covenant.
right. A contract has, if you will, and I use this word, a policy that both parties have to abide by. Where a covenant, no, it's one person saying, "I will do this for you." So that's the big difference between a contract and a covenant.
And so in this covenant with God that you're talking about, God need not do anything for us.
No, but that's the big difference. He does it for us. He doesn't need to. We need him to.
Right,
But
but he need not do it for us in the case of the covenant. So even if I signed the covenant, he need not adhere to the supposed end that he holds.
no, but he has to, because again, it is according to his will, his nature. If he does not uphold it, then of course he's not God. Then he's just a person making a false claim, which God cannot. So yes, he is making the covenant with us, and so by making that covenant, he's saying, "I'm going to uphold my end regardless of what you do."
Okay, so in this instance of a covenant, God is saying, I'm going to do a thing, and regardless of what we do, God does that thing. So the covenant's on God's end, not ours.
Right now, we are okay. God is the covenant maker and the covenant keeper. We are recipients of it. Now you do have
Right.
a choice. You do have a
Yeah,
choice,
I feel like that's what I just said.
right? But now, to follow up, you do have a choice if you want to partake in it or not. So it's not thrust upon you where you don't have a choice in it. That's why I'm saying there's no premium. You
So
can,
if
And real fast, there's actually a super chat directly in response to that from Nobody on Fire. Thank you for the super chat. He says, B-Man, isn't the premium constant, honest repentance?
isn't the no. Okay, a premium is something that you pay up front, right? Or you pay continually, right? You have to pay each month to keep up this policy. So it's something you're doing to maintain this policy.
I mean, a premium
That'd be
could
like
be
the old
also
law.
well, hold on. A premium could also be considered a retainer, like a lawyer has, where you pay an amount up front, like a baptism, and then the covenant or contract is now upheld.
You can
But-
also pay your premium up front once a year,
But still, it's something you're paying. A
just like
baptism, but
repentance, right?
No,
That seems
a
directly
baptism,
analogous. That's a good analogy, Nobody on Fire. Thank you for the super chat.
a baptism or repentance is not something that you're paying to, let's say, to deliver you from something, right? The deliverance is there; it's already there for you. The okay, for example, the
So
the
do I need to do it or not?
Can I get my thoughts out? The baptism is this: you have said, okay, I am looking at this using the analogy now of the insurance. I'm looking at this policy that I don't have to pay into. It's a good deal or not. I'm accepting this deal. So what I'm doing now in baptism is saying to everyone, look, I have accepted this. I'm publicly making an announcement to everyone that I have accepted this policy. I don't have to pay any premiums, but that's what the baptism is. I'm not paying nothing going forward. I'm simply saying I'm making a declaration. Here I am. I've accepted this policy. I'm now in the house, if you will. Nothing I did to earn this, but it's a free gift that I fully accept, and I'm now making a public announcement that I've made this choice. As far as being repentant, it's saying, okay, I used to think like this, but now I've changed my mind. I'm doing a 180 now. I'm not going in that direction anymore, but I'm now following someone who's leading me in a better direction. There's no premium that has to be paid for that.
B-Man, can I give you an example so you understand where I'm coming from on this?
First, did you understand what I just said?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and
Okay.
I can see where you're coming from, but let me give you my take on it, okay?
Sure.
So when Lyndon Johnson was a very young man and he was first running for Congress, he had a Texas rich person who had made a lot of money in oil offer him a contract where he would have to put up no money and he would gain something like 50% ownership in an oil fields company that would guarantee him a huge amount of revenue and make him a rich man for the rest of his life. And Lyndon Johnson, even though that was offered to him for free and at no cost, he refused to sign it and said he wouldn't do it. And the reason was he said that it would make him an oil man and it would destroy him politically. Now, the fact that Lyndon Johnson was being asked to take something for free that was ostensibly for his benefit, and yet he refused it, to me suggests that some people have a justifiable reason for not accepting gifts that appear free as long as there are significant strings attached to them. Would you agree?
On a human level, yes.
Okay, so what if the sacrifice that someone has to make to pay the cost of accepting this free gift is the ability to think critically and examine the world as it is and think about life in ways that don't require them to necessarily believe anybody else gets everything right?
Well, that's a false equivalence because you are now using a human reaction to something else.
Yeah, how would I use any other reaction?
Well, again, there is if you will, another belief system besides yours. You are using your belief system to say,
Yeah, but it's got to be a human belief
can I
system.
finish,
It's
please?
never going to be anything but human. So I'm
Can I
asking,
finish,
what
please?
options do I have? Well, you said I'm using a human
But
as
can
a
I finish because I never finished my thought. You jumped in. Can I finish?
yeah, but because I don't know what option I have besides being human, so I'm asking you to clarify that.
If you allow me to finish, I would explain.
Okay.
Okay. There are other belief systems besides yours. Your belief system is that if someone is a Christian, then of course they stop all rational thinking, and now they're just robotic following this particular belief system, which that's false according to my belief. Because I believe in a God doesn't mean that I have abandoned all critical thinking. I believe in a God because of the evidence that's presented to say how likely is it that this being exists. Your assertion is false according to me. Now, does that mean that I now have the privilege of saying to you that you stop thinking because you now believe contrary to me? I can have a rational and a rational discourse with you. We may not agree on everything, but I'm not going to say that you're not a thinking person, which is what you just said I was.
No, I didn't say that at all. I said that
If I abandon all
I said
rational
that you, yeah, abandon rational discourse. Yes, not all rational discourse. We're having that now.
right.
What
So
I'm saying is I asked you a specific question, which is, how can I use anything other than human reasoning? You told me you would answer. You did not answer. And I believe that you also are using human reasoning. If you have a different kind of reasoning that's available to both of us, I would like to know what it is and how I can use it.
well, okay, there are if you will, other and I hate to put it this way, other levels of existence. That's so new age, but that's the best way I can maybe convey to you what I'm thinking. Okay, there are other levels of existence. You're thinking when I say human, you are thinking purely of the physical, where I believe in a metaphysical, meaning that there is a spiritual part of us. And so some of my reasoning may be more spiritual than yours because again, you don't believe that. But that is a part of my thinking process. It's not
Okay, so
centered
thank
on
you for the
these.
answer. Thank you for the answer. You've postulated that there's human reasoning, which you associate with hylic, fleshly reasoning, and then that you have a pneumatic reasoning, a spiritual reasoning. But in Koine, when Paul is using that term, do you know what spirit means?
Continue.
I'm asking you, when Paul writes about spiritual man, the anthropon pneumatikon or
Hmm.
pneumon, do you know what he meant by the word spirit?
Right. It is not of the flesh.
No, that is not what he meant.
Pneumos. Okay. Then explain to me what you think.
Pneuma in Koine means breath. It means
Yes.
wind.
Yes.
It is a physical thing. It is a material
No,
thing.
I would disagree. I would
Do
disagree
you
with
breathe
your.
air, sir?
Excuse me, sir. Can you see air, sir?
Yes,
You can see
absolutely.
air.
Seeing and well, hold on. Let me
Oh my
prevent
goodness, this
B-man,
brother can
B-man,
see air. Oh
B-man.
my goodness.
No, B-man.
Yeah.
B-man, let's back up for a
You
second
ever seen
because
dust motes?
let's
in
talk
your
about things
room?
we can see. Let's talk about
You
things we
can
can
see
see
the
because
air.
your color you can see colors, right?
Of course I can. Yes, we
Well,
all
don't
can.
say of course because I can't.
Yeah,
So how
because
can you prove that colors are real to
because
me?
there's something deficient.
I can't see them though.
There's something deficient in your biology. You lack something that the majority of human beings lack. Because you lack it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Now, if someone can describe, a blue sky to you because maybe you can't see the color blue, doesn't mean it doesn't exist because you
Right, but
can't see it.
the descriptive terms they use mean nothing to me because I
I
can't
know,
see them.
but because again, there's something deficient, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything, right? But if you're saying that you're colorblind, that's
Yeah, we
something,
agree. I am deficient in the cones
right?
necessary
Yes.
to see those. You can
So,
use that terminology. I'm cool with it.
but it does not mean that because there's something deficient in your biology that the other 99.9999% of the human race
Oh,
now
that's
have
an
to abide by
incorrect
that.
percentage, sir.
I've been facetious. Okay, I don't know the exact percentage, but it's a huge percentage of people who are not colorblind.
Mm,
But how can
about
I
about 4
verify
to 5%
what
have
someone
heterochromia.
says to me about those things?
Why should someone then abide by your deficiency to then justify the color blue because you're deficient in seeing it?
Well, let's talk about the descriptive nature of things because we can describe physical things in more way than one, right?
Right, but it does not mean that because you cannot perceive
Well,
it that it does not exist.
Okay,
I
but
can
all of this
descriptively.
is irrelevant because we aren't arguing about whether light exists and we aren't arguing about whether air exists. When Paul says spirit, he means wind and breath, which is
Pneumos,
physical.
yes, but
Yeah. So Paul didn't see spiritual as immaterial. He saw it as material.
wait a second. Wait a second. Jesus asked this question, and I may be butchering this, but he said this: no one sees where the wind goes, but they see the effect of it. Meaning that you see
Yeah.
the
That's because wind
tree
is
blows,
physical and it can move leaves.
you
Exactly.
see a tree sway, and
Yep.
yes, but you don't see the wind.
But the wind is made of stuff, is
But
my
I'm saying,
point.
and my point
So
is,
if I'm thinking with my brain, I'm thinking with stuff. If you're thinking with spirit, you're thinking with your lungs.
no, I'm not thinking. Again, there are different levels of.
Why do you think it's called respiration, inspiration, expiration? It's because that's what the spirit is.
It's not. The spirit is a person. Okay, it's not some force
Whoa.
like in Star
Air
Wars.
is makes up a person. There's a
I never
person made
said
of
air.
air.
No. I never said air. We're speaking now of metaphysical.
But the spirit, when the New Testament was written, was air.
We are
It was
speaking
made of wind.
metaphysically. You are still
No,
stuck on the
Paul doesn't
physical.
say metaphysical.
Real fast, B-Man. Point of moderation, just for clarity for the conversation. Metaphysics is, in this context, is specifically speculation about natural reality that goes beyond what scientific investigation can currently confirm. Metaphysical, in the context that you're using it, would be like supernatural, and that's not the definition of that word. So for clarity for the conversation, please don't use metaphysics in that sense, because that's not the proper usage of the term.
But then you're asking me to limit my belief now to then subvert my conversation to suit your
No.
position.
What I'm saying is that this is a very specifically defined term with a very specific meaning, and you're not using the term properly.
Well, I'm not gonna debate with you on that. I'm using a term that I typically use when I speak about my God.
Right, you should never use it like that, because that you're using supernatural, which is not metaphysics. Metaphysics is a branch of philosophy.
I understand. I understand. I understand what you're saying. Okay, so if you will, then it's a supernatural, right? That my
Okay,
belief
so where
goes
is that in
beyond.
the New Testament?
It's all over the Bible.
The New Testament and the Hebrew Scriptures say supernatural. Where?
God is spirit.
Spirit
right?
is wind. We've already established that.
It's so. Does the wind speak? Does the wind have personality?
Yeah. People hear voices in wind all the time.
Does the wind have personality?
In fact, literally, the only way you can hear anything is through wind.
My friend, I'm not gonna stick to your definition, because again,
I'm
that's
using the
not the
definitions
intent.
of the books. The books themselves make it very clear.
The word is pneumos, right? The
Yeah,
same
which
way
means wind and breath.
The same way power is means like dynamite. It doesn't mean, it's a descriptive term to explain what's happening. The spirit, or if you will,
power is
the
the ability
pneumos.
to work over time. That's what it means.
But the Greek, if you would, again, I think we're getting off topic to debate.
Why is it off topic
spiritual-
to ask you to explain where supernatural appears in the Hebrew Scriptures or in the New Testament? That's literally the argument you're making, and I'm asking you to justify it.
So let me justify it for you. Here's where I'll begin in the Old Testament, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, it's beginning in Genesis chapter 1. It says, "In the beginning, God." Right.
Yeah.
That right there is a supernatural.
No, it just says in the beginning God. It doesn't say God was supernatural.
Okay, and
I'm waiting for that.
I'm about to give you the explanation, if you will be patient with me. Okay. Now, here is the explanation, right? Everything that we currently have right now in the physical, right, began not, okay, for example, you have a computer or some kind of device in front of you, right? You are not in that device. You are outside that device. For that device to come into existence, something outside of that device had to create it for it to exist.
Yeah, out of stuff. Correct. Out of stuff that existed before.
But okay, so then you believe in eternal matter. You don't believe in an eternal God, but you do believe in
Not
eternal matter.
baryonic matter. We know baryonic matter is not eternal. That's
That's
simply not accurate.
Okay,
technically it would be energy.
So
it would be the capacity to do work, because energy can neither be created nor destroyed, and matter is merely just energy.
Okay, so you do believe in eternal matter.
No, it would be energy.
I just said no.
But the capacity to do work. It's a physics term.
Where did that energy come from?
Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. First law of thermodynamics.
So then let me ask you this. Right now, as a living human being, your brain is firing off, right? When you pass away, or I'm sorry, I don't mean to impose that.
That composes me, that allows for neurochemical interactions within the organ that is my brain. Those electrochemical interactions will cease because my brain will stop functioning, because the cells will die and no longer facilitate those interactions. So the matter that composes me, the constituent parts, will then decompose and decay, and return to the system in and of itself. Whereas the constituent compounds will then be reused by the environment.
Where does the energy go?
The matter that I currently am, okay, the cells of my body facilitate through being what we call anaerobic, okay, or just being an aerobic organism, where I take in oxygen. Those biological functions facilitate the transmissions of the neurons in my brain. Okay, this is just biological function. When I die, those cells die, which means that they will no longer function, and then the connections that they communicate in the brain will cease to function as well. It's not energy in of itself. That's matter. That's matter interacting with itself. That's cells interacting or neurons interacting via neurochemical interactions as a result of my biological functions. But when I die, I'm literally the matter that I am stops interacting biologically. I stop digesting, my heart stops beating, I stop respirating, my cells die, they stop interacting with one another. And so when I die, the matter that I am, the biological matter that I am, will then decompose, decay, and then return to the environment, where those compounds will then be reused by the environment.
Okay, so
that's it.
So currently you are a living, thinking, breathing person, and if they were to connect electrodes to you, right, they could register some.
They can detect the electrical activity between my brain, which is a result of my biological functions. That's not energy. No, that is energy. No, because you're misrepresenting the system.
No,
you keep trying to represent the biological functions of my body as though they are something independent of my body. And they're not.
We are speaking of energy and okay, first of all, we're speaking of the supernatural, first of all.
There's nothing supernatural there.
But
there's still two releases of energy.
You are not giving me an opportunity to present my case.
But there's nothing supernatural there. We understand this implicitly through neurophysiology.
Giving me an opportunity to.
I don't need to, because if you're going to misrepresent the science, there's no need for you to continue.
Okay, well, I guess then, by default, you have won.
Well, what I wanted to do, the only reason I popped in, and I apologize for jumping in like this, but you said something really, really problematic that showcases a demonstrable break in your epistemology. Okay? When you said, I was listening earlier on my phone while I was working, and I had to pop in because there is a massive snafu that you've made, and I wanted to challenge you on that. You said to Kurt, okay, that there are different forms of reasoning. There's human reasoning and then spiritual reasoning, right? Correct?
Continue.
No, is it that I want to make sure I'm articulating what you thought correctly.
No, that's
okay. So, because you talked about not using human reasoning, right?
I said there's different levels of understanding, if you will. If you want to say reasoning, okay, that's
okay.
Fine.
So you're talking about different levels of existence.
I never said existence.
Okay, so what exactly are you talking about?
The question that was posed to me was more in the sense of, am I using human reasoning? I said yes, there is
Okay.
human reasoning, but there's also something above that. I use the term metaphysical, which I was admonished not to. So that's when I started to use spiritual.
Okay, great. That's fine. Okay, so fantastic. Here's the problem. In order to conclude that you are accessing something other than basic human reasoning, that you're accessing spiritual reasoning, you have to draw that conclusion using your human reasoning. That's a part of your epistemology.
I never
Your
excluded human reasoning.
Okay, no. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you have to rely upon your human reasoning at the base level to determine that you are in fact accessing what you think you are accessing.
I never excluded human reasoning.
Okay, no.
You're
But you're
excluding
saying
it.
that there are no. But here's the problem. You're saying that there are other levels of reasoning that you can access. How
said
do
that-
you know that you are accessing them?
Okay. Again,
That's a part of your epistemology.
if I have the opportunity to explain, which I started to when I went back to Genesis, but then of course I got derailed. I got chased down this rabbit hole. So I'm not.
No, that would be no. So here's the problem. You referencing the Bible is just going to be you begging the question. I want to know, epistemologically speaking, how did you determine without begging the question that you are accessing something other than just your own reasoning? Because if you can't demonstrate that you are actually accessing something other than basic human reasoning that we all have access to, okay, then
I was trying to give you human reasoning, but you would not let me continue because again, even using human reasoning, I may even use a word like voodoo or something else, and according to you, that doesn't exist. So I can't use that word. You have limited me in my dissertation.
No, that's just a system. No, it's just a system. No, the problem is that the certain words that you're using don't actually contribute to what is being said. I understand that there are different systems of belief, and those different systems of belief hold different, ideas when it comes to abstract concepts. I have no problem with that. Voodoo is not the same as Mormonism. Mormonism is not the same as Islam. Islam is not the same as Shinto. Whatever, blah blah. The whole point is, but none of this has anything to do with your personal epistemology. Now, I'll ask this: do you know what epistemology is? Very basic concept.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so how do you know that when you think you are accessing, or you've convinced yourself that you are accessing higher levels of reasoning or other forms of reasoning via other belief systems, or just thinking in spiritual manners? How do you know that there is a spiritual plane or something, or a spiritual point that you have access to? How do you know that that exists for you to access it? How are you eliminating your confirmation? How are you eliminating your confirmation bias?
Can I explain it to you thoroughly, or once I start speaking, because I may reference something biblical, of course, I'll be cut off again.
That would be begging the question. I'm asking how you're doing it without begging the question.
It's not begging the question. It's part of who I am. My epistemology does include that. You are asking me, it's like asking me to cut off my left arm.
No, I'm not.
And then fight a two-handed fight.
Okay, no.
That's who I am. I have to use that to explain to you.
B, you're not following this. Can you demonstrate?
And real fast before you go over this, JL, I put a link in the back chat that Roland wants you to read, and thank you for the super chat, Roland.
Cool.
So, let's get some mutes up, people.
B, can you demonstrate access to anything beyond what human beings have access to? Can you demonstrate that for another person?
I can't demonstrate it, but can I give evidence for it?
Your belief that it exists is not evidence for it.
No. I said I never said the question I asked you. I never said anything about my belief. I said if I can give evidence for it.
Sure, you can give evidence for the existence of something that human beings don't have access to. Go for it.
Okay, all right. For example, as I started to explain before, and I believe that's when you jumped in.
If you beg the question, I'm going to jump in.
In beginning, God.
No, if you beg the question, now here's the problem. You're begging the question. Do you know what begging the question is? No, but B, stop. Do you know what begging the question is?
Explain it to me.
Okay. Begging the question is when you assume the truth of your conclusion within your premises. If I ask you to demonstrate how you have access to the spiritual realm, or that the spiritual realm even exists, You're then going to reference a book that makes the same claim that the spiritual realm exists. But there's a differentiation. You don't hold that the Vedas from ancient India, from India, you don't hold that the Vedas are the key. Maybe they reference stuff, but you don't hold to them in your personal life. You don't hold to the Tao Te Ching. You don't hold to the Egyptian coffin text. There are many books out there that make claims regarding spirituality. That's not a problem. That's just people writing down the wacky stuff that they're convinced of. All right. The problem is that when you reference that as though it is true, you are begging the question. You are assuming the existence of the spiritual in order for your referencing the Bible to be justified, because the Bible's making the same claim that you're making. All right. You don't go to the Bible.
You just made that claim for
you
him,
don't
actually.
go to the Bible. If I say demonstrate how you know your God exists to me, and then you go to the Bible already assumes the God exists. In order for the Bible to be the divinely inspired word of God, God must first necessarily exist. So if you reference the Bible, you're already assuming that God exists for the Bible to be true.
But you don't have to preach to me.
I'm not preaching to you. I'm walking you through, I'm not preaching to you. I am walking you through a very, very basic human concept.
Look, man, if this is going to be a conversation, we have to speak back and forth. You have spoken now for 5 minutes straight, and if I say
it wasn't 5 minutes straight, I literally spent less than 2 minutes. I'm timing it. I spent less than 2 minutes. There's also a clock. There's also a clock on the screen. So don't sit here and try to gaslight me when I try to convey to you a very, very simple. I tried to convey to you a very simple concept.
I'm not getting an opportunity to present my
if you beg the question, I'm going to stop you because your reasoning
Jail just
is
got
fallacious.
a 2-minute mute. Jail's down for the count for 2 minutes. Thank you for the super chat roll. He said, watch what happens when soul exits body.
Wow.
Taco, remember the other day Austin Sims gave me a pass that you didn't give me? Remember that? You muted me anyway.
That was a great timeout.
Remember that?
Yeah.
I don't.
The other day, Austin Sims gave me I answered the question.
But they don't carry over.
Now you guys are wasting my time.
No, but Empire just unmuted JL. He's back in action.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we can continue the conversation. I just want you to do it without begging the question. You didn't know what begging the question was, so I had to explain it to you. So please do it now without reasoning fallaciously.
It's not a fallacious reasoning.
It is. I explained how.
That is in your paradigm, my friend.
It's not my paradigm. That's not my paradigm. That's basic That's basic logic.
That is what you believe. And
that's not what it's not just what I believe. That is basic logic. That literally it conforms to basic logic. If you agree that A equals A and A does not equal not A, and if A therefore not A, if you hold to these things,
could you stop preaching and let's?
I'm not preaching.
You are preaching.
I'm educating you because you lack the acumen.
I don't need your education.
Apparently you do, because you didn't know what a basic fallacy was.
You are so steeped in your ideology that you cannot even have a deep.
This isn't an ideology.
It is. That's your belief system.
No, what I'm doing is I'm demonstrating how you don't have rational justification for your position, and no one should take what you say seriously. That's what I'm doing.
You did that for him, though, JL.
Keep on preaching, man. Keep on preaching.
It's not preaching.
It is.
I know you want to project because you want to preach.
You have come onto this panel and hijacked it from where me and the brother in the cowboy hat was going. We were having a conversation.
I know because I'm sorry about that, but I know I'm much harder to deal with because I will stick your ass to the wall and I will get an answer out of you, or you'll run the fuck away. The problem is your reasoning is fallacious.
While we were having a decent conversation, now all of a sudden, you start cursing. I mean,
your reasoning is fallacious. I want you to reason non-fallaciously.
We have people in this chat who are interested in. They may not believe as I'm saying, but they may be interested in why I'm thinking how I think. But you're not interested in that.
Because I already know why.
How,
It's very obvious.
how
I've had
could you
these
know why?
conversations so many. I already
How
know
could you
why.
know why when we've never had a conversation before?
Because I know people like
So,
you. I
so
know why you come to
supernaturally,
these
so
conclusions.
supernaturally, you know people like me. Supernaturally,
Because I
we have
know
never
when you
spoken
invoke the
before.
supernatural. No, because I know why you
It's
invoke the term
physical. It's so
supernatural.
much physical, and we've never had a conversation before. How could you know me?
I was
right?
trying to answer you. You asked me that question three
That's a
times.
demonstration
It's
that you're looking for, JL.
B-man, you've asked me that question three. You've asked me that
We
question
have
three
never had
times.
a conversation
You've
before.
asked me that question 3 times, and I've tried to answer you, and you won't shut the fuck up and let me answer you.
Oh wow, my friend, that's not.
Quit bitching about the meta. You're a grown ass man. Deal with it.
JL,
Okay.
but you
Shut up, freak. Shut up. So,
All right.
how do I know why you're doing the things that you do? Okay. It's actually quite simple. It is much, much easier for a person to believe in things that validate their feelings and assuage them of their existential fears than it does to actually address what we have access to and what can be demonstrated to be the case. People will more often than not want to side with things that make them feel better, as opposed and deal with and would rather deal with beautiful lies than with the harsh truths of reality.
Will not listen to anybody
Assumption.
else. He'd rather get on here and preach as opposed to have a reasonable dialogue. We can agree to disagree. We can even not agree to disagree. But at least guess what? I want to hear what you have to say, but you don't seem to want to hear what I got to say. Right?
I do. I don't want you to beg the question.
No, because
you're not listening to what I'm saying, B.
Because you're not.
No, B man, you are not actively listening to what I'm saying.
Preaching. You're preaching your religion, but you won't even allow me to even say one sentence. You are
B man, because you are not actively listening. And yes, I agree with the chat. I am abrasive on this because I asked you a very simple question,
my friend,
and I gave a parameter for you to be aware of, so you wouldn't make a mistake. I said, provide me how you knew.
I was speaking to what's this guy's name?
You're not interested in actually actively listening, and I am listening to everything you're saying.
You have nothing positive to say. You have nothing.
I do if you will answer the question.
Kurt and I were having a conversation.
Oh, quit bitching about the meta.
Who is brother, friend?
I am not your fucking brother. Don't call me. I have a brother. You are not it.
How? Wow.
Okay, do not know. Shut up, freak. Wow. I know. Wow. Trying to establish.
Calm down, some dude.
Trying to hang on a sec.
Do not overtalk me. Calm down, some.
I am calm.
I think he was just saying brother, like other parts.
I don't care. I don't care. It is a psychological. It is an emotional. It is a tactic of emotional manipulation to try and establish a false sense of familiarity with me, and I don't like it.
We are. Everybody on this panel is a brother in atheism. Calm down.
So, can you answer the question?
He already knows no gods exist. Calm down.
Can you answer the question? And do it without begging the question.
No, I'm afraid I'm not going to have a conversation with someone who's manifesting. I appreciate you guys allowing me to speak for the limited time I was able to. Yeah,
God,
but you know,
fucking damn it,
you're manifesting big time, man. You're
shut up, dude. Shut up. Your voodoo magic words don't work on me. You're a coward. You lack the courage of your convictions. 1 Peter 3:15, provide a defense for the hope that lives within you. I know the Bible better than you do.
I was trying to.
You can't.
You can't. I was trying to. Then all of a sudden, the devil got a hold of you, and you began to manifest.
Oh, shut the fuck up!
Oh my
dude! I asked you a very basic question.
Remember,
I asked if you could do it.
You can pay $25 for a panelist.
Manifesting, man. Stop manifesting.
I asked you a very simple question. And I asked you if you could answer it without begging the question, and all you did was beg the question.
You answered the question for him, JL. That's the thing.
I already know the answer is no. He can't do it. I want to see if he has the intellectual honesty to admit it.
You proved it, though. You proved it.
Man, calm down, relax.
Okay, when you have something substantive to say, B-man, I will actually pay attention to you. So I asked you a very simple question. Can you answer? Can you actually do that? Demonstrate how you have access to these things without begging the question. You immediately beg the question by referencing the Bible. So I'm asking you, can you do it without begging the question?
Why are you manifesting like that, man?
I'm not. I'm trying to ask you a fucking question.
What have I done to you that now you're cursing
You have
me?
not answered the question.
You're being rude.
You've not answered the question. That's the problem.
Even in a debate, when someone chooses not to answer a question or they deflect, they don't get cursed out. What's wrong with you, man? Seriously,
I want you to answer the fucking question and stop being a fucking petulant child.
You sound like a petulant child.
No, really? Argumentum ad Pee Wee Herman? I know you are, but what I am? What am I? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Answer the question like a grown ass man.
Don't tell people to get off the panel, Jail, or I'll kick you off the panel. Calm down. He's being chill. He's just saying some crazy shit.
No, he's not. He's being passive aggressive. He's being manipulative and passive aggressive. That is what he's being.
You just made him rage quit, JL. You got a 2-minute mute. Thank you for the super chat, Roland.
Man.
Yeah, so you tried to disqualify him by basically saying that all these other religions reference the same thing, but actually you just qualified him when you did that. And then when you said that you were assuming things about him, and he said, yeah, well, how do you know that? But supernaturally, that was the demonstration you were looking for, JL.
DeFreak, here's the thing that I wanted to finish up with you about the insurance policy thing, though. Like, if Jesus is able to cause an act of God, then how come he's not able to prevent it?
He could prevent it, but
so
you're that goes to the
is like it's literally you're saying nobody on fire's like joke super chats are correct, right? He's throwing cows through people's windows.
Listen, they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and we are literally playing
Someone
that
ate
out.
some fruit, so now a cow is going through a window in Nebraska.
Everything had to be witnessed.
Okay, and you believe that the fruit thing is true and really happened, right? You don't see it as metaphorical. You think that there was a garden and there was dudes and they had to get like fig leaves.
Yeah, I mean, I believe God's word, yes.
Okay, and so you believe there was a Noah flood, right?
I believe, yes. I don't know.
Okay, so how did that policy work out? How did Jesus pay off that policy?
I don't know what the payoff was there because we still ended up with a whole planet of unrighteous people.
He killed and tortured many babies.
Well, where did they go after they died?
I don't believe they went anywhere because I don't believe that story is true, right? You're like asking me how Pennywise.
Welcome back, JL.
Like, I don't care how Pennywise does stuff because Pennywise is a character in a book. So for me, Yahweh is a character in a book, but for you, he's real. So I'm trying to sort that out.
Right. Do you own insurance?
Yeah, of course.
Why deny reality?
There is no reality to deny. It's force majeure. It's just a term of art.
I want to be really kind to you, DeFreak, and that's why my insurance policies say force majeure.
You're French man now?
No,
that is an English phrase. Did you know that English was controlled by the French for about 400 years? And
he doesn't know about the Norman invasion. No, of course not.
No, I don't know that specifically, but I actually believe you, though, Kurt.
Where do you think we get a word like garage from? Concierge.
Foyer.
Yeah, but Kurt, you were arguing with me in our last debate that literally the accent of Nashville proved that Josiah the king wrote Deuteronomy, whereas if you go to Michigan or whatever or Boston, and the accent is different.
That was not my argument.
You can't measure history by a nation's freaking accents, dude.
Kurt, can I jump in here for a second? DeFreak, do you have an insurance policy of any kind that you can pull up right now and look at and say that it has the verbiage act of God in it?
As of right now, I don't know. I'd have to actually go look.
So I would highly recommend, before you verify that fact, you should not continue with your assertion.
Well, but no,
that-
I've had
that
experience in the
insurance-
past with this very act of God.
It is a layman's term that they said to you. I guarantee you it is not what's in the contract.
No, it was actually the reason for the payout. Okay. So, like, and it was a lot of damage.
I think
You don't
would
want me to
be
tell the story.
Well,
I
no,
think-
that would just be force majeure. That's the term
Yeah.
that they would use in
I think-
in doing the settlement. Like they wouldn't say this was an act that God did. They would say, which would be weird, because when they use that term in insurance terminology, it's that they're talking about an unforeseeable, uncontrollable event that nobody was
Right.
behind. There's no intention behind it. That's why the term force majeure exists. That's what it's describing. When they said act of God, they just mean beyond human like control, that there was no planning for it. It's just like they'll call like a hurricane an act of God.
Right.
Okay, but they're
Yeah.
not saying that's not a capitulation that a God exists.
But
Because
you can
force
get
majeure.
hurricane insurance, and but that's an act of God. I can get insured, right? So we're just talking linguistic things here, right, DeFreak? This
Yeah,
is
but
just
my linguistics are
terminology.
justified by the fact that it's there in reality, upholds in court, and God is described as
Well-
manipulating weather in
No. But
Scripture.
it upholds in court as an unintentional and unforeseeable and an uncontrollable event. That's all that's talking
Right.
about legal wise. It's not saying. You see, it's weird because if you believe your God is an agent, and an act of God would be something that agent chooses to do, but you can't sue God. So obviously we're saying, oh, well, God did it and God's an agent, so God could do whatever he wants, but we can't sue God. So we're just going to say no one had any control over it. That's very, very weird.
Right. Well, that's what it is, though. I mean,
It's
it is
not.
what
It's
it
not.
is.
Jail.
Like, it's
Jail.
out of our
Real quick.
control and it causes damage, or what's
The
that?
argument-
What's that term? I forgot it already.
The argument I made to him was that because of the linguistic nature of the legal terminology he's using, there is a specific cultural experience being applied from these lawyers that just lets them reference the right page at the right time.
So looking
Okay,
at
but
this,
you're
looking
still
at
denying reality.
looking at my
You
car
can't-
insurance.
You
my
can't
car,
dismiss God as Harry Potter, as Spider-Man, as
Sure you
Hulk, as, based on the fact that act of God is a legal in real life. Pinch you're not dreaming.
yeah, but it's not. But it's
in
not.
insurance.
But that's not act of God in a religious context. That's act of God in a legal
It's reality.
context. No. But you're conflating your context. In a legal context, the term act of God does not have any religious or theological connotation. It's just referring to uncontrollable events. Specifically, usually in terms of like home insurance or car insurance, it's talking about natural disasters, earthquakes, volcanoes, hurricanes, tornadoes, yada, yada, yada. Whereas force majeure is a bit broader, and it covers both natural disasters and it covers things like human events that are unforeseeable. Like something happens with a crane because of wind or something like that. Like a huge gust of wind comes in, knocks over a crane, and then destroys my car. Well, that's force majeure. No one did it on purpose. It wasn't in anybody's control. So that would be a force majeure event. So you're conflating your context. In the court system and in the insurance system, there's no theological context to those words. And no theological context is understood or even being implied.
Okay, listen. I'm not saying that it is the ultimate absolute proof of the creator. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is
no proof at all.
It negates all of this Harry Potter BS, all of this fairy tale BS, all of this Sky Daddy, Spaghetti Monster, Harry Potter's book crap that you guys like to pull out of your
mute from Roland.
It just negates all that. It's just reality.
No,
okay,
Roland.
It's not called Act of Harry Potter.
Kurt, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay,
here,
real fast. I do have to read the super chat. So Roland says, mute JL. Theism provides a comprehensive framework for understanding the world and their place in it. If you don't understand this, we'll pray for you. Thank you for the super chat, Roland.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but my argument is sort of cruxed within Howdy's argument about the jail jokes and number 3. that I'm saying act of God is number 3. And so the lawyers and judges get the joke.
Yeah, right. Exactly. There's just a conventional term. It is no different than saying Saturday proves the existence of Saturn. It is exactly the same argument.
Yeah, that's the reality. I mean, it is what it is.
Saturn, the god, exists because we have Saturday.
It doesn't. It means that there's not a not Saturday. I mean, come on. It's not Harry Potter.
There's not
it's
a
not
not
Lord
Saturday.
of the Rings.
What are you talking about? We have a day named after a god named Saturn. Are you saying that that god therefore exists because we have a day named after him?
Bro, there's a planet.
Oh my fucking god. Are you saying that the god Saturn, who the day is named after, who was once thought to be the planet, but we now know is not, exists because there's a day named after him?
See, this is the problem with linguistics.
This is when
there's so much crossover.
This is when your theology is based on planetary observation. It's a whole different thing.
The
right, exactly.
Got their names when they had a Ptolemaic cosmos in which they moved in cycles and epicycles within that cosmos in ways that were different from the other bodies. And so they were thought of as special, and that they were the gods themselves, and that they were close enough to the earth to affect things. We now know that is not true. We know they are hunks of gas and rock.
Yeah,
but the gods are how they got their name.
It's not called active Saturn at all.
So, but again, okay, if you're saying that Saturn, the planet, exists and therefore that's what Saturday is about, then all I need to say is that act of God can mean act of any god, and therefore it's actually the coyote god of the Navajo. Right? That's the god they're proving, because he's the native god of America.
You could, except the real God has scripture, and it shows him manipulating weather and causing
that's in your
natural
insurance
disaster.
policy? Is that in your
Coyotes do nothing but like
policy?
roam around and like poop and eat stuff.
Is that in your insurance policy, DeFreak? Now, come on, the coyote god is not a real coyote that roams around. It's a god. Can appear as a beautiful woman.
I don't know. I don't think dogs can write English.
A coyote is not a dog.
That's quote of the year, DeFreak.
And are you also saying that Jesus wrote English? Are you saying Jesus wrote the Bible in English?
Well, I'm just saying that a non-opposable thumb mammal.
Did Jesus write the Bible in English, DeFreak?
What?
Did Jesus write the Bible
Jesus
in
knows
English?
English.
Okay, did Jesus write the Bible in English?
No.
Okay, good. And then did Jesus write a word? Are there any words that Jesus wrote down?
He may have when he stooped down when they brought the woman that was caught in adultery.
That story is not in the original book of John. That's a later story that someone wrote long after the book of John was written.
I don't know about that, man. John wrote John.
Just look it up. Just look it up.
Okay, so he's hanging out in the temple in chapter 8, whatever, and they're just gonna insert some, adulterous woman, like, throw at
they just inserted stuff into the books all the time. Yes, they're books told to prove a point.
What was the point? What were they trying to do to Jesus all the time?
What was the point of what?
Inserting stories about how they wanted to kill Jesus all the time.
No, oh my God. Honestly, I respect you, Donnie. I have a lot of respect for you.
So, the Pharisees or whoever, pulled this lady out of the act of whatever and threw her down at Jesus' feet.
That is a story someone wrote. It is not a thing that took place. Have you read it by Stephen King or seen a movie?
Talking about John 8.
Have you ever read a book that wasn't a story that happened, but was a story told to prove a point?
Why would they do that?
Why would anyone write a story to prove a point? Yeah, I guess bookstores are just full of documentary things that really happened, like Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter.
Okay, but wait a second. Stephen King has a point when he writes his books, and that is to make money. Jesus is trying to save your soul for eternity.
Jesus didn't write any of that. Why are you so obtuse about this?
You realize that there's nothing that Jesus wrote, right? Like there's no.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay, so
other people, once Jesus became a thing that people thought was really important and really good, put words in his mouth retrospectively so that they could control other people.
Conspiracy, huh?
No, not conspiracy. Bog standard normal human behavior. Do you not have people in your life who try to control your behavior?
I mean, but they don't have 2,000-year-long conspiracies to do it.
Yes, because people don't live 2,000 years long, and I never once have I said there's a conspiracy. I said people wrote books.
Dude, you said that they inserted crap like that in there just so that they could control people.
That's not a conspiracy. That's people changing a text. Do you think West Side Story is a conspiracy because he took Romeo and Juliet and updated it?
It's called Christian interpolation, and it's well understood. You realize that, right, DeFreak? That Christian interpolation.
Why would they do that?
No, wait, no. You realize that Christian interpolation is a major thing, right?
Sounds like a 2,000-year-old conspiracy.
No, it's not. Okay, do you know what stylometrics is, Freak?
Say it again.
Do you know what stylometrics is?
No.
Okay, stylometrics is the science of how we determine writing styles. Okay, individuals have different writing styles. We can use the science of stylometrics in order to ascertain when two people are contributing to one body of work. Okay, so like for example, because Kirk keeps bringing up Stephen King, one of my favorite authors. If you look at the Tommyknockers, okay,
great book,
which he wrote with Peter Straub. Right. Stephen King and Peter Straub. All right. If you use stylometrics, you can actually determine within the book who worked on what sections and what sections are combinations. Okay. We can actually determine their contributions to the book utilizing stylometrics. By utilizing stylometrics, that's how we're able to determine that of the two sections that Josephus had about Jesus, the first half is almost entirely Christian interpolation, the stuff about Jesus, but the stuff about Jesus' brother was actually written by Josephus. Okay, so that's how we determine
I'm sure
these
that
things.
Is a science and everything, but it is.
It is.
At least 50% speculation.
It's a forensic science. We use it in criminal application today.
Dude, people change moods and have
it doesn't matter. There are things. It doesn't matter. There are common patterns.
It does matter.
No, freak. There are common patterns that you cannot change. Okay.
Let me illustrate it for you. Let me illustrate it in a very clear way that will let everybody potentially but you understand it. If someone did a stylometric analysis of our chats on these streams, do you think they'd be able to tell when Cafe is talking, even if all the names were blacked out?
Okay, listen.
The answer is yes.
According to what you're trying to say to me right now, is
even if they couldn't see the name.
If Stephen King was bound to just one mood and one style of writing, all his books would have been the dang same.
No. Answer my fucking question.
Real fast, I just have a quick...
Do you think they'd be able to tell Cafe with the names blacked out?
I would assume so, yes.
Yeah, because it's dead bone obvious which thing Cafe is saying.
Cafe wrote John.
And the world works that way. That's how people are. People could pick me out. People could pick J Money out. People could pick Cody out. People could pick Cafe out, even if the names were blacked out, because people write from their head.
Okay, and real fast, there's a super chat I have to address. J Money said, LMAO, Jail went full blown Kratos. Plus 2 minutes. He gave Jail a protection potion. Thank you for the super chat.
It's
Hey,
a friend.
JL,
It's a forensic
JL, I
technique.
gotta ask you something. This weekend, I went to your chat and you blocked me immediately. Like, I didn't even say anything.
What do you mean you went to
What
my
the
chat?
hell?
What do you mean I went to my chat? You went to my chat. I haven't been. You talking about in? Wait, no. When?
I think it was like Saturday morning. Saturday morning.
No, I did the Saturday morning stream, but I was on Discord.
Yeah, you're going up against Scooby Doo cartoons.
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
I had
the stage
Bridge the Divide.
I had the stage of reason.
And
I had the stage of reason going on when I was doing that, and I was dealing with, and I was on Discord, but I was also live streaming at the same time. If you popped into it, that wasn't me because I don't have the YouTube up. If you got muted, that was one of my mods that did it. Because my mods do not tolerate bullshit at all. If you come in, if you're coming in,
literally just that high.
It may have been reputation because there are people there are people on YouTube that my mods know that I have zero patience or tolerance for, and they'll just shut you down so that we don't have to deal with you. Because there's just literally we just have no time nor energy nor desire to even deal with you because it's fucking nonsense. That's about how much we think about it. It's kind of like that. Now we have no point. It's like they see, like they'll give Otangelo maybe a second, but the minute Otangelo says something out of turn, Otangelo's gone. So same thing. I mean, my mods know it. Because my mods don't want to deal with that shit, and they know I don't want to deal with that shit, and I trust my mods implicitly. That's why I chose them.
You were probably selling a book or something.
Do what?
Were you selling a book or something?
No, I don't sell. I don't have a book to sell.
All right.
I mean, I wrote a book, but I'm not currently selling it. So I've written before, but I'm not actually selling my book yet. I'm still going through the editorial process. But Cafe, yes, anyway. I did block you, Cafe. I don't want your bullshit on my page. I just don't want it there. I don't want to hear your nonsense. I don't want to hear your ridiculous woo bullshit. I have no interest in it whatsoever. It's philosophically bankrupt and there's no point to it.
So, JL, can I ask you like a productive question real quick?
Yeah.
If I have to teach my kid anything about the universe, what is it?
What is the universe?
No, what is the thing I need to teach my kid about the universe? What's like the most important thing?
The most important thing about the universe? Oh shit. I have to choose one out of all the stuff.
Even if it's just the most important one to
Can I give you one, Donnie?
Yeah. Everyone.
I just thought of one. I just thought of one. Go ahead.
So fucking happy.
Go ahead, Kurt. I just thought of one, but I want to hear Kurt's.
There are no adults in charge.
Yes. Oh, there are. So this is my personal philosophy. There are no adults, only children with varying levels of responsibility.
Nice. The one that always pops into my mind is that because people will look at the universe, especially children, they'll look at like the scope of it, when not being indoctrinated with like theological nonsense. The question then is like, are we all alone? And the thing that is always rung true for me, and I always go back to, is that the mathematics of this universe virtually guarantee that we are not alone.
Same question to the rest of the panel.
That's amazing. Like the thought that we're not alone though, like that actually like struck a nerve, man.
Yeah, we may never. Now it's possible we may never meet them, but it doesn't matter. There's someone else out there. We're not alone in this.
Yeah, I'm pretty close to agreeing with that. Tacos and I were talking about the Mars rocks. I think it pretty much cinches it. If that's that likely on Mars, then yeah, it's got to be common.
What about the Mars rocks?
Oh, they have low energy, organic, catalyzed reactions that would not be able to be performed. Like we can see the inorganic residues taking place in locations where they wouldn't be able to be done through normal thermodynamics.
Nice.
So it suggests there was organic chemistry that was lowering the reaction energy. at the time the rocks formed.
What was it? Was Sapphire
me, it's-
Valley or something?
Yeah. So the question is, we've got to get the rocks back to the Earth and analyze the isotope ratios, and if we can do that, that will give us a very strong signal that it was likely due to some sort of living-like process.
Nice.
But I think it bumps it to 50% at least chance that there was some sort of microbial life on Mars, and about 25% that there may still be microbial life on Mars.
That would
because
be
it would have
awesome.
persisted somewhere, you would imagine, because it persists on Earth just about in places you'd never imagine it could, right? So
maybe under the surface.
Yeah, right. So yeah, I think that just makes the odds with the, like, you have 2 trillion galaxies. Like, there's just no way with that number that you're not going to get other life. But I don't know that we'd ever be able to have any contact with it.
Cool.
What was the
I have
question?
something I want to ask you, Kurt, but I want to hear everybody's answers about the universe thing.
What was the question?
Well, real quick, Kurt, the sample that you're talking about, is that I think the name was the Sapphire Valley?
Yeah, I forget the name of the valley, but it was just recent. Like, Tacos and I talked about it about a month and a half ago or a month ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of vaguely
It's super
remember.
exciting, dude.
There is a specific JL, if you want. There is a specific sample name you can go look at that they're discussing.
Just pulled it up. Nickname for a rock sample called Sapphire Canyon, discovered by NASA's Perseverance, which contains what scientists are calling the most compelling evidence yet for potential past microbial life.
Yeah. Yep.
Nice. Very cool.
Very exciting.
Oh,
And
that
then-
is badass. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm reading. Sorry, that's just this cool as shit.
No, that was good. That was.
The general question to the panel that I asked was, what's like, if I have one thing I need to teach my kid about the universe, in your opinion, what is it?
Oh.
Yeah, so dinosaur skin might not be as tight as they draw it.
Okay.
They're like fattier and feathier than they depict them in old school books.
No,
if
what
I
I'm
remember.
saying is the skin could have been much looser.
Yeah.
Think of it like shrink wrap.
Yeah, well, like a Komodo dragon, right?
Well, they have like folds.
They have
that,
like folds and floppy, because if they fight with one another, and you don't want to have skin that's right on your bones, you want to have it movable so that you can't immediately tear it open.
Right. It's the shrink wrap theory. The scientists are basically shrink wrapping the dinosaurs in the drawings.
If we shrink wrap jail right now, he'll grow feathers.
Maybe.
Yeah, and they must have had quite a bit of subcutaneous fat to be able to survive like any kind of deprivation. With that body size, you had to have subcutaneous fat.
Probably in their tails, just like modern day reptiles.
You're
Yeah,
making
like a
me think
Komodo
of like
dragon.
primordial pouches on cats also, that like they just have looser skin flops that happen.
I would tell my kid,
What's
you
your,
can't,
what's
you
your
can't
take?
know
What's-
everything in
what's
the
one thing in the
universe.
universe my kid needs to know?
I would say to my kid that you can't know everything in the universe, but you can know the one who does.
There is a super chat I need to address real fast. The freak, did God plant the microbial life on Mars?
No, there's no micro whatever on Mars or whatever. Face circles don't mean life on
What if there
Mars.
was? Well, what if there
There's
was?
no atmosphere and there's no like carbon and water.
There is
like,
an atmosphere.
come
That's
on.
incorrect.
DeFreak, what if there
Wouldn't be
was?
carbon-based.
No, DeFreak, what if there was, and what if it's just extinct?
What if I'm not? That's not good evidence, right?
It's still a logical possibility.
How is Mars only 3/4 the size of the Earth, but yet has a volcano that's twice the size of any on Earth?
What?
According to them.
Because of God, obviously. That's the only possible answer.
Because I'm assuming. Okay, so I'm assuming that the volcano on Mars is dormant, but Mars is tectonically active. I'm still thinking it is still tectonically active, correct?
No, it's not. He's talking
So it
about
is dead?
Olympus Mons. Yeah.
Okay, so because at a time when Mars was tectonically active, It had a volcano. It's just the volcano there happened to be larger. It just happens to be quite large. There's bigger structures on other. There's stuff on the moon that is larger than we have here on the planet on Earth. So what?
So I just don't see how a smaller planet can have a volcano that's twice as big as the biggest one on Earth.
Every
Makes no
theist
sense.
argument ever always
What?
comes down to the argument from personal incredulity.
Personal incredulity.
Unbelievable.
It's like,
Well, make it make
really?
sense. Yeah, make it make sense. How's a smaller
I
planet
am
going to have a
uneducated
larger
about
volcano than
topic.
ours?
Okay, no. Hang on a second. Okay, you do. Okay, so despite the fact that Mars is smaller than us, you do know how big that planet is, right?
It's like 3/4 of us.
It does.
Maybe a little
Okay.
bigger.
You know how big the Earth is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Mars isn't exactly small. Okay, it's a smaller planet, but it's not exactly.
Jupiter,
It's
it
not
is
exactly. It's
tiny.
not Jupiter. It's not Pluto.
But it's not Mercury.
It's not Mercury, but it is still a sizable planet. Okay,
It is Earth-sized by all measures.
so just
Okay,
because
so-
there's a larger thing, just because Mars's crust contains a feature that is larger than something that our crust does, okay, it's quite possible that the volcano, if Mars had retained its tectonic activity, that thing would have eventually worn down via tectonic activity and eventually would have gone away, maybe made smaller volcanoes or whatever. But
No,
at
there's
some point,
another factor too. The atmospheric pressure on
Atmospheric.
Mars might have been lower, which means the elevation it got to was higher.
there you go. So,
Okay, so that's the planet. That's the planet you think that there's bacteria are coming from.
no. That's
for
not what's said.
God's sake, you don't listen to the words that come out of people's
He
mouths.
doesn't. Selectively.
You're not thinking logically. Like, okay, so they had twice as big a volcano, if that's true. But that's the place where you're expected to receive some bacteria that's going to, fire up in a
Receive.
petri dish.
No.
Get
Okay.
real, man.
Cafe. No. Sorry. Sorry. It's free. You do know that Mars is in the habitable zone, right?
No.
Yes, Mars is in the habitable zone. The habitable zone reaches
I
out
just
to.
have to say, after you coming on here and talking to the freak, I think you owe Cafe and making the other guy leave. I think you owe the freak and Cafe unbans and a welcome on your channel, at least in the chat.
I'll
Yeah.
think about it. You
Let
do
me know
that-
if he doesn't, guys. Seriously.
You do know that Mars is within the habitable zone of our host star, right?
I don't know, and I doubt that's the case.
Yes, because the habitable zone. Okay, do you know what the habitable zone is? Just I'm
that's where
curious, like
water
how we define
becomes
it.
liquid.
Okay, so all right. So just because the planet doesn't currently have liquid water on it, but that's because of the conditions of the atmosphere. All right. So, but it is within the habitable zone. So it is possible at one point in the past. We already know that at a point in the past there was water on Mars. That's long since been confirmed. Obviously,
How do you
something.
know? How do you
because
know it wasn't
the-
just wind?
There's water on Mars now. It's just an ice on the cap.
Yeah, okay, because we understand fluid dynamics. Okay, so we know that there was once liquid water on Mars. Okay, obviously something destabilized its atmosphere and resulted in it no longer being able to sustain water because of the atmosphere. But there is evidence that we know there was liquid water on the planet at one time. All right. So if we were to find even microbial life, microbial fossils, okay, or something very, very basic, if we found those fossils through some sort of like excavation of the surface of the actual crust of the planet, how would you, which is well within the realm of logical possibility, how would you reconcile that?
You already know.
Yeah, it would be quite incredible. But I just
Okay.
don't.
So, I mean, then I have another question because I'm really curious about this. And this is what I want to, throw this to Kurt because I want Kurt's opinion. I want Donnie's opinion because you guys opened the door and I love this shit. What about K218b? If anybody remember that
You have
number.
me at a loss. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
All right, we've been
K28.
getting way off a topic of does insurance prove the
Well,
God?
yeah, but I mean, this goes in line with what was the door was open on this. K218b is an exoplanet approximately 120 light years away from us. Okay, so
Are we talking about space insurance now?
Yes.
Maybe, yeah, sure. The JWST detected the presence of dimethyl sulfide, DMS, in the planet's
I do remember that.
in the planet's atmosphere, which on Earth, DMS is produced exclusively by life.
That's correct.
Okay, so this does not tell us that K218b has life on it. But this does say that the likelihood it does goes up because the only instance that we know of where dimethyl sulfide is produced within an atmosphere is by living organisms. Well, it doesn't tell us what the organisms are, but
all I could really say about that is that there is a non-zero chance life creating that. I could not give a percentage to that.
Wait a second.
On that fact.
I would say
you just said that it was created by light.
Wait, what?
No, it's life?
No, I said life. We only know it to be created in an atmosphere, to be created by life.
I heard that wrong.
So potential synthetic pathways are fairly narrow, and it's really hard to see how an inorganic process would lead to it.
Also, K218b is classified by what we call a Hycean world, okay? Meaning that it's a hydrogen-rich atmosphere, and it has a global ocean. Okay? So K218b, despite being larger than our planet, okay, but that's just a matter of gravity. Any organisms that happen to evolve on that planet, happen to establish and evolve on that planet, would just be adapted for higher gravity.
We don't know how their volcanoes are in size.
True, yeah. So this is scant data, but the big thing is we found a life-producing molecule in the atmosphere of another planet. A molecule produced by life in the atmosphere of another planet 120 light years away. Now, 120 light years away, that's very, very far away. Obviously, humans not going to get there in our lifetimes. Okay, but and of course, when we look at K218b right now, we are looking at them 120 light years in the past. All right, so that's also so whatever's there could be long extinct. Whatever, or we may be looking at it maybe
1905 K218b.
Do what?
That's 1905's K218b.
Right. Yeah. So, but nonetheless, we found it. Now, if we find life on another planet, I'm just kind of curious. If we find life, if we discover life, exo life, how would you reconcile that in your worldview?
Well, I would have to give you the nod on abiogenesis at that point.
Really? You wouldn't lend to panspermia at that point? I feel like that would be more in line with your worldview.
No, I think the only option as this data comes in more and more will be that just God creates life all over.
I think that's the way the Catholic Church would go.
God's little Johnny Appleseed going around all the cosmos.
I have a feeling that's the way the Catholic Church would go. The Catholic Church would be like, well, apparently God has created life on all kinds of planets. So
they're already there. I think they already have a statement on it.
No doubt.
No, I do. I do think there's a Catholic statement on extraterrestrial life. I might be wrong, but I recall seeing something about it.
I believe the catechism on it is that they will affirm any extraterrestrial life that accepts Jesus as their Lord.
No, I do think they've thought about it and they're prepared for it, and they're like ready.
I'm not joking. This is
missionize the reptile people. Absolutely.
And by the way,
I think I remember seeing that too.
Freak, just to give you a heads up, the habitable zone for our host star for the sun, the habitable zone for the sun runs the width of it is from 0.95 AU to 1.67 AU. So it is a massive boundary. It's a massive zone. Like our Earth, and the planet Earth sits kind of like somewhere in the 1 AU. So it's like 0.95 to 1.67 is the habitable zone, and we sit at what we call 1 AU, which is 93 million miles away. The distance from the sun to the Earth is what we call an AU, an astronomical unit. And so the measurements of that, so like 0.95 AU, just shy, because we are kind of like just inside the habitable zone, but it stretches out to 1.67 AU, which is like 189 million miles, if my math is correct, or maybe 183 or 100, something like that. It's a little over 180 million miles. Okay, extends outward.
Okay,
Mars is well within that
couple
zone.
real quick questions.
Yeah, but
Is the asteroid belt outside of Mars or inside? Like, is it between Earth and Mars or between Mars and Jupiter?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
the asteroid belt.
Well, it's
so it's
you have to,
Jupiter and Mars.
The Kuiper belt.
All right.
the Kuiper
and
belt.
why haven't we
Kuiper
lost
belt,
hydrogen from our planet?
Belt, yeah.
How about this? What about Europa? Because we have already detected that there are amino acids and polypeptides that have been discovered
Yeah.
in
Europa's a possibility,
geysers
for sure.
of Europa, which is a much smaller planet. And so that is actually even a better chance than Mars for microbial life.
I agree. But Thomas
I think
Dolby's
Europa has the
twins
best
will always
chance.
be the best Europa for sure.
Yeah, they've already detected amino acids, polypeptides, all sorts of stuff ejecting from the geysers coming out of the surface of it's an ice moon, but the tidal forces heat
Roy
the
Schneider
water
movie?
underneath. Huh?
It has liquid water under the ice.
Odyssey 2001.
And yes, to answer your question that you asked, yes, the asteroid belt sits. I had to think 3-dimensionally. You have to think 3-dimensionally when we talk about the solar system, because thinking about a 2D representation doesn't accurately reflect it. So, but 3-dimensionally, yes, the Mars is separated from Jupiter by the asteroid belt.
And DeFreak, it's important to understand that Venus's history may very well also have included life that we just no longer can detect because it got so fucked up. But it is possible that Venus had an experience just like the Permian extinction on Earth, where methanogens sent so much methane into the atmosphere that it overheated, and instead of Earth's eventual regaining of climate control, Venus just went on to full greenhouse.
Yep.
Yeah, it's an example of the runaway greenhouse effect.
It'll be
why doesn't the Earth lose hydrogen at a constant rate?
It constantly
what's
is.
keeping it here?
No, it constantly is. But remember, as far as like the weights of gases, okay. So our planet has enormous mass, and so with that enormous mass comes an enormous gravitational field. I say enormous when I'm talking like localized, universally wise. It's whatever. But our planet has an enormous gravitational field. And so we do lose trace gases in the atmosphere, but remember, some gases are heavier than others. And so there are more so we lose more than some others, but we do lose hydrogen. The trace gases we also gain. Yeah.
We also gain them through comets and meteors.
Right.
We're gaining the Earth is an open system. Time.
The Earth is an open system in which things come in and things go out. So unlike the universe in and of itself, which I hold via the evidence that it's either an isolated or a closed system, but the Earth itself is definitionally an open system in which matter and energy are coming in via the sun and extraplanetary objects, and matter and energy are going out through radiative cooling and ejecta. So we're an open system.
And
I gotta go to bed.
Is not completely empty, and space is not completely empty because there are just random floating molecules of all sorts of everything out there that do intersect with our planet, so that we actually do absorb some of that stuff as well.
Okay, I gotta go to bed.
As we're hurtling.
Have a good seeing
I want to make a point before I go.
I'm also going to
point
bounce out.
is-
Thank you guys for showing
People
up.
get very excited about the
Have a
idea
good
of
one, Nani.
intelligent life in the
Yeah,
universe
yeah.
that's
See you later, Nani.
non-human. But we already have intelligent life in the universe that's non-human. It lives in the ocean, and we treat it like shit.
We do.
So, think about that.
That's true.
Yeah.
Very good one, Bert.
So I don't know. Like, this is. I think we're at a point, and it's interesting. I mean, it's interesting stuff. Love talking about the space and stuff. I mean, but DeFreak, I don't know. Like, I don't know how you justify how like where you're getting your rational justification from, or how you think you have it, because it's very
My
weird.
question that this gets back to is that why are we so special if that there's a very good or high probability that there's intelligent life or even just life somewhere else? Would a supernatural, anthropomorphic, magical immortal be responsible for that as well? And if so, how do you prove
Probably.
it?
I mean,
Roland
he's
says,
the creator.
Roland says, JL, check out Simon Shack's Tycho's theory. This would affect our parallax measurement immensely if true.
It's just more likely. I've never read it, but I'm assuming that this is more like woo bullshit.
If it's like, yeah, Tycho's Brahe. Tycho Brahe. Yeah, I don't know what.
I mean, the fact is that we see.
Thank you for the super chat, Roland. That's greatly appreciated.
It's literally the Tycho's theory proposed by Simon Shack is a revised version of Tycho Brahe's geoheliocentric model, which posits that the sun is not at the center of our solar system. Instead, the theory suggests the sun and Mars form a binary system with Earth at the barycenter and Sun-Mars pairs orbit dictating the precession of the equinoxes.
Yeah.
And it is widely regarded as pseudoscience by pretty much the field of astrophysics. So
it's been debunked several times as well.
This is pseudoscience, pseudoscientific nonsense. I only had to look at one thing where like literally they're like, no, it's nonsense. So no. It says
orbital mechanics disproves. Yeah, orbital mechanics disproves it anyway.
If it came from Roland, it's going to be pseudoscience nonsense. It always is.
It's going to be woo.
It's going to be woo. It's going to be woo. Is the Kung Wu master?
Ooh.
So we see a lot of non-humans in the Bible. So like aliens. It's not going to be
what?
No, I think he's talking about like angels and stuff like
angels.
That. Yeah.
The things in Ezekiel 1 and 2, right? So like Catholics may be prepared for aliens, but it's not going to surprise a lot of Christians because we see plenty of non-humans in the Bible.
How about this? Do you think that panspermia is a valid theory for abiogenesis?
You'd have to fill me in on what that is.
Panspermia is.
I know what abiogenesis is, but
okay, abiogenesis, the beginning of life. Panspermia is the theory that all of the necessary building blocks for life, or possibly life itself, originated from outer space and came to this planet on meteors, comets, all that. And there's a lot to back that up because we have found every amino acid and polypeptide necessary for the building blocks of life on meteors.
That sounds like Lizard Man mumbo jumbo Colorado biker.
No, we found all of it. Yeah, we found all of it on meteors and asteroids.
If they found it on meteors, that means that those meteors were on the Earth in the ground, buried in dirt, and someone found it.
These are ones that we've collected. These are ones that we have collected from the moon. These are ones which has almost no atmosphere at all. These are ones that we have collected from space itself.
Yep.
We have landed orbital, or we have landed explorers modules on asteroids, taken samples and brought them back to Earth, sealed in a container. They had difficulty even opening one of the containers to get to the samples in a clean room, and they found amino acids, polypeptides, all these things, phospholipids, sugars, things that existed that are necessary as the building blocks of life. And the theory of panspermia is that these things came to a primordial Earth, landed on the planet in a nice puddle or in an ocean or something like that, and it just took off. That's one of those. So that could be one of the answers to abiogenesis, which would completely negate the necessity for any kind of creator God.
I'm not calling out anyone specifically, but if you guys can't start behaving around new theists, I'm going to have to start moderating for the theist and siding with the theists.
What's going on?
I don't have a problem with that.
Nothing to freak.
But
so a lot of that sounds like it's pretty far out there. Like, we know Jesus walked the earth.
No,
Right?
we don't.
We don't know.
No,
we
we
don't
don't.
know about these asteroids.
No,
these comets that we capture.
Freak. We don't know that for a fact. What we do know is that there are many stories about a person who may have like taught things, whatever, like this. We know that the odds are it's very likely that there was an individual who existed who inspired the character in the book. That is
the best evidence is Apollonius of Tyana.
That's extraordinarily likely. There are many figures that appear in historical texts, like ancient texts, that the way they're depicted in the text may not be like exactly accurate as to who they were in real life. There could be legends about them, whatever, like this. Like, for example, Beowulf. I have no doubt that there was a Geat who was a legit badass, on the battlefield, inspired that legend. Do I believe he killed dragons and killed like amorphous monsters out of the depths of the earth? No, I don't think Grendel existed. I think that these are legends that are built up around real people that existed and did pretty heroic and extraordinary things. It is very likely that there was an individual who inspired the character in the book. I have no problem with that. I'm not a mythicist. Okay.
Or numerous individuals that it became an amalgam of them all.
Also true. Like King Arthur. Yeah. King Arthur is a legendary figure who is likely a combination of kings who existed around that time period. Okay, as kind of a legendary allegory, like Atlantis. Atlantis didn't exist; it is an allegory. Okay, so here's the thing: just because the individual existed, and just because he took some popular Hellenistic ideas at the time, reformulated them within Hebrew mythology, and then taught whatever he taught, that's fine. That's what people do. They take other ideas, they reformulate them, and then they just pass all the information to other people. That's well within the realm of reason. It does not entail that he was supernatural. It does not entail that a God exists. It does not entail that the Bible has any sort of significance greater than any other historical ancient text put out by a culture.
He could have been a 2,000-year-old Benny Hinn. He could have been a faith healer. He could have been a con artist wandering around that got legendary status.
Hello, Ty, I see in the back. I see in the back. Can you either turn on your camera for a second and wave at the camera, or say something in the chat or in the YouTube chat on your YouTube account, so I can identify your YouTube, or screenshot your face in case something happens?
What about Alexander the Great?
Also a figure. But then again, there was a lot more historically written about Alexander the Great, given that ancient Greece was extraordinarily meticulous in their record keeping, as was ancient Rome, as was Egypt, we find that the great empires that existed in the past, we find a common theme amongst them was that they were notoriously meticulous record keepers.
The Akkadian Empire was incredible.
One second. If you want to have your camera on, you can leave it on, or you can turn it off. Either way, I'll pull you up. I saw your YouTube message.
Because
legit, I'm like, I don't know if I'm like disturbing something. I'm trying to like.
Oh, you're fine. We just get a lot of theists, and theists like to drop slurs and do evil shit. So I have to be careful.
Yeah, we're just educating the freak on the historicity of the supposed Jesus.
Yeah, running an empire has a lot of logistics, and those empires that were successful had a way of managing those logistics, and usually that required meticulous record keeping, which all the great empires have always done. Okay,
and communication within each other and within themselves.
So, but
there's also communication between the Greeks and the Persians regarding Jesus.
Well, yeah, there were stories that were told, but these are not like national things. It wasn't like the Senate in Greece was specifically talking to the king of Persia and saying, "Hey, you hear about this Jesus guy? He's so important." No, these are tales that get spread throughout time, and they just get passed along. The vast majority of the stuff that's written about Jesus, like the vast majority of stuff, is predominantly extra biblical and comes from individuals who were recounting what they were told by followers of his cult. Okay, of his heretical Second Temple Judaic cult. There were followers that spread those words and tried to convert others. It became popular because there were certain like notions within that ideology that people found more
Ty,
attractive.
you got a lot of background noise. Can you mute your mic when you're not talking, please?
That people found exceedingly attractive, like getting the chance to live forever, not having to die, blah blah blah. Yeah, like that, not having oh, there's all kinds of stuff. That's the psychology of this thing. The whole point is that just because a guy likely existed who inspired the character in the book does not logically entail or even imply that he was supernatural in nature, or that a god exists, or that the Bible is any more important than any other historical text from any other culture.
Okay, but
that's the key.
But how is it so easy for you to dismiss all of those accounts, but yet Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Socrates, Aristotle, Pharaoh, Ramses?
No, wait, dismiss all. No,
all those
dismiss,
are like,
dismiss what account?
Those are all legit. But then this one guy, it's like,
because nobody said that Alexander the Great like brought someone back to life. Alexander the Great was a conquering general. We know a lot about him because
why wouldn't history have selected him instead of Jesus Christ to be the hero because he was the badass?
No. We know a lot about him because a huge number of historians, both non-Greek and Greek, wrote about his conquests because they were legendary at the time. Okay,
right.
So people wrote the shit down. Both contemporaries. What do you mean? What
the main character? Why was it Jesus?
Wait. There is no main character. These are just figures in history that did things that people at the time felt warranted being written down. There is no grand legend surrounding Alexander the Great, other than the fact that he was a brilliant military tactician. That's it.
But there were many brilliant
tacticians that Genghis Khan was, Hannibal was, Marcus Crassus was, Spartacus was. There were many brilliant tacticians. We tend to write them down in history because they do really, really cool stuff. So what?
Right. So why aren't they the main narrative instead of Jesus? And why are they all legitimate?
No, Jesus is not the main narrative. Jesus is not the main narrative of anything. He is one figure held to a lofty position by one culture.
You don't see what I'm saying? Everything about Jesus, you have to basically dull his shine. But these other guys, you have no problem saying, great military, Genghis Khan, took half the women and whatever. It's a glorification of everyone but him.
Freak, that's false. I'm
Did
not.
You see that?
I'm not. No, freak. I'm saying that there are two sets of claims about Jesus. There's the historical claims, and then there's the theological claims. There are claims about other characters. They're like with King Arthur. There's historical claims, and then there are legendary claims. We wouldn't say theological because there's no like King Arthur religion, but there are legendary claims. Okay, like King Arthur slew a dragon. Dragons didn't exist, so obviously he didn't slay a dragon. So I don't hold that as being like King Arthur is amazing, but he did unite England against the Anglo-Saxon invaders. Okay, but likely it wasn't him. But that was an event when the Anglo-Saxons invaded, and he was able to maintain a defense. Great. Okay, so there are things about him. So like when you say the Sermon on the Mount, if the guy existed, I'm not going to take the Sermon on the Mount away from him. If you look at the Sermon on the Mount, it's really just a kind of organization of a number of already popular Hellenistic ideas that were already well known at the time. He just took them and he reformulated them to fit within the schema of ancient Hebrew. Okay, within that belief system. That's not problematic for me. But you start telling me that the guy like raised people from the dead, that's a legendary claim. That's theological. There's no reason for me to believe that.
A good example of one is like turning water into wine. Well, the Hellenistic Dionysus, he made wine spring. He did a better trick. He made wine come forth from the springs of the earth.
Like
that's a lot better trick than just turning water into wine at a wedding.
You asked me about Jesus, and I will say that most likely he was a megalomaniacal, heretical cult leader who popped up at a time when there were megalomaniacal cult leaders all over the place. Different cults from different surrounding different types of gods, different types of thinking, yada, yada, yada. Okay? They were all over the place throughout ancient Rome because ancient Rome was actually very, very accepting of other people's belief systems, so long as you respected the state system. So long as you respected the status quo, you were allowed to believe and practice what you wanted at many of the different temples from many of the different gods all over the place. Just don't buck the system. So I have no problem with saying that.
And that's even what Jesus said is, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
So I got no problem labeling about Christ. I'm not diminishing him in any way by saying he was a guy who led a heretical cult, who had heretical teachings. He pissed off the local authorities, and he wound up getting executed for his troubles. That's well within the scope of like reality, of like logical possibility. So who cares? But who cares?
Well,
it's the theological claims.
I mean, that's what we're here arguing all the time. So if Alexander the Great had Alexander the Great had a secondary type of narrative that was like saying, oh yeah, he was just a simp. He coattailed off of Brutus's leather shoes, or he wasn't really that fast. There were also people who's there's also the tale that you don't believe any
no,
of
no,
that
no,
on
no,
anyone
no.
else, but
But
Jesus'
hold up. There were also tales about Alexander's. There's also like mythological tales about Alexander's divine heritage, that his mother was mortal, but that his father was a god. Okay, so there's even tales about that, but I don't accept those. Alexander the Great was not a divine entity. He was a guy who learned brilliant military tactics from his father. Okay, Philip of Macedonia, who was himself a badass military tactician.
And not lazy, yeah.
Okay, so that's it. Or Philip of Macedon. So I'm just saying, there are things that we can accept about it because we can confirm them that are well within the realm of logical possibility. And then you have claims about them which are legendary in nature. And I'm not diminishing anything from... Oh, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, hold on, JL. Another thing that happens is it happens both in written and in oral traditions, is that when you have these figures with that type of legendary, that this kind of appeal and status, that these stories tend to get embellished. They tend to get exaggerated as a method of storytelling to draw in the listener or the reader, to make it, seem more sensational, something that they want to keep listening to or keep reading. So a lot of these stories, and it's the same with Alexander the Great, Hannibal, all of these, a lot of them, these stories were embellished. They were, they basically got hyped up. They had a hype man who writing this stuff down.
The fish gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Jesus. Right. And the same thing can be said for Jesus. It could have been embellished. It could have been hyped up in order to attract people to it. And especially considering the theological claims.
What's up, Ty? Did you have a question, or did you want to make a comment, or what's going on, Ty? What brings you up today?
What's up, man? I'm just listening. I'm just listening.
Real quick, Jay, I want to go back to something. That science you called about the different writing style, what was that?
Stylometrics.
Okay, so how, if we brought up John 8 right now, how are you going to be able to pinpoint to me where John stopped and John and his buddy started?
We wouldn't say it was John because the gospel is anonymous.
Yeah.
Well,
the name John. No, the name John. No, the name. No, he didn't. The name John is traditionally attributed to that text, but there is no confirmation that a guy named John wrote that text.
The Gospels are almost entirely anonymous.
Yeah, they're almost entirely anonymous. And there was a reason for that. There was a reason for that, is because at the time that they were being written down, at the time that they were being expressed like that, there was real concern about Christians being persecuted. So if his name was on it, he could have been killed.
And Christianity was illegal at the time while they were being written.
You're saying that the guy who didn't write the gospel, you can differentiate between him and the other guy who inserted something in that gospel, even though it wasn't him.
So, stop. We can differentiate writing styles within a text. We're not going to attribute any one of them to a John. We're going to say in that book called The Gospel of John, who we don't know who was the primary author on, but we can determine by doing a stylometric analysis of the text, we can determine when two different people are writing.
Yes.
Okay.
A great example. A great example of stylometrics is iambic pentameter, which is what what's his name? The Bard
Shakespeare.
Shakespeare, thank you. Shakespeare wrote in a certain way. Okay, it's called iambic pentameter. It's the same thing. That's stylometrics. Okay, so you can actually determine who wrote it.
You're arguing that
the style
every
of
single
writing.
book that they would have wrote would have been the exact same thing, the same tone, the same style.
No, it wouldn't have been. No.
They're all written very
wait a
differently.
minute. What style? Okay, so I just pulled up the stylometric analysis of the Gospel of John that was done in 2020. Okay, where the Gospel of John was put to a stylometric analysis. Now we don't know who the individual writers were. We don't know their names. Okay, but no, it wasn't. That's just the name of the book. That's the name of the book is the Gospel of John, but it was not written by a John. That
we don't know who wrote it.
Okay, we don't know who wrote it. So, but what the stylometric analysis in 2020 revealed is that, in particular, proposed that the Gospel of the three Johannine epistles were written by several authors, blah, 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 who falsely presented themselves as a single eyewitness to Jesus' life, multiple authors and a composite text, varying writing styles. The style and theology of certain sections, such as the opening prologue, John 1, 1 through 18, and the final chapter, John 21, differ significantly from the rest of the gospel. This led some scholars to suspect these parts were later editions or second editions of the original text. Evidence from related works, stylometric comparisons of the Gospel of John with the three epistles of John, 1, 2, and 3, suggest that while the letters were likely written by the same person, that author may not have been the sole author of the gospel. A historical tradition, not a sole author. The idea of a single author named John, the son of Zebedee, is a later church tradition, first appearing around 200 CE. The gospel itself is anonymous, and the author never names himself. Okay? So we've confirmed a stylometric analysis that there were multiple authors, and it was a composite text, that there were sections that were taken from other things to compile this thing. It was not written down by one person.
It would be like having Edgar Allan Poe and Shakespeare and H.P. Lovecraft all writing one book, but you could definitely tell who wrote what chapter of what book.
The summary of the findings,
their writing style.
So the summary of the findings, stylometric analysis supports the scholarly consensus that the Gospel of John is a composite text with evidence of multiple authors and editors. It suggests the traditional attribution of the work to a single author is inaccurate and reinforces the view that the Gospel is the product of a developed literary tradition rather than a single writer's account. And I actually have I can pull up the DOI on that as well.
But and this also speaks to what I was saying about, because these different authors could also have embellished the stories themselves, but then it was all compiled in later.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also people steal from one literary work to another literary work. They'll take one idea from one literary work and they incorporate it into their own. And we see that through the Gospels. We see, because we have two different accounts.
That would be a point of that science would identify that point and say that that was a fraudulent point right there. So yeah, I would agree with that.
There you go.
Right. They're embellishing the story.
But you can't prove that was the case with the Gospel of John. Plus it says
carried over.
It's carried over from chapter 21, verse 24, that I wrote this. I saw this. It was me. I was there. Right? And we know that it's him because he says the same thing at the Last Supper when he's leaning on Jesus's breast.
Okay,
and
so
the storytelling narrative.
Yeah, the evidence does not back up single authorship. I'm sorry. I linked to the entire study down there in the private chat, so you can go and look. I don't want to like bore everybody by trying to reading it all out. I've already linked it. The evidence shows it right there. The evidence.
Is evidence,
and it's also an example of literary
He
plagiarism.
said, "I wrote it. I was there. I saw these things. I wrote it
right.
down. My
Okay, now hang on a second. Are you telling me it's impossible? DeFreak, no,
okay.
DeFreak. Are you telling me? No, it's not. That's not. No, it's not. You're assuming it's first person.
Just by looking that it was like
no, it's not. Guys. No, we look at the text on the page and then we analyze it through stylometric analysis. We do not assume anything about the text.
Dude,
okay?
That's what you're doing, though.
No, we're not.
He had the same mood every day, the same writing style, like a robot.
That's not how stylometrics. Not how stylometrics work.
It's being chased all over the place by Saul.
DeFreak.
And he's up and he's down and he's in a cave and then he's like, he could
shut up.
DeFreak. You're pushing this lizard man theory and not even
just because. Just because you don't understand what stylometrics is or how it works
I
is
understand
not
what
my
you're
problem.
saying, JL.
No, you
It's
don't.
far-fetched.
No, it's not. Stylometrics is a forensic tool. Okay? It is a
It can be
forensic
used on
tool.
a
It is used for
numerous-
forensic
yeah.
analysis. We use it in criminal justice daily.
Unless you can identify a second guy, then it's bunk, JL.
We did. We identified
We did.
multiple
Numerous.
authors.
Numerous
Multiple
ones.
authors.
What
And we
was his
identified.
name?
And okay, we don't know their names. We just know that there were multiple authors.
Come on, man.
This is literally the scholarly consensus from fucking
This is
believers.
appeal to like ghosts.
No, it's
No,
not.
this is coming from
It's
biblical
ridiculous,
scholars.
JL.
Okay, at this point,
is-
you're just denying reality. Okay?
Yeah, you are.
I mean, freak. I mean, seriously. This is why
Think about it.
you get shut
wait a
down in my.
second.
No, this is why you get shut down in my
JL.
chat.
This is your cognitive dissonance.
I'm being
just
reasonable
coming
here.
Are you
in
Listen.
saying
full-
you're
full
not going
bore.
to unban DeFreak from your chat?
He's got a history of not being
He
intellectually
can sit in your
honest.
chat and debate people about his stupid stuff, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't offer anything to the table. He doesn't bring anything to the table.
Right,
If
but
he
that
wants
doesn't matter.
if he
He helps
wants a
your
place at my
algorithm.
table, you got to be intellectually honest.
What am I not being honest about?
That you are literally throwing out an entire entire field of forensics because it doesn't support what you want to be true.
But
That
JL,
is not
what good is a
intellectually
forensic
honest.
if you don't have all the pieces of the thing.
We do. We have the
We do.
text. That's all we
JL,
need
but
is
you
the
just
text.
said half of it was
and this is
inserted
not-
at will. But come on, man.
This is
That's
just
not what I
coming- hold
said.
on, this is-
Once again,
hold
no,
on,
hang on a second.
JL,
Colorado, hang on a second.
wait.
Once again,
Earlier
freak.
you did.
No. Once again, you are selectively hearing what I am saying. You are not being intellectually honest because you are not actively listening. We have the text. We can submit it through stylometric analysis. The stylometric analysis via the paper, the study that I just gave you, the link to, that occurred in 2020, reveals through stylometric analysis that there were multiple writers because the writing styles change. Okay?
JL,
I don't
hold on,
think
hold
it's
on, hold
fair
on,
for you
hold
to
on.
ban it. I don't think
JL,
it's fair
time
for you
out,
to ban
time
him
out.
from your. Hey, shut up! I don't think it's fair for you to ban him from your platform and then come to my platform to talk to him.
That doesn't make any sense, Taco.
It does make plenty of sense.
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
It
He's
does.
just
You
not
don't-
welcome on.
you-
He's
you-
not
you
welcome
don't
on
wanna-
mine.
You don't think he's intellectually honest enough to have
Right.
a conversation? You shouldn't be talking to him.
No, my standards are just higher on my channel. You can have your own standards. I'm not saying that your standards are worse or better
Your
than mine.
standards are not higher than my channel. Don't give me that shit.
No, I have okay. My standards are stricter as far as intellectual
JL.
honesty goes. I'll just say that.
You don't
Yeah.
want to talk
I-
to him on your channel, but you want to come talk to him on my channel. That doesn't seem right to me. That seems really fucked up.
How?
I haven't
I'm not
said
doing anything
anything.
to you. I'm contributing to your channel
But you don't want to talk to him on your channel.
because that's my channel where I do different work.
Exactly.
No, that's my channel where I do the
Just
work that
pointing
where I
out the
no, that's my
hypocrisy.
channel where I
That's
do the
all
work
I'm
that
doing.
no, that's my
There's a
channel where I do the
super
work
chat.
that I want to do.
Nobody on fire says jail. All the evidence points to multiple writers. DeFreak. Nuh-uh. This one part says I think DeFreak. I think DeFreak has horrible arguments. Don't get me wrong, but
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy.
It's not
I haven't-
hypocrisy.
I haven't
It's
said
not
anything.
hypocrisy
You've gone to-
because it's
back
not
in the day,
hypocrisy
they had-
because
they
the
used to
focus of
have
my channel,
one click.
the focus of my channel is different.
I got something to say when you're done.
Cafe has no place on my channel because the focus of my channel is different. Now, if Cafe wants to wants to conduct himself with intellectual honesty and literally be like engage with the information that's provided, all Cafe had to do was all he had to say was, I haven't read that report. Once we're done here, I will go and read it and formulate a conclusion from there. But he didn't do that, which just goes to show that he is not only intellectually dishonest, he is willfully intellectually dishonest. He has no interest in information that runs counter to what he wants to be true. That shows blatant dishonesty, which has no place on my channel. There
Can I
you
say
go.
something?
Robbie?
Can I say something? I haven't
I
said
point
anything.
and I
Any-
demonstrated it. That's it. I've made my
I didn't demonstrate it.
Let me say one quick thing to DeFreak, and then you you can say something. The freak. It's not just like this is one analysis of the Gospels with the analysis method. This is numerous sources that have all looked at it independently, and they've all come to the same conclusion. A lot of them are biblical scholars. These are believers. These are people who actually believe in this stuff in the Bible and are religious. These are people who have actually read it. They've done the analysis and they've come to a conclusion. And other people completely independently have read it, done the same analysis, come to the same conclusion. That's what a consensus means. That means various independent sources all came to the same conclusion about the Gospels being anonymous, and when analyzed, being written by numerous authors. Okay. And also, there's also a few studies out there that many of them may have been from translation to translation, from Koine Greek, from into Latin, and then into English and into other languages, that words were changed. Things were, things became hyperbolic. They were, what did I used the word earlier? They were changed to give more importance to certain parts of the
embellished. They were embellished.
Embellished. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, they were embellished. So even from one book to the next, these things are embellished, and it's not just one person or one group of people with the same belief looking at it, analyzing it, and getting to that conclusion. It's various ones. It's a whole group. They're not a whole group, but different groups that all came.
All right.
Okay.
Now I want to address one specific thing. Okay, and you guys brought up Shakespeare earlier. Let's just say he was orchestrating a play for the king or something, right? Wouldn't they have a whole production, and then they would have an intermission, and then they would have a whole other part of the story or whatever? You're telling me that they're able to tell the difference between when John went to the bathroom and had an intermission and had a different mood or something happened?
No, that's
co-conspirators writing part of the other part of the gospel. That's what you're saying.
That's incorrect.
No, that is absolutely incorrect. You don't understand the field of stylometrics. You don't know what's involved.
You don't understand that people can have a different mood when they have an intermission, or a different part of the story requires a different spirit or emotion. And you're saying that, well, this robot is different than this robot, and we can tell the different robots. No. Humans are creative in their writing, and they have different.
Stylometrics takes account for that.
And for you to say it's a science,
Stylometrics takes that into account. Stylometrics takes all those.
Not as far as I can tell,
dude. Stylometrics takes all the human variabilities into account, variables into account, and identifies things that are consistent throughout them.
Yeah,
there are things in your writing styles that you can't change.
Another part of stylometrics is the development of the authors.
You can say that about
writings
all the authors in the Bible, and I can point those out. Because when you receive as a prophet from God, you
assume that God exists. You assume that God exists. You assume that God exists. You assume it exists. You're begging the question. Again. You don't get to start with that assumption in order to get around the evidence. That's not the way that works.
I'm showing you that it happens.
That is not a viable rebuttal, because you are begging the question of the existence of the God in order to get around the evidence that refutes your position. That is not a viable rebuttal.
Basically,
you're literally pulling shit out of your ass to get around it.
Yeah.
That is all you're doing.
Ty, hold on. JL, let's go to Ty. Ty had it. We're hitting a brick wall with DeFreak because he just can't. He can't listen. Ty, go for it, man. You had something to say?
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, you're good. We got you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, man. I mean, this shit's entertaining. I'm kind of just in the background, but I mean, JL, you got like the words you're pulling up. I've damn near had to like Google them because I'm like, holy fuck, what the fuck are you even talking about? Just you got like a Ben Shapiro kind of vibe, but I mean, honestly, what the fuck what are we even arguing about? Like the The action.
Oh shit! We got a big
about
super chat.
Jesus?
Roland said, "I'm not going to read that insult," but he says, "Remove JL." What do you call this guy falling over a pothole? Bridge the divide. Thank you for the super chat. JL is removed.
Well, I can't
until
answer
the
his
next
question.
No, he's removed until the next
Well-
stream. Thank you so much for the super chat, Roland. That's greatly appreciated. Don't forget, you do have the ability to cancel that with by matching the super chat if you'd like to keep JL on the panel.
Okay, Ty.
Yeah,
I'm
back
so
to where
good.
you
I'm
were.
still.
Ty,
Yeah, I'm still
they
good.
were
No, it's
arguing is
Ty's
that
turn. No. Give Ty a chance
the
here.
author of
we've been
John, the Gospel
dominating
of John, there was other authors that inserted their own story into it, and that they can tell exactly where and when those inserts were done, if it was done by
Okay.
John at all. That's what
Ty.
we were arguing.
Ty,
Well, no.
Ty, what
Dude.
question did you have, or what did you want to say?
I just wanted to say, like, yeah, you're basing all these off of things that we have no actual like evidence of seeing. I'm kind of like a I see it, I believe it kind of deal, and I'm not saying I'm not religious. I'm definitely a Christian, or I'm getting into Christianity, I should say, because I was an atheist for a very long time. But why is there an argument? Because there's so many religions that you can pull from that are the exact same thing. None of us have seen this. This is like kind of like us saying, like, what is death like? Like, what is the afterlife like? No one knows, really. So why are we even arguing about it? Buddy ass was talking about some fucking super cynical fucking forensic diametrics and all this shit. What the fuck does that even mean? None of it means anything. I think that, like, our life right now, just be grateful for it, and if you have a religion, then follow that. If it's not gonna hurt anybody, what the fuck does it matter? Doesn't matter.
Well, I think it matters because people's beliefs inform their actions, and their actions have a direct consequence when they're interacting with both their family and their respective society. And some of it can be
Okay.
very damaging. Some of it can be extremely damaging to a lot of people that surround them, and
Mhm.
that's why it matters.
Truthful, but what religion is like? Is Christianity like that?
Yeah,
Like, if
Christian
you,
nationalism is a big problem, but also take
well,
a
I'm
look
not
at.
saying nationalism, but you're also you're
But well,
now
okay, and then
you're trying to. But hold on, I haven't really even talked for
Go
real.
ahead.
But
Go
now
ahead.
you're talking about extremism. Now you're
Right.
talking about, like, if I'm a Christian, I know gay is a sin, but I have transgender homies.
Right.
Does that mean that I have to cut them off
not
because
just
I'm not an extremist? I'm just basing
right.
my life off of something that I think that was around way before. I'm 32, by the way. It was way before I was around, and this is the thing that I think that maybe it will help me in my life. I'm a severe alcoholic. I'm a drug addict. I'm everything that you can. That's the only thing that gave me a little bit of solace in my life. So why is that a bad thing? I'm not an extremist.
It's not
I
a
can
bad
see
thing,
a
but
Before
Jewish
responding,
person.
there's a couple super chats. Missing Mod says, "The freak, you're awesome. Thanks for taking this abuse." And Jim D says, "Bye, JL." Thank you for the super
I'm
chats.
not.
And
I'm
don't
not.
forget, you can always buy JL back in
Hold
for
on.
a $25 super chat. by
I'm
matching
not
that.
dismissing the utility that you get from it, and I'm not dismissing the utility that other people get from it. But that's a benefit of it. We have had
Yeah.
benefits of theology and religion throughout history, but we also have had religious wars. Look at what the
Yeah.
Hindus and the Muslims did to each other in India from the 1870s all the way through the
Of course.
1930s.
Of course.
Okay,
Of
and
course.
that's not even Christianity. We have it. It informs your actions.
Yeah, it
Belief
does.
informs actions, both
Yeah,
consciously and subconsciously.
but how
And
about we
some of
just
it
not?
can be good, but a lot of it is bad.
Okay. I mean, I think that that's kind of wrong, though, because I don't think that because I'm a straight white man, am I gonna push that on somebody that's not a straight white man?
You personally, yeah,
I'm
you
not gonna push
personally may
that shit,
not.
but I know, but
Others
I
do.
kind of think
Others do.
Okay,
That's the
well
problem.
then, because I'm a straight white man, does that mean that I'm gonna go shoot up a school? Others do, though. I mean, it's like the same logic. Like, just because that is a thing doesn't
I
mean
mean,
that
it
it has
is
to be
mostly
the thing.
conservatives. I agree with you, and I think it
You're
should be
still
stopped.
fear mongering.
But I don't
Well,
think
yeah, I'm not gonna.
I don't think
I
we should be
don't.
fair mongering, right? Even
No,
though most
but I'm just
conservatives
saying, like,
are
that is
are
statistically.
the ones doing that shit, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
that-
mean, I'm not even conservative. I'm like,
well, no, the
yeah, I'm
number
just
two
saying, like,
cause,
the thing is, like, just because there is an exception, and just because
oh, there's always an exception that
there
proves
is
the
a
rule. That's not.
yeah,
That's
exactly.
not the point here. My point is that it can be very deleterious to societies in many
Okay,
different ways, especially the conflicts between beliefs. That can be
true,
extremely deleterious to a
true,
society and to people in general. Okay, the number two
true.
leading cause of wars and conflicts in the history of humankind has been religion.
Religion,
It's,
yeah,
yeah, it's not number one; it's number two. Number one is
but that's like
is resources, water,
resources. Yeah, it's
arable
definitely
land. Yeah, water, arable
oil.
land, stuff like that. Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it got us
exactly.
here.
So,
I mean,
and
I
it
don't.
does have utility.
Sorry.
It does have utility. It does help people with, people who have addiction problems.
Yeah,
And it also, but there's also people that don't require it to deal with their addiction problems. There's ways to do it without religion.
hmm but isn't like
So
There's
America?
it's
It
becoming
isn't like
less
I
and
don't
less
know.
of a necessity. It's
My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. It's becoming
no,
less
go
and
ahead.
less of a necessity. You said.
Yeah. Throughout
Okay. Yeah.
history, religion has served a purpose. Okay.
Yeah.
At the very beginning of history, it was a way for people to work communally, to work together through a shared belief for mutual survival. The more
Yeah.
and more we started to be able to communicate better and over
hmm
longer distances, okay, and with
Yeah.
mechanization and industrialization, we are able to do more with less,
Yeah.
okay, which improves our odds for survival. So we're able to do that, and our communication has gotten so widespread now, and our mechanization and industrialization has gotten to the point that it is becoming less and less relevant for our survival. At the beginning, it was essential for survival. In some areas, like what we call the Dark Ages, it was the only form of government. Okay, from the
hmm
13th century all the way through the 15th century, it essentially was the only form of government in
Yeah.
Europe. Okay,
No, I
also
know.
in
Okay.
Asia, in India,
hmm
a lot of these places. But as we have developed a political framework, and as we have developed a social network and framework and communication network and framework, it has become less and less important.
Oh shit! We got a super chat. Missing mod put $25 towards getting JL back. Let me add a JL
Yeah.
backer real fast.
he was
So,
fired.
so you
Can I say my?
he was fired up, yeah.
Yeah. Can I say my
16
last?
Oh yeah. I
little
just got
thing?
a 16 out of 25 to bring JL back. All
Go
right.
for it.
And I put $2 too, remember, to protect them. Remember earlier?
Oh yeah. That's right. I'm with you.
Yep.
Cool. So it's at $18. Those are
$7
for
to go.
Oh, right. That's not a tick protection. But I'm with you.
$7 to go.
I'll put that towards that since you want to use that for that. Cool.
All right, you were
$18.
going to say?
I'm good.
What were you
Yeah.
gonna say?
Hey man. Shout out Breakfast Taco. But
Watch that, man. You're stepping on the channel host there, man.
is that not him?
No, he
Yeah,
said,
no, I'm the host.
he said shout out.
He owns the channel, man.
Shout out is a good thing.
Yeah, he said shout out, not shut up. He said shout
Oh,
out.
okay. I thought he.
Oh yeah. No, I was saying shout out. I mean I only follow Breakfast Taco.
No,
But
shout out is like a nice thing to say, I think.
yeah, shout out.
Yeah, I
shout
thought
out.
he said shut up. I thought he said shut
No,
up.
no.
I was like,
No.
oh man, you better not do that. Okay, so what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say though, as far as religion goes, isn't that the reason why like the whole Christopher Columbus shit? I mean, mind you,
No, no, that was
I'm
economics.
very ill informed, but let me get this
Chris,
across though. But let me get this
okay,
across though, real quick, because I thought that like America was like the freedom of practicing any
yeah,
religion kind of thing.
Congress shall make no law regarding the establishment of a religion.
Okay, so why
First
is this even
Amendment.
a big deal when you know
Well, it's
it
not,
does it
and you
does
mentioned
play
Christopher Columbus,
parts?
right? You you
Okay,
you mentioned Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus, he didn't have any religious reason for heading heading west over the ocean.
no,
He was trying to find a way to the East Indies for the spice trade. He was looking to get rich.
okay, yeah, for sure,
Okay, same with the
of course.
Spaniards and the Portuguese and the Dutch. They all did that.
Hmm.
Actually, the Spaniard and actually the Norse beat them over here by, oh, what was it? 800 years, I think, 600, 800 years. So,
I don't
but
even
no,
know that
that
far
was
back,
more, yeah, that was more economic than it was. There was he brought
but
a couple priests with him. So did the Spaniards. Once they discovered the Americas, of course, the theologians wanted to spread the gospel. They wanted to evangelize and all that. So they brought
yeah,
Christians with them.
okay. I mean,
So
I'm not gonna, but I mean, there is a thing to, like the founding fathers. Do you believe the founding fathers of America, the Constitution, all that thing, is that pretty much what we should live on, or are we
well,
just
it's
supposed
a
to be
good
like,
framework. It's a good framework. It's actually
yeah,
based on the
it is
Magna
a good frame.
Carta. It's based on
It's
the
a great
Magna Carta,
framework.
which is the first separation between serfdom and fiefdom in Europe. So
Hmm.
it's very closely
Yeah.
related to the Magna Carta, and that was back in 1215. But they based our Constitution on that. And anyone who says that it's based on Christianity doesn't know what the hell they're talking about.
No, it's not.
Most
It's not
most of the
because
founding fathers
Thomas
were either
Jefferson.
deist or atheist or
Well,
agnostic.
Thomas
And
Jefferson.
real fast, there is a point from Nobody on Fire. He super chatted. If consequences result from unjustified belief, a person holding the unjustified belief is on the hook because they believed it without justification. I do want to point out we're currently at 18 out of $25 to buy him back in JL. We only need $7 more, and jail can get returned.
Come on, get him back in here, man.
Also,
He's a good
somebody
guy.
should give Missing Mod a membership if they can. I don't have any more gift memberships this month.
I mean, I would if I knew how this shit worked. I don't even know. I'm honestly tweaking. But one thing I do want to say though is that Thomas Jefferson, I did a book report on him when I was younger. I never knew that he actually kept a Quran in his
Yeah.
household
Yeah.
at all
So did
times.
Benjamin Franklin and Alexander
Yeah, I
Hamilton.
never knew that. I never knew that.
Yeah,
Never
they
knew that
also
until
Benjamin Franklin also he had the Vedas. He had the Hindu Vedas. They were all actually very well educated in theology, which is one of
Mhm.
the reasons why they did not want it as part of the government. That's why they put that in the First Amendment, is that, Congress shall make no law establishing a religion. They didn't want a state religion
Yeah.
because they saw throughout history, especially with England, how it could completely distort government and make it almost, make it impossible to have a good government.
Yeah. I mean, hey man, I'm not disagreeing. I mean, I think that everybody should be able to practice
Oh, we got a gifted
whatever religion they
membership.
want.
Unfortunately, it didn't get to Missing Mod like he wanted, but Jessica did get a membership gifted from Roland. Jessica, you are now a not idiot, so welcome to the not idiots. And then Jay says, "F this, bring back JL. We might not agree on our views on certain things, but he's cool AF and entertaining. Get him, JL.
He what?
Hoorah! We hit our goal and buy him back in JL. I'll DM JL right now and let him know he got bought back in.
Dude, JL was the best.
He's fun. Yeah. He's
I couldn't even
passionate.
say anything. I had to just listen.
Yeah,
'Cause
he's really passionate and very enthusiastic.
he's
And
intelligent.
oh yeah, he's
He's
very
intelligent.
intelligent. Yeah, he's
Thank
very
you, Jay
intelligent,
Money.
and
Yeah.
he can be a bit overbearing and forceful at times, though. That's the thing.
No
But that's
doubt, my
part of
brother.
his passionate for it.
You
Yeah,
can't force him
he
to
was
come back though. He might be upset after getting kicked.
I don't think so. I think he might jump back in. I hope he will.
Hey
Could
man,
it,
whoever
could
Hey
it be a
the
big
freak
proof? My fault. Go ahead.
the freak.
Go ahead. My fault.
Oh no, you good. You good. Hey man, you cool. Motherfuckers
Yeah, I'm just getting a little
man,
snack.
everybody's so bogus to you in the chat. Like I've been listening damn near like the whole time. You have logical shit you was saying. I mean,
Well, I wouldn't say
I
logical,
appreciate
but
that.
this is
I'd
bogus.
say personally justified.
Yeah, I wouldn't
He-
say logical, but the freak's
Yeah, not
definitely
logical.
It
fun.
was logical though.
He's definitely fun.
If it's personally justified, then it's logical. Because
No, it's
logic don't
not.
have to.
No, it's not.
Logic.
No, there's
My logic can
and
be
then
different
there's
than your
okay.
logic.
No, well,
The
there's
freak cut.
our logic goes off of logic itself. Okay, the laws of logic.
Okay.
Not
Okay.
what most people think of as logical. There's a difference between the two. So that's more rationalization than it is the laws of logic. And that's what DeFreak does. DeFreak uses his own personal justification and rationalization. But
So it's
he's
logical to him,
to him it's
right?
rational. Not logic. Well, it's
Maybe
rational.
maybe
Yeah,
rationality. Yeah. Maybe
it's
you
rational to
might have
him.
used a better word.
Yeah, it's rational to him, but there's a lot of problems with both what he says and a lot of other theists say, that they appeal to logic when it's not logic, it's just personal rationalization. So people can rationalize just
Yeah.
about anything. And faith
I
is
know.
one of the best ways to do that, because it doesn't require any evidence. It doesn't require anything that can be demonstrated. Faith is the most, it's basically the most
Jail's
dishonest
back.
way. It's the most dishonest
Sick.
way to believe in anything is through faith.
Let's go, yeah.
Come on,
Do you own
get on
insurance?
in here, JL.
My dog.
That's not JL. That's your AI of JL. Although it is pretty cool.
I don't know what you're talking
Although he
about.
does look like he got stung by a bee because his face is puffy. But it's a really good AI of JL.
Hey, my face is puffy.
He probably fell
We can
asleep.
barely see it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's really yeah, your screen is really dark. You're on
I'm
your
just
phone
dark.
anyway.
I'm just dark. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I'm just. This is. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all are really nice motherfuckers, man.
I got a question for you, Ty. Why Christianity instead of, say, Hinduism, Buddhism, or Islam? What is it about Christianity that you're tending to lean towards? What appeals?
Probably
What appeal does it have?
media, I think.
Media.
More so. I don't know. I don't know if I got time to say this, but I mean, just give me like 2 seconds so I can. So, like a couple of days ago, I was involved in a house fire. My house almost burned down.
Oh shit! Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. My
Okay,
cats are good. My buddy's good. My mom's good. Everybody's
Okay,
good.
good. All right.
You know, it's all
That's
good.
good to hear.
But if my friend who lives upstairs in my house that I bought wasn't there, which he took like a couple days off for like PTO reasons, and then I had like an electrical fire, and he was like, "Yo, I was knocked out. I was completely gone. Like I popped like a
Right.
bunch of melatonin. I was knocked out because I have to work in the morning, you know." So he actually came downstairs, woke me up, and was like, "Yo, the fucking crawl space is smoking for some reason." I ran in there. I was like, "Oh yeah, electrical fire." called the fire department. Whoa. Everything happened. But if he wasn't there, if he didn't decide that those were the days that he wanted to take a vacation,
Yeah,
like it's
you
just
might have
like the
been a crispy
timing.
critter. Yeah, you might have ended up being a
Yeah,
crispy
no, it would have
critter.
been. No, I know for a fact I would have because I was gone. I was knocked.
Yeah, that
So I know
melatonin
for a
shit can
fact.
really fuck you up.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, I don't know, man. Fuck that. I'm not hardcore on the Christian shit. Like I fuck with like Quakers. I fuck with like I'm not like hardcore Christian. I'm just like kind of like now I do believe in God because this is like the second time I've gotten saved by like being in a fire. So I mean,
Right, but
there's just no other. Like no other like excuse. You know,
okay, so
I kind of feel
there's
like.
really no other. It's just. Do you think it's because it's your culture? It's what most people around you are. Is Christian?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay. So
I'm
there's
and
no
plus like I've
specific reason.
no, it's mostly because I know more about like Christianity than I do about any other religion. So like, I mean, honestly, you could probably fucking if if there was anything else, I'd probably go towards that, like
Well,
Islam or
there
some
is.
shit.
There's 4,000 different religions in practice in the world
I
today.
know, and but I'm not gonna like I'm a blue collar worker. Like I have to wake up at it's 12:56 over here. I gotta wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and put in a 12-hour shift. So it's like
Oh
I'm not
fuck yeah.
really I don't really have like the time to practice
Well, you don't
all
have to
religions, but
practice, but what I
I mean
would
I'm looking
encourage.
into it. I'm looking into
Yeah,
it.
I would look at
Mhm.
all sorts of stuff. I would look at everything. If it's something that you feel that you need, then or that you want, then yeah, look into other stuff. Look
Yeah, I
into
am.
don't
I
just
am.
take that, look into Hinduism, Buddhism, Zoroastrianism,
Jainism.
Zoroastrianism.
yeah,
Jesus.
Jainism.
Zoroastrianism.
Yeah, there's
I don't know. I think I want to be a part of the shit that's like the least damaging and like
well,
cuz
that's
like
why you've got to
I mean,
investigate them all, or that's why you got to investigate,
yeah.
say, the majority ones, and find the one that fits your own personal philosophy the best.
Yeah, true. You're true. I'm not I'm not going to disagree.
Or you can also look at non-belief. You can look at agnostic, atheist,
Yeah,
atheist.
I've been that.
You don't
I've been
have to, right. You don't have to believe in anything that you can't prove. That's why I said, because all of these religions
yeah.
require faith, and like I said, faith is
Yeah.
the most dishonest way to have anything to believe in.
Well, like my dad who passed away a couple of years ago, RIP my pops, but he was like a
Yeah, my
Satanist.
condolences. He was what?
I appreciate that. He was a Satanist. Like he was like
Levian. Was he?
Crowley.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Aleister Crowley. Okay. So
Yeah,
we're
he was
going back.
Crowley.
Well, that's more mysticism than really anything. I
I
wouldn't
don't
say
even
that's
know,
really
but he would always say
satanic. Yeah.
it was fucking satanic. I don't know. But
Okay. Well, there's
that's
Levian
kind of like what I
Satanism.
was about.
Well, it's
Yeah,
Levian
that was kind of like what
Satanism,
I was about.
but both Levian Satanism and modern Satanists, like the Satanic Temple, they're actually atheistic organizations. The Satanic Temple is,
Atheist.
and so is Levian Satanism. They do not believe
Yeah,
in any god or gods, and they
I know.
don't. All they see it is as a way of basically rebelling or anything. I'm a member of the Satanic Temple. I'm an atheist, but I'm a member because I like the way that they use. Because I want to support their legal efforts to keep the
Yeah,
separation between church and state.
yeah. I mean,
So that's
I
but
don't disagree with that.
there's no belief in the supernatural. So it is atheistic.
Uh, sorry, I feel like I'm just talking to straight you right now, but yeah, no, I don't know. My dad was like really into it, like hard. So like it's different though.
Yeah, well, Aleister
Where
Crowley was
it's
more
like
into
he was like really
mysticism and occultism. That was more mysticism and occultism,
yeah.
which borrows from pagan traditions from numerous cultures from all around the world. So there's a whole bunch of different
paganism.
stuff there. I mean, there was some Wicca in there. There was Celtic paganism. There was a whole bunch of things that just combined that he used to basically just kind of lure people in, and it was pretty much a cult. So Aleister Crowley was pretty much a cult leader.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I understand. I just thought that like when I was like I wasn't practicing it or anything, but I thought that like Satanism was like the first rule of Satanism was don't judge anybody on religion, sex, race, all that shit. And I was like, oh yeah, this is the one right here. But now that I got older and like I don't know, it's just like honestly I'm just at the point where I'm like I'm grasping for something real, because like this shit that we're living in is not real. This is like a whole fucking, don't get me started on that shit. This shit is just nothing.
What do you mean not real?
The world, like you're here to do something, and then after this, depending on what you do, you're going wherever the fuck. I just try to be good while I'm on this earth, you know? That's really all it is. Just be good while you're here, and then
there's a lot
you'll be fine.
Of the religions, right? A lot of the religions preach that, or say that, but then they also say some pretty heinous shit too.
I know they always do. That's really it's nasty.
The hypocrisy is one thing that I have a huge problem with, and that's why I would just rather not deal with either of them.
I got the Nightwing saddle.
What?
Oh, I'm talking to Taco.
Nothing. Okay, I'll cancel.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, though.
No, and that's why I just don't want to deal with it. I would rather just not have to believe in anything and base my behavior and my morals and my ethics on.
Well, then you're fine.
What is considered culturally right? So I don't need.
Yeah, then you're fine. If you have a good moral,
however,
if you have a good moral standpoint, then you're fine. That's all I'm saying. It's you don't have to believe in anything. I mean,
Hey,
right.
Craft that.
Craft what?
Right next to the left of me.
Oh,
they're playing a game. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
I was wondering. So.
Oh yeah. Well.
Yep.
Hey man, where the fuck is JL, man? Did you get him back?
I did on Discord. I think he just got angry because he got kicked.
Oh damn. Buddy ass was cool as hell. I was listening to him fucking. I mean, this is not a political stream, but I was listening to him, and he kind of sounds like he sounded like he was like the words he was using. I like was looking them up while he was using them. I was like, what the fuck does that mean? Damn.
No, he's well educated. I mean,
yeah, he is. I mean,
I'm moderately well educated.
I'm very low education.
Yeah, I have barely any education at all.
Yeah.
Education.
Shout out the GDs.
Yeah, formal education is great, but then there's also something that like they call it street smarts. Knowing how to get along, and that I think that's also really important too. Mm-hmm. So some people focus a bit too much. Some people can focus a bit too much on formal education, and they lose sight of just normal interaction. Street smarts, stuff like that. So.
Motherfucker. I'm from the hood. I'm from poverty, so I got street smarts. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got street smarts. I got food stamps. But I got food stamps. I got at fucking Section 8. But
I dig it. Same here, champ.
yeah,
We
now
Yeah,
I,
that's also, but that also means that you can educate yourself. I mean, I did a lot of it myself. I mean, but I did go to college, but I worked my ass off for 9 years. I went to school full time and worked full time, sometimes 2 jobs, just
sick.
to put my ass through school, just because I understood how important it was. And then, of course, it goes on later that
Understood.
I couldn't get the
Understood.
job I
Understood.
wanted, and I ended up becoming a fucking tour guide. So,
You said understanded.
Motorcycle school guy.
yeah, I know. Understood. Thank
Understood.
you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm a fucker for grammar. That tickled my pickle a little bit.
Yeah,
Pause.
sorry. No, I'm the same way. I have a degree in journalism. Okay, it really fucks with me. So it's late and I'm tired. That's probably why.
No, you're good. You're good. Hey, man. This I might have to come. Do y'all do this all the time? I might have to
Hey,
be in this
Every
motherfucker.
day.
Yep,
I
Taco's
bet.
here all the time. He has no
Not
life.
this weekend though. Probably. I think Friday and Saturday. I'm either gonna do short streams or take off. I'm not sure yet.
Go have some fun, man. You've been doing this shit a lot.
Breakfast tacos, man. That's a motherfucker I follow.
Yeah, he's fun. It's and what's nice is we can actually get on here and have conversations too, which is what I appreciate. Because there's a lot of elitism and snobbery in a lot of the atheistic communities, and they won't let you on unless you kiss their ass and do exactly what they want and all that. You got to watch your language, things like that, and they don't let on people that may be controversial or may have really wacko, bizarre ideas. Taco, he's great because he lets them all on, and we get to have fun with
Yeah,
them.
yeah, and I'm not. Yeah, I like that because I'm not trying to get on here and get in into a yelling match. I like that this was like a kind of like more so religion based because I mean I've found myself in some political shit.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, there's no talking. There's no talking.
Nobody wins in
Well, it's either
politics.
there's no talking, it's yelling.
Yeah, I know. People try to
What'd you say,
dox
Cody?
me.
I said nobody wins in politics.
Yeah.
Nope. Nope. I liked it the other night.
Nobody wins in
I like.
religion
I
either, but
I came
Yeah,
up
we
I
talk.
think
to
it was what?
I came up to you kind of ask Jay about something.
So,
Hey,
Molius, champ.
so I gotta ask you. I find it kind of funny because you deny theism, like you're like, oh well, I accept science, but then every time, as soon as a theist steps down from a debate or you have a chance to talk to a theist, you start pushing on them the same ideas, like you fight their ideas of why they believe, and it's the same idea of why you believe.
No, it's not because, first of
Well,
all,
you
I have
started to
questions.
educate. You started to educate the freak on
I was about to,
photosynthesis.
but I'm responding to you, right? Like, so look, I said that because we got into a discussion about Genesis, which originated from us talking about my skepticism of the book and why I'm skeptical about it. You understand what I'm saying? We
Well,
started
you
talking.
specifically
I asked
started
him.
explaining.
No, I asked him.
You
Hello?
specifically started explaining photosynthesis to the freak to
I'm
expel
telling you how
whatever
we
I
got there. I'm
to
telling you how we
expel
got there.
to
I'm telling you
explain.
how we got
I
there.
heard the conversation. I'm giving you the part that I want you to respond to. It said you started explaining to him about photosynthesis and how this disproves whatever belief he was holding, and it's because science elucidated the fact. Well, like 500 years ago, we had no idea there was photosynthesis, and they would have claimed that was God. So essentially, you're getting mad at him for the same
I'm not
exact
getting mad at him.
argument. Well, you're
Listen,
coming at him with the same argument that you yourself hold because what you say is like, well, I don't know how consciousness works, so it must be God.
no, I didn't say that. Listen, first of all, when we got to this conversation, me and the freak, we was talking about the
You
Bible.
came at him right after the bloodbath had ended.
gracious, let me finish speaking.
And you
Like
asked him how literal the
Yeah,
Bible
hey
is.
man, you gotta let him talk. You
you
gotta let him.
just cutting me off, man.
Come
Like I
on.
can't get a sentence out, my guy. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, like, we got into a discussion and I told him that, like, I asked him, do you take the Bible literal? You understand what I'm saying? Like, do you take it word for word like a history book? And then he was like, yeah, kind of. It's like a 3% that it's not. So I was like, 3%, I don't know about that. Because, you know, things like the Genesis
This
story, you know,
doesn't
they got
answer
it
the
wrong. You know what I'm
question
saying?
I asked you.
Listen, but goodness gracious, bro, let me talk. Like, we got to the point of the
He
Genesis
spoke for
story.
30 seconds and you cut him off.
That's what I'm saying.
Wild,
Let me
wild.
let me just
You
get it
gotta let
out.
him get it off.
That's what I'm saying. So like we talking about the Genesis story. That's when I tell them about the day 4 with the sun and the day 3. You know my theory that the Bible was written by a person who didn't really know science. If he had a scientist, it wouldn't even come out like that. Like it would be different if he
Okay,
had
so Jesus
a
Christ isn't
scientist.
real.
No, I'm not saying that. I did not say that. I'm talking about because theists have a tendency
So what
to where
percent
they
is
take
right, Jay?
goodness gracious.
What
They
percent
have
of the
a
Bible is right?
they have a tendency of taking certain parts literal and certain parts not literal. You understand what I'm saying? So
So
that's
what
why I
percent is
asked.
right?
What?
What percent is right?
I don't know. Like I don't read the
So how do
Bible
you
or
know
tell me the
Jesus
Bible.
Christ is real?
I didn't say he was real. I just didn't say he was fake. I don't opine. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
so you choose not
take a
to
step
ascribe to
backwards.
anything so nobody can ever pin you down.
No, it's not. Nobody can ever pin me down. I go by science. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just choosing not to
So what's your
say
reason
that's
for
not
believing in God still?
because I always had that inclination in me, like since I was a kid. Like it was just always
So
something
why
that
do you
was
keep saying it's
there
because we can't explain consciousness?
because that's my like that's the crossroads from where I feel science like hits his wall and where it's still room to possibly be something like that
Okay,
because
so you're
everything.
doing the exact thing the freak was doing that you called him out on.
No, I'm saying that without a book, I'm saying that knowing what science is today, because people back then with that book didn't have science today like how I do. So I'm taking into account science today. I'm saying that if there is something like that, which I believe there is something more, I do believe that. I hope there is. Maybe hope got something to do with it. I can't even like deny that. But what I'm saying is, whatever that is, has to align with science and everything science has shown us. You understand what I'm saying? So when I look at that, when I look at the fact that we
There
got
is no
data
God that
going back
aligns
to the
with
Big
science.
Bang, we got data going back to the Big Bang. We know a lot. We understand a lot about our anatomy, a lot about our things. So there's not really many areas left where there could be or would be this room for this. You understand what I'm saying? So if there is, it would be
It's
in
the ever
consciousness.
shrinking God of the gaps.
It would be. This is what I'm saying. So
That's
it would be.
exactly what it is, dude.
It
That's
would.
what I'm
It,
trying to get at. But then he wants to get up and be like, I can't believe theists believe this,
I
or I
didn't say
can't
that.
believe.
I'm talking about the
Dude,
book.
you have said
The
that. That's
book
what I'm
is
saying.
the
At
book
least
is.
be honest.
I'm being honest. The book was written by man. That's what I'm saying. I don't trust
Okay,
man.
so how do you
So
know Jesus Christ is real?
I'm not saying he wasn't. I'm saying look for every. I always
So
said this.
Jesus Christ didn't die for your
Let
sins.
me just say what I'm gonna say. For every big lie, there always is a lot of truth. I don't know how much of it was real. He was a real person. If he did the deeds they said, I'm not going to say that he did or didn't do that. I don't know what part of the books are real or not.
So you think he fed a
So
bunch of people with like 2 fish and 4 loaves of bread?
listen, I don't know the whole story. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't read the
Say
whole story.
no. That's just a hard no.
Okay, but you asking me about a story I don't know, right? Like you gotta take that
It's a
into. I never
prominent
actually got
story in the Bible.
details. Yeah, I know, but I never read it. I'm telling you, I never read it. So if you hear what I'm saying, you would get where I'm coming from. I've never read it,
You
so how am I going to know that? But at the end of the day, I'm talking about the fact that I know it was written by different people in different times, not just
So if you
10
haven't read
years
it, why are
apart.
you trying to address the freak about the Genesis story?
because I've seen that part and I've seen other things. You don't have to read it word by word, chapter for chapter to know certain things about it and ask certain questions, you know what I'm saying, and get, certain answers on certain things. You don't have to know it all. You understand what I'm saying? I don't have to read it in and out. You know what I'm saying? I know certain parts and that doesn't make sense to me. And I read at least those parts, like that part in Genesis. Think about it. Photosynthesis is needed for
basically,
plants.
Cody. Yeah, basically, Cody. Jay is more undecided. I don't
Yeah.
really take it.
So it gives him a moral grandstand.
Not a moral grandstand. I'm telling
No,
you
he's not. He's not doing that. He's calling into question. He's playing like, forgive the expression, but he's playing like the devil's advocate on a lot of it. He's questioning things, which is a
Yeah,
great
but
thing to do.
my thing is we have to, because I follow science to where it's at. Right now, tomorrow, I'm telling you right now, I'm telling you today that if tomorrow science comes out with something new, then tomorrow my opinion changes
Okay, so
immediately,
where
because
does
science is
science
my.
point to God?
I'm not saying that you just not getting it. I'm telling you that I'm
I
at the
am getting
point.
it. Where
I'm
does
no,
science point to God? You said you follow
I'm
science.
I'm at the point with science where it doesn't know any further. You understand what I'm saying? It can't tell me any more about the consciousness than it has. It has to find out new shit for me to know. And when it does, then I could conclude other stuff. Then I could eliminate possibly the possibility of that God. You
But
understand what I'm saying?
how
But
does
I can't
science
He's
do that
using
point
yet.
more
to
of the
God?
scientific method. He's using more of the scientific method, and right now he's in the process of testing, and he's testing the different theologies and the different viewpoints. Okay,
Because
he's a
God,
skeptic. Basically, he's a skeptic.
consciousness is something that we still, whether you like it or not, we don't have all the answers to. Whether you like it or not, it just is what it is. We don't know what happens
Okay, the
to
point
it.
I was getting at though is it's hypocritical whenever you come out and you want to say, well, science can't explain this, so it means God, but then you want to attack
I didn't
somebody
say
else
so.
who
It
has
means
that
God.
view.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. I
I
don't
did
think you
not
said
say. I'm
that.
not making definitive statements. I'm not saying, oh, da, 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 so it means God. I'm not saying that. That's you putting
Okay,
your
where
little
does
extra
science point to
2 cents.
God?
That's you doing that. I'm
I'm
not doing that.
asking you a
I'm
question. Where
saying
does
that,
science point to God?
it's
Because you said
possible.
you go by science.
If there is a God, it's possible that it will be through consciousness, because that's the one area that science still hasn't figured out that it can still apply. Because think about it, you need consciousness to experience everything, and that's still a mystery. All the ins and outs of it. Without consciousness, we would just be plants. We would just be, trees. We would just be, organic material. Consciousness is the reason why we experience things or could even have these concepts and debates and process all of this. You understand what I'm saying? Without
Yeah.
that,
Well,
we're
the
nothing.
body is the
You
reason we
understand?
have that too.
I understand that, but it's the brain that governs the body, that drives
What?
the body. Without it, you'll be done. You'll be freaking brain dead. You'll be a vegetable.
Yeah,
You understand what I'm
without the
saying?
No,
brain,
no.
So
there's no consciousness at all.
this is what I'm saying. So you got to
Oh my.
understand something. I'm not
So how
making
does that point
definitive
to God?
statements. When somebody tells me that they're making definitive statements, when they're making definitive statements about a book, and I'm asking them questions and I'm not making definitive statements about it, you cannot put me in the same bracket and say I'm doing the same thing, but just in a different way, because I'm not making definitive statements. I'm telling you my opinion. I'm joining science where it's at. And I'm saying, okay, right there, that's where it's at.
Where
It
does the
stops there.
science
But
point to
it's
God?
possible. I'm saying I
You
didn't
just
say
keep
that it does.
rambling.
You keep rambling that question because you want to have this little
You
bone
said
to
that
pick.
you follow
I'm
the
telling you that
science.
I never said science points to that.
I
I never said science points to that. When did I say science points to that? Quote it.
I've never
Clip
heard
it.
him say that.
Clip
I've
it.
never heard him
I
say
no.
never
that.
said science
Okay,
points
but
to
you
God.
said
I never
you
said that.
follow the
Nah,
science.
that's you adding your little 2 cents
No,
because you
you said
feeling
you
it.
follow the science.
You defending the freak. So you want to defend the freak, and that's cool. That's your
You
boy,
said
and I
you follow
respect it.
the
But at the
science,
end of the
Jay.
day, be honest.
You said you follow the
Hey.
science.
What? I
You said
follow
you
the
follow
science.
the science.
Yeah,
So
I
where does
follow
the
the
science
science. I'm
point to
telling you
God?
that.
I'm
Oh my
asking you to show
gosh,
me where the
you
science
just gonna
points to
keep
God.
reiterating the same question that I just destroyed
Hold on,
just
let
now.
me clarify.
I did
Hold on,
not
Jay.
say that. You
Yo,
said
Jay,
that.
Jay.
Go ahead.
What I think he's asking is where could science point to God? Where would it? Or could
Well,
it even point to God in any. Is it possible for science to point that way?
Listen, I'm saying that consciousness still has unanswered questions. And in my opinion, not my solidified fact, not my fact that I'm pulling from a 2,000-year-old book and I'm standing on it, not that, my opinion, which could change tomorrow, by the way, Cody. My opinion is that in consciousness would be the place where there's room for maybe that to be, because I don't see it nowhere else. I don't see it in the physical form in our near galaxy. We know it's out here. We know what's out in the sky. We know the planets. We know we're surrounded it. We know the Milky Way galaxy. We know the Andromeda. We know the universe. We know what we're in. It's not a mystery no more.
Does that answer your question, Cody?
It's
Yeah.
not
So
2,000 years ago.
So
No.
where do you think the consciousness is held that God's in?
I'm saying that as it is right now, we are creatures that are formed from materials that eventually formed a certain way that created neurons and then brains and then us, and then we started developing, and then consciousness came to be. Like, this is a side effect of all of these materials coming together. I don't know if there's another way that materials could come together to form consciousness in another way with another type of being. I don't know. I don't know what's out there for real. You know what I'm saying? I'm
But
just
wouldn't
here.
that
I'm just
wouldn't,
theorizing at that point.
wouldn't
You
that
understand what I'm saying?
consciousness have to have been formed before ours if we're a product of it?
What was that?
I said, wouldn't that consciousness have to have been formed before us if we are a product of it?
Well, yeah, because I feel like I feel like whatever it is will be like the supreme consciousness. Like, to
So
me, it could be. What was that? Go ahead.
how would we measure it? Because we have ways to measure like brain waves and stuff. Like we have ways to measure that the brain's working. If there's some kind of like conscious residue, how could we go about measuring that?
I need to take the science, right? You can ask me that, but I'm no scientist. I can give you my best opinion.
Yeah, you've gone all
I'm just being
you've gotten
honest.
almost like muted.
Yeah.
I'm just
It's
being
hard to hear
honest.
you.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I'm just being honest. All I could do is give you my opinion, and if
I
that
didn't say you
works for
weren't.
you.
Can I say?
Would
Can I
it
say
be
something?
intellectually honest just to say I don't know?
Listen, I said I don't know. If you want my
There you
opinion,
go.
He
He's
did.
being
He
intellectually
said that.
I
honest.
did
He's
say
being
that.
honest.
I said that, but
Right.
now we're meeting science where it's at. We're not making no definitive statements other than the ones science are making. I'm telling you, if tomorrow science changes its tune, so will I, because
I
that's
know.
my compass. That's what I follow. I'm not sitting here saying God is real because science says so. Science points to it. Just
Yeah.
look at the consciousness. I didn't say that. I said there is, if I'm deducing, if I'm deducting,
Yeah,
and
you say you go by what the science points to, so that's why I asked you
I
where
didn't
does
say
the
what the
science
science
point?
points to. I didn't say that. I
Oh,
said
you say you
consciousness.
follow the science. So what I'm saying is, where's the scientific evidence for a consciousness that's detached from a body and pre-existed us?
Listen, again, you're going into something that is still unknown,
I
right?
know that.
You're going into something that's still unknown. You want me to give you
I
answers
know
that
that.
even science don't got. So, all right, now think about it like this.
Well, we can measure our
Saka.
own
Dimensions.
consciousness
Dimensions.
to
Like,
some extent.
have you ever heard of string theory and shit like that? Like, do you give that any credence? Like, how do you feel about that?
I'm not educated enough on it to take a stance. But
I'm
yeah,
already knowing.
Well, I don't know really much about it, but they theorize that there might be alternate dimensions, wormholes. They say that.
Flat Earth.
Well, it's
They say that. Yeah,
multidimensional
sorry.
theory and M theory. I know a lot about it. It's
Okay, look.
multidimensional theory and membrane theory.
well,
So
the
and
way
there's also different levels of quantum fields that pop in and out of existence. There's all sorts of hypotheses on different on multidimensional theory. Some of it is valid, some of it is just speculation.
I just want to clarify that following the science does not lead to a God. And now I'm not saying definitively that we can prove God, yes or no, but currently the science does not point that direction.
You
So
just
I
No,
echoing
it's
me. You're
what
echoing me.
right. Right. He's saying the
Yeah.
exact same thing. So he's agreeing with you, Cody. Okay.
No,
He just has a
Cody's
different way
actually
of putting
agreeing with
it.
me, but he got a gripe
Well, both
because
of you,
of,
you
the
guys
freak is
have
his
common
boy. You know
Wait,
what I'm
ground.
saying?
Is what I'm trying to
on.
say.
Hold on.
You guys have common ground.
Let him land the
You
plane.
know what I'm
Let him
saying?
land the
The
plane.
freak is his boy. I saw the little interactions in the chat earlier, Cody. I get it. I dig it. But how about this? The other day when we was talking, you said, "Oh, I'll tell you my worldview if you just answer this." And I forget what it was. But you didn't ever say your worldview after that. It was a conversation we was having, and I know you
Yeah,
remember.
because
You
you
have to
didn't
remember.
ask.
Yeah, no, because
Hey,
You
I let you.
forget.
I,
I'm not.
I
It's
answered.
not my job to remember what you
No, it's
forget.
not that. It's not that. I asked you about it. I asked you multiple times afterwards about it, and I even said it in the chat. I ain't forget, Cody. I'm gonna hold you to that. And then now we here on the line. So
Okay.
what's up
I
with
mean,
that? What's your worldview, man? How about we grind your worldview for
my
a second
worldview
because you
is
want to grind mine?
atheism. I don't believe in a creator. I believe this all existed. It was there. It was natural physical processes that happened, and we arrived from it. That's my whole worldview right there.
Like Big Bang kind of thing.
What do you
Yeah, I
think
mean,
about Cody's worldview, Wesley?
Hi, Wesley.
Wesley's cool, man. He
Hi,
looking
Wes.
like
I don't think his mic is working.
he about to
I don't
say
think
some
he's
Now
nasty.
his
saying anything.
speakers.
He about to
Yeah, I was
go
about
in.
to say it.
I don't think
Come
he's
all
on,
I'm
saying
Wesley.
saying, dude, and I don't have an issue with you. I like you, and I said that in the
I
chat
tell you
too.
my guy, man. I
Whether
tell
or
you.
not, but I just don't think it. I think it's a bit hypocritical whenever you won't take a solid stance on theism, but then whenever we try to get you to like express what form you're actually taking, you won't take a form, and then you want to jump on the theist, but you won't deny theism. It's like riding the fence so you can
He's
play whatever
he's
side.
agnostic. I would put him more in the camp of agnosticism
My
than I
thing
would in
is,
atheism or theism. He's right. He's not in the middle, but he's off on his own. I
Well,
mean,
he'll
he's got his
claim.
own way of looking at it.
No,
Well,
So
he claims
yeah, like
deism.
Cody,
agnostic, if not
you're
agnostic.
trying to make him something
No,
that
no,
he
no.
ain't.
We've had several
Yeah.
conversations. I'm
that's
not
what I'm saying.
making him into
No. I'm telling
anything.
you,
This is wild.
you're trying to press me into
I was about to say,
a
well,
position that I don't fit in. My
Well,
yeah,
like,
you
you know
took
what I'm
a
saying?
Okay.
deistic position, then you shifted back to a theistic position last
No,
time
I
we talked,
didn't.
and then now you're into not taking any position.
No, I
So
didn't. I'm
that's
not into not taking any position. I've always stood with the scientific position.
he
Right.
already said that like 30
Point
times.
blank.
He's
Nothing
he's
else.
with the
Science.
science. He said
Get
it
it?
40
Science.
times.
Big Bang.
okay.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
it. That's all I'm saying. All right,
No,
cool.
I've said that from the beginning, though. You understand? So all of this you came up with, it just never clicked to me because I'm
No,
like,
dude,
yo, how's
because
he not
it
getting
is
it?
the problem is it's the same exact thing that the freak was doing. You're saying, oh well, we can't explain this with science, so it's God. The freak was doing the same
I'm
thing.
not, I wasn't doing that. I didn't say
So
so.
then
It's
you tried to
God.
teach him about
That's what you're
photosynthesis.
not seeing. I get it now. That's
You
the
tried
hair
to teach
strand of
him
it. No,
about
no, no, no.
photosynthesis to
You just
break his
gave me
worldview.
an example of the freak making a statement and running with it. He's saying, so it's God, right? I didn't do that. You're
What are you
accompanying me
talking
in
about?
that
I'm
same
talking about what
sentence.
you talked
Listen,
to the
you
freak
just
about.
said that the freak says something like, oh, like the freak
The
has a
freak.
tendency, like he does something like I'm doing the same shit he's doing, but I'm not like saying that I'm doing it. Like basically the freak is saying, so is God. So, but I'm doing the same thing when it comes to consciousness or certain things. But I'm not doing that. I'm saying it could be God. He's saying it is God. It is God. You get the difference? That's one affirmating it. One is theorizing it. One is saying this could be possible. You never know. But science doesn't say that. So I'm not going to affirmate that. I'm not going to say it is that way. It is God. It's science pointing to God. You're actually trying to add that little extra chai in the latte, Cody.
You say you follow science. I'm not putting that on you. Like if I would
I'm
say
making
I
definitive
follow where the
statements and I'm
science
not.
points,
You
if I
was.
follow science, I'm
You
sorry that the
was.
verbiage has you messed up. If you follow
No.
science, science does not currently point to evidence of a God. I'm not saying it disproves it. It just does not point to the evidence of a God.
I'm
So if
telling
you're
you,
Hold
going
on,
I'm
hold
where
on,
not
hold on, hold on,
science
saying
hold
that.
on,
You're
hold
leads
on,
telling
hold
me
on.
you,
telling me my own argument like you're enlightening me. You don't see how crazy this is? This is my own argument that you're rewording and throwing back at me.
I'm
telling
not
you that I
rewording
was
it, dude. I
always
think that's where your confusion is coming up. You're the one
your
telling me you
confusion is
follow
that
science.
your confusion is that you think I'm making affirmative statements like the way the freak was making about when he
I
said this
didn't
is
say that
God.
you. Did
I
I say that
wasn't
you
doing
said
that.
consciousness
So
means
then
that there's
it's
a
not the
God?
same thing. So then I
Did
wasn't
I
doing
say that?
it's not
Did I
hypocritical.
say that you said
You understand what I'm
consciousness
saying?
means there's a God? Did I say that?
That what?
Did I say that you said consciousness means there's a God? Is that what you
said
think I'm
that
saying?
I said science points to a God.
I did not say
That's
that.
what. Oh my gosh! All right, fine,
Ah,
cool.
I
I
said
mean,
if you're
hey,
gonna
hey, man.
follow the
Cool.
science, right, you can attack the claim. If you're gonna, you can attack the claim. You say you follow science, and the point I'm making is science currently, the evidence does not point to God.
And I'm
And the
not
claim
saying
is,
that it
Okay.
does. Get it through your mind. I'm not saying that it does.
Hold
okay,
on, Jay. Hold on, Jay Money. Consciousness directly points to God. What are you talking about?
Listen.
There's no explanation for consciousness. Plants have consciousness. What are you
DJ, I
talking
know
No,
about?
you're
they
not
don't.
saying that. I understand that.
You're tweaking. You're tweaking.
I hear you. I'm just
Consciousness
saying.
directly points to God. Even if
How?
I
he
don't
didn't
know.
say that, I say that.
I don't
How?
say that.
How?
I don't say that.
How?
Yeah.
How do plants have consciousness
No.
already?
How does consciousness indicate any type of supernatural force?
The same way that space and water and afterlife point to supernatural. Do you think that? I just want to. My bad. I'm not trying to get defend. I'm not trying to get.
You're good, man.
I'm
How do
just
you think
trying
that?
to. I'm
How do you
just
think
trying to
that?
figure out what the hell you're saying.
How do you think that this all became what it is? How do you think that you're living in your fucking $1,200 apartment a month and you get to drink Sunny D? How did that happen?
Are you
Um,
taking a
Yeah.
intelligent design
How did
this
that
course?
is
happen
funny.
though?
This is funny.
More like Sunny
Okay.
But
Day.
how did that happen though?
Are
I'm
you
just saying,
taking
how
an
did that
How
happen?
did it
intelligent
happen? Through
design course?
naturalistic processes? Through
Well,
naturalistic
there's four
processes
people.
of chemistry
There's
and
four
physics?
people talking. Okay, well, where did chemistry and physics come from?
They've existed
Is this the
for a
Big
long ass
Bang?
time. Yeah, that's the
Okay,
best model that we
so
have currently.
the Big Bang. Okay. What happened
The
before the
rapid
Big Bang?
expansion of the universe. We don't know.
The rapid expansion. Okay. So you don't know. So you're just saying,
No,
like,
and I'm
you're just
intellectually honest
saying,
enough to say that we don't know. I'm not going to
okay,
put
so then
a
why
deity in a
would you
place to
not?
where there's no necessity
Okay.
for it.
Okay. Okay.
And there's
A
also different
deity in no
models. There's
necessity.
also different models of cosmology and cosmogony that show that it may actually be an eternal state. It may be in a
By the
state
way,
of contraction and expansion.
by the
So
way, I
it
want
may
to
have always been
clarify.
You
here.
don't know that.
I love
You
you,
don't know
No, we
Jay.
that.
You're
don't.
my
You
No, we
brother,
don't.
man.
And I'm being intellectually
Yeah,
exactly.
for
honest.
sure, Cody.
See? You don't know that.
This is sparring.
Nope.
This is verbal sparring, my
But you
guy.
don't
You
know
my
there's a
boy.
There
God.
you go.
Yeah, much
You
Yeah,
love.
don't
but
know there's a
you don't
God.
know how this shit actually happened. So you don't
Well,
know
we've
that
got a
either.
pretty good
And the
idea.
same way, that I don't know there's a God.
No,
So
it is a different way
what the fuck are you talking
because
about?
he's got
We have
evidence.
a
You
hell of
don't.
a lot more evidence. We have a hell of a lot more evidence and science to back up my position, whereas the theistic claim has zero evidence.
There's
All it
no
has
evidence.
is
There's no evidence.
all it has is
There's no
anecdotes.
evidence of Jesus. There's no evidence of Jesus, right?
No, not really. There's anecdotal claims, but that's it.
Okay.
There's
Okay.
anecdotal claims of a supernatural
Okay, but
person.
even before Jesus, do you believe in ghosts? Do you believe in
No,
aliens? Do you believe in any of that?
aliens.
Okay, so
Okay, extraterrestrial life may be a possibility, and actually, it's a very
okay,
high
so
probability that there
yeah,
is extraterrestrial
incredibly
life.
high.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Drake
Okay.
equation.
So there's no. You're gonna tell me that there's no fucking explanation for paranormal activity?
Well,
Yeah.
What is that?
paranormal,
hallucinate.
outside of normal. There's no evidence
Yeah,
that
but that's
supports any of it.
paranormal activity. So that would mean that, I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to, like I said, I'm not trying to argue this, but my religion and everything that I do believe in says that there has to be something before this that we're living in. TikTok and shit. Like, there has to be something before this that made all of this, that even gave us like a little bit
Well,
of a,
there may be
yeah,
the
there has to be
the
something.
cyclic, yeah, well, there might be the cyclic system of the universe. It may just be a repeating process. We don't know. And
Okay.
to say
Well,
that we
yeah,
do
that's the
know,
same thing. That's the
but to
same
say
thing
that
that
we
people
do
say that,
know,
like, hold on,
right?
hold on,
Okay.
wait. That's the same thing of saying that the exact conversation that I'm having with you right now is being had an infinite amount of times
Could
in
be.
the
What?
that's, yeah,
Quantum woo?
Yeah,
yeah.
that's kind of weird, but yeah, I mean there is multidimensional
There's
theory.
a person like me, there's a
Wouldn't that
person
go
like you,
directly against the Bible?
Yeah,
huh?
that would not indicate any kind
No,
of
it would
God
be.
or
I mean,
deity.
bro, like I said,
Wait, so you believe Jesus
like Jay
resurrected?
Money was saying, like, I'm not saying that there's any kind of God or anything, because I'm not gonna claim anything, because it's the same way with politics. I'm not gonna claim anything, but I'm just saying that there has to be a reason why this happened. Why do we have bushes? Why do we have basketball? Like, this is all fucking things that came from
Well, it's because
Naturalistic
humans that
processes of
actually
chemistry and physics.
happened.
Yeah, naturalistic
No, but
processes of
then
chemistry and physics.
no, no,
what can
because
I
we
ask
don't
you
know
something?
anything else. We don't know anything else outside of this.
What
Yeah,
created
we
the
don't have
So,
anything else to compare it to. We don't have any way to compare and contrast with any
exactly.
other universe because we only know of
Okay,
this one. But we have a very good
exactly.
understanding of this one, and our
No, we
knowledge on
don't.
it continues
We
to
don't even.
expand.
We don't even. No, we don't have any kind of fucking knowledge of this one. We don't even know how fucking far the fucking the ocean goes.
What?
What are you talking about? We don't
Yeah,
even
we
know how
do
far the
know.
ocean goes.
Yeah, we've mapped a good part of it. We have a pretty good understanding of it. We're still discovering parts of it and the life that's in
Yeah,
it, but we
yeah.
know how much water is on the planet. We know where it is.
You can't even get
No,
down there because the pressure would fucking crush you. Nobody
we've been to
knows
the
how
Challenger Deep.
much.
We've been to the Marianas Trench in the Challenger Deep. We've been to the bottom,
Is
the
there not?
lowest
Is there
point.
not the lowest point that we can get? There's lower. Just
No,
like
there's not.
we've
We have been
been.
to the
Yes,
Challenger
there is.
Deep.
You're lying. You're
No,
lying.
I'm
Because I
not.
just
I'm not.
I just watched a whole fucking documentary on that shit. You're lying. That's not the deepest part of the ocean. You're lying.
I don't think
What
we've
is the
been to
deepest
the
part of the
deepest.
ocean then?
I don't think we've
What
The
been
is the
to
deepest
the.
deepest
parts of
part?
the ocean, we don't know. That's what I'm saying.
We do
We
know.
don't know.
We do
No, we
know.
don't.
I think we do
You're
know, but
lying.
I don't think we've been there. To be honest with
We
you,
haven't.
We know how deep it is
We
because we have radar from orbit.
We
yeah,
know
we've
how
sonar.
far space goes, but we haven't been to the farthest part
Right,
of
right.
space.
But we're
Like,
talking about
what
the
are you
ocean.
talking
We're
about?
talking about the ocean
Actually,
right
we
now,
don't
dude.
even
What you
know the
brought up.
fullest. We don't even know the fullest extent of our universe yet. All we have is our observable universe.
Exactly.
wait, I really
It
want
may actually extend out
clarification.
further than the observable universe. That's why we use the term
No, hey,
observable.
observable. Okay. And exactly. So then we should use that same language with religion, where it's like a deity, an entity that people believe in, that's observable, right?
How?
We
Right?
have not.
How's
We
that
should
We're
use
not
that
able
as
to observe.
observable,
We
because
cannot observe
there's
the
certain things.
supernatural.
Yeah, show us something to observe.
Exactly.
Well, then how? Why
Yeah,
would we
can
need
you
Well,
to
it's just
observe
like,
the supernatural? Can you see the? Can you observe the supernatural? That's a key question here. Can you?
No, you can't. Obviously,
Okay.
but certain things
You
that happen
can.
to me in my life, I can use it case by case.
Well,
There's
that's
certain things that
anecdotal.
happen to
That's not
me.
evidence.
Exactly, but I'm not
That's not
saying.
evidence.
Okay, so if it was evidential, then I would say that everybody should follow Christ. If it was evidential, I'm talking about anecdotal. The same way that you're saying that you're an agnostic or whatever, it's fucking anecdotal because you haven't seen what Jesus and the power of Christ can do to you. So you don't know that.
I have.
That's all good.
Really?
It's all good.
Really? So you've been in my brain and you know what I've experienced then. So you're making
I
claims
don't
about
know.
me.
No, I don't. But I'm just saying
just
what
said.
you.
You just said
Yeah,
what
you
what
just said that.
what you
I'm
believe.
what
Yeah,
I
you just tried
believe
to tell us
is
what we believe.
anecdotal.
And you said what we believe is anecdotal. Are you drunk?
Yeah.
Are
Well,
you
yeah,
high?
hella.
Yeah, like
I'm hella drunk,
yeah,
and I'm.
it's annoying as
That
fuck.
explains
You're
it.
not tracking the conversation.
No,
bro.
it's all anecdotal.
You're not tracking.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're just trying
Okay.
to
Well,
make it
I got a
your
very simple
fucking.
question for you. I got a very simple
Go
question for
ahead.
you.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not trying to get. I'm not trying to get
No, that's
fucking.
fine. Okay. What I
It gets a
basically
little
consider.
heated though.
Yeah, that's fine. I consider myself an atheist. What does the word
Okay.
atheist mean?
I don't know. I get them confused with agnostic.
Okay.
I think it's like a void of religion. It's kind of like
Okay.
you just don't believe.
Lack of belief in a
No,
God.
it's a
Yeah.
lack of belief in a god or gods.
Yeah. So a void of belief.
I do not accept the
in-
proposition. I do not accept the proposition or the positive claim that a god or gods exist. Okay, it's
Okay.
not a denial of a god. Okay, that's anti-theism.
What's agnostic?
Okay.
then?
Anto, you're so confused. I'm not going to correct you right
Gnostic-
now, but you're so confused. These are terrible definitions.
Well, yeah, but we're trying to simplify them.
Well, I'm just.
It's not even
I mean,
close.
come on, give me the actual definition. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm right
give me
here.
a better definition, Tacos. Atheism.
Atheists claim that no gods exist. They claim that they believe no gods exist. Anti-theists it's like anti-religion basically, and then
Yeah,
agnostic withholds belief. They withhold a position of belief or disbelief.
So like they can.
Atheist.
Okay.
And an atheist
No, yeah.
claims that God is an ill-defined word, and
it can't be
needs to
defined, and it's
before
not
it's
definable.
discussed.
Yeah, you can't.
Wait, hold on.
define it.
Let you didn't even let Tacos even say the rest of the word. He was speaking. I get it though. I understand. I'm just saying, like, why is it so bad that I think that like there's a God or anything? Bro, all I'm thinking about is the afterlife. Like, yeah, motherfuckers could die. We could just die. It's just black. That's fine. But I do have a little bit of.
It's not even black.
I do
dude.
kind of. Is it not?
No, it's like before you were born, or when you went to sleep and had no dreams. Like
Oh, so yeah, so it's like
you're not
you just
even
don't
there.
exist.
You're not even there to.
You don't even know.
You can't even perceive it. Yeah.
So it's not like I can't take like my memories that I made throughout my life with me until like the afterlife is kind of like. It's like, if you ever had like an Xbox, like the red ring of death, that shit just everything's fucking gone. You think that?
Well,
That's kind of sad.
Your screen would light up and then it would say no signal and then shut down. So I guess you're kind of right.
That's kind of sad though, if you think about it like that. Like, you just die and then you just. I mean, the only reason why I think about that
I
is
think it
like,
makes more of this life. Like I enjoy.
I want to make more of this.
Yeah, it makes.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
It makes like every moment.
Maximize my experience now.
Every moment I have with my loved ones means more. Like I'm not banking on this like extra time.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it just makes this life that much more important.
Yeah,
But like, of
And
course,
I don't want to
but
waste
like,
and I don't want to waste my time on a bunch of old fairy tales and stories from various books from different cultures that make other claims that can't be proven. I would rather just get
yeah,
on with my life and not waste my time with a bunch of, woo.
I mean,
yeah. But
go ahead.
my bad.
Go ahead.
Sorry. You good? No, you good, J Man.
No, what I was gonna say was, I mean, for me, ideally, because like I said, I meet science where it's at, but then I get to the woo, if you will, after I made it there, and I start to think, what would be cool? What would I want? You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you gotta ask yourself that, like, this what you think it is, but what would you want there to be after death? You know what I'm saying? Like I would love it if there was a piece of us that, like, similar to how they say with DMT. I was talking about this the other day. You go through like an ego death process where you literally do depart and remove from this life, this body, this brain, if you will. But something like maybe an essence carries on that's able to do it again. And then you incarnate in something else, you know what I'm saying? Look at how big this universe is. 13.8 billion years of just expansion, you know what I'm saying? Just stars everywhere, systems, planets. Imagine you could navigate that and incarnate as a different type of creature, or some sort of powerful creature or something that could like take
Type shit.
different leaps and bounds and fly, because the gravity is different on the different planet that you choose to incarnate this time, and your soul or your essence could do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, like that would sound more fun to me. And then
Yeah.
it'll still be an equal life. It'll still be just one life to live, right? You'll still feel that way about that life because you're incarnated in that life. You're not gonna know that you came from a different system and chose to incarnate there. Your light chose to do that. You was just born and then you died and you think that's the only life there is. But you know, I don't know. What you
If
think? You know what I'm saying? I,
if
I would love to have that.
if reincarnation's real, I always wonder why I picked human.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's
I
You
don't.
know,
beautiful.
I don't. That's the thing, though. I don't think it is reincarnation. Like, you know, back when I was younger, uh, like the people that were really religious around me, they'd always say, if you live a bad life, you're gonna come back as like an ant. You know.
Yeah,
I don't
karma.
think that's the same. Yeah, it's like karma. Yeah,
No, it
I
is
don't think that's
karma.
the same thing. I mean, I guess maybe, but like you said, we don't know what's going on in space, you know.
Exactly.
This might just be like a fucking simulation that we're just living in. You
we
die, you
we
come back, you just do it again,
we
you know.
have a
Who
pretty
knows?
good idea of what's going on in space with telescopes and
No,
Yeah.
whatnot.
yeah, but you don't know though, because we never reached the end of space the same way that you said we reached the end of.
The observable universe. But from what we can
Yeah,
observe,
but
we have a
there's
really good
nothing. There's
idea.
black holes and yeah, but there's black holes. There's different dimensions that they claim, quote unquote. Like you don't
Well,
know if this
that's
is
hypothesis. That's not proven. It's all
exactly, but that's
hypothesis
the
right
same
now.
thing.
I
Right.
thought everybody was hypothesizing that it was. Sorry, that's not right. But I thought they were saying like the 2D hologram thing, if anything.
The
You know?
holographic universe theory.
Yeah, I thought that's what if it was like a different
Ho-
dimension thing.
Holograph.
Mm.
Get
It's
them tacos.
oh man.
Yeah, Wesley left us all a nice message in the back if any of us
It's
want to.
I know, it's
basically
hilarious.
just
Yeah.
it's
great.
basically just a universal wave function, right? It's like a fundamental state. The stuff goes from waveform to the current, the classical state, and then we have everything, right? That's it.
Well,
Yeah,
hologram theory says that there could only be two dimensions, but we're perceiving them as three, right?
I don't know. That's not something that any serious person
Yeah,
suggests.
there's
I don't
not
know
a
anything
lot to
about
back
that.
it up.
Yeah, I know. It's
There's
just
not a
a
lot to
theory.
back that up.
Holographic principle has nothing to do with, and holography Has nothing to do with that, if that's what you're talking about.
Truthful, but
Oh.
go back to the main topic of the conversation was like if we all kind of agree on there being either you agree that when you die it's just darkness and you just forget that you exist, or what I believe is that it just kind of starts over, or in kind of like a requiem of a dream, and then it just keeps redoing it. It just keeps going. Like that's kind of what I believe. I don't know, because how would you know
I think it's
explain
over.
like deja vu or anything? But that's outside of the point. But I mean, what? Why wouldn't you want to like just live your life in a guideline of religion that kind of gives you kind of a guideline? You kind of can pick and choose. You don't have to like Christianity
Well, that's what most
is
theists do.
gnarly,
That's
and you can kind of like pick and
yeah.
choose what you want to do.
Well, no,
Like obviously,
that's what every
there's
religion
shit.
does.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
can choose my ethics without a religion.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
need
yeah,
anything. I don't need a
I
religion
understand.
to determine my ethics or morality. I
Okay,
derive those
well,
from my social construct,
In
that's
fact, most
fine.
religions have
from my respect to
horrible
society.
ethics.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's fine. But people that are like not in your construct of how you live, maybe some people do need something to keep them in line. Because
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, is that there is some
yeah, when like
utility to it.
there's
Some
like
people do
yeah,
need it, but
yeah,
the problem is that they're the ones that they need a better foundation than religion, that is inherently flawed, to base their morality and ethics and basically their life on. It's
yeah.
unnecessary.
I mean, I think it's necessary for people that are like really what the kids say, like down bad. I think that like, there's certain people that are in the world right now that you probably would want to turn to Jesus.
So
Oh yeah,
the
no,
I don't think
I've
there
talked
I
to
don't
some
think there's a
people.
lot of people that are like,
I've
yeah, we'll just base our ethics off of how we feel, but there's people that I don't know. I'm from
no,
Chicago, so like people
I've
get
talked to
killed out
I've
here.
talked to some religious people. Yeah, I've talked to some religious people that I'm really glad they're religious, because if they weren't,
Yeah.
they would be heinous, horrible, evil people if they
Yeah.
didn't have it. That's why I said it has some utility, but for a lot of people, it's just unnecessary. You really don't need it.
I mean,
A
that's
lot of people, that's why
understandable.
religion is declining worldwide. And it's, the attrition rate of religion keeps growing year after year after year. People keep leaving it in droves.
Yeah. True. I mean, like you said, maybe not you, but somebody else said like, a majority of wars are
No,
religion
that was
based
me.
or fucking religion or
Yeah,
financial
it's like the
or
second. Yeah,
resource.
it's like this. Yeah, the number one is resources. Number two is basically religious conflict.
Yeah, and that's I thought that's what like America was to like it was kind of like a refuge. I don't know. I could be wrong though from like religious
Well,
prosecution.
we're supposed to be, as a government, we're supposed to be um secular. Our government is supposed to be secular, and we are.
Yeah,
That's why we have, the First Amendment. No establishment of religion. It's supposed to be
yeah,
a free place where people can experience and, practice their religion as they see fit, as long as it doesn't harm anyone else. The problem is that there are those people that are trying to impose their harmful religion on everyone else. That's where I have a serious problem with it.
true.
That's why I do chats like this. That's why I get on this, is because I want to try and slow down or
You're not
even
gonna
stop
stop.
these
You're not gonna
people
stop it.
from getting power. No, I'm not, but that's why I said slow down, or at least
Yeah.
try and mitigate it some way to prevent them from getting into positions of power. And the best way of doing that is by getting people to recognize that it can have an extremely deleterious effect on society.
Yeah. But
That's why I do chats like this, is because I want people to understand that religion is used as a method to manipulate and control people, and many times against their own best interest.
yeah, but I mean, it's kind of like the same thing. Like it's like far right, far left. It's like, are you doing more
There's
good
extremists
than?
and there's
Yeah, and I think that
extremism
you're kind of like
in any
you're kind
belief.
of like you're an extremist. I think
There's
because
right-leaning people over here. There's right-leaning atheists on this channel too.
Yeah,
But I'm just saying
There's
though,
quite a few.
right-leaning atheists, right or left-leaning atheists are. I'm not. That's not the problem. I'm saying anybody that's extreme hard atheism that won't open their mind to like there even being a god or whatever. It's like you're kind of doing the same
Well,
thing. That, like,
I'm open to the concept, as long as they're able to actually provide some type of demonstrable evidence, something that can be independently verified and tested. Yeah, sure, bring it on. I'd love to see it. But as of yet, nothing has been presented
okay.
to do that. That's
I would
the problem.
even
But
take
yeah, but sorry,
pretty
my bad.
decent. I just wanted to say that I would even take like a good philosophical argument, but I don't see any of those either.
I don't see any even good philosophy or metaphysical. I mean, none of the argumentation, but arguments to me are not evidence. I want something that can actually be tested. Okay. And not just using words and thought. I want something more tangible than that.
Most atheists take an agnostic position.
And that's pretty much where I stand with it. I don't know yet, and I have yet to be presented with adequate evidence to warrant belief. That's where I stand. Okay.
So you're an
agnostic. I'm agnostic and I'm atheist as well. I really don't think that
those aren't
it's possible.
synonymous or
I don't see
terms
it.
that are used together.
No, they're not. I don't see it. I just don't see it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And I
mean, just
hear
because
any evidence.
But just because you don't see
that
it or
would
anything,
indicate
it hasn't presented itself to you. Does that mean that it's non-existent? Like, like people are saying that there's, I said, there's.
It could be existent, dude. He just thinks all of the evidence that people have brought forward so far, and I agree with him. All of the evidence is shit.
Okay.
Yeah, it all fails miserably under close examination and scrutiny.
That's fine. I mean, I'm just saying, like,
you can believe whatever you want, but like,
yeah,
that's.
Yeah, I know.
We want you
I
to
get that.
We want you to know what's up.
Is there something that you think is good evidence?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I'm not.
Who,
I'm just
me?
asking. Like, yeah. I'm not. Is there something that you think is good evidence?
I do. I believe it's just like my life experiences, but
No,
I mean,
there's
it's not
nothing.
anything that I can like fucking shell out to you guys for like
actual
evidence. It's like honestly, life experience and all that shit might pull you towards something. Like I said, I've only been like heavily Christian for like a month. Like I'm reading the Bible and all that shit, but it's only been for like a month. I almost died. So like I'm
for decades. Some of these people were Christians for decades.
Yeah.
Decades.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't a Christian for very long, but I was raised in a Christian household. But like some of these people have experienced this shit for a long time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't.
And
I wasn't fundamentalist or anything. Like
I was raised Satanist, and I was raised agnostic, fucking atheist, whatever you want to call it.
Right. I'm just saying.
I'm 32. I'm 32 years old, and I just found out about like you know, God and like preaching the Bible. I think that it's like, you know, I don't think that Satanism is worse than Christianity. I think that they both every religion you can't be an extremist on anything.
Well, do
So
you hold the Bible as good evidence for your God as well?
I don't know yet because I haven't actually read the entire Bible.
Okay,
I'm
gotcha.
kind of
That's all right.
I'm using everything as like evidence that there is something more than us.
Well,
And you can't just like contribute that to like, oh yeah, that's science, the Big Bang, and this is how we have fucking Timu. This is how we have fucking TikTok, Instagram. This is how we're actually talking on a phone right now. You know,
well,
there's
I was just
something that has to have happened,
trying
right?
to figure out, since you said that you were atheist and then you say that you don't really know the Bible. I was just wondering then,
I'm
like,
learning. I'm learning the Bible right now.
yeah, and I understand, but what I'm saying is, like, where did you get the idea for God then?
Cause I died. I almost died.
And
So
like, no, I'm saying, so did you see him, or like, what is that?
no, I
What
mean like
happened?
my house just like almost burned down, and I could have died.
I know,
So
but
like
did that point you to believe in God? That's what I'm asking you.
it pointed me to believe in something because
So who
there was
gave you
no
that
reason.
idea?
It's no one gave me that idea. I make my own decisions. I'm a man.
So you came up with the idea of God out of nowhere? Because you just said you were atheist, you'd never heard of it, and you were just introduced to it.
No, I grew up an dude, come on. I grew up an atheist because my dad was a Satanist and an atheist, and he switched that shit around. But I, I, I didn't know what religion really was until I was like 27, and that's when I started to think like, oh yeah, Satanism. That might be the one that I'm fucking with because it's all inclusive, you know. But I almost died like literally like a couple weeks ago, so I don't know. I'm gonna look into all of them. Like you
Okay.
said, there's like over 4,000 religions or whatever.
Yeah.
I can't look into all of them,
Well, I was
but
just
I'm trying to look into all of them. I'm still gonna be atheist or whatever. I'm still gonna be Christian. I'm gonna be I mean, I'm looking into all of them. I'm not gonna be an extremist and say that this is my point of view and that's how everybody that I speak to needs to act. That's just not how I'm gonna do.
All right,
Because
Right.
I'm a
real
yeah,
fast. I
that's
do need to
fucking
cover
whack.
this stretch goal. It has come that time where it's bedtime, so I set a $50 goal to hit by 2:10 a.m. CST, so about 8 minutes. If we hit the goal, we'll go to 3:10 a.m. I just wanted to make everybody aware in the audience.
Sick.
Okay. Well, this I've taken classes in theology, world religions and theology. I had to do it for part of going to college.
y'all
So,
have a
you know, I
good
had to
night.
have an elective,
All right, good
a
night, Cody.
humanity and an elective.
Good night,
So
bro.
Okay,
I
Cody.
I
Take it
have
easy,
read
Cody.
all of them.
Good night, man.
Well, not all of them, but I've read a vast majority of theology. Like Bible right here, Holy Bible. It's Gideon's. It's free, any hotel room. So got a few of them. And this is one that I just finished about 6 months ago. The Bible, Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, Pearl of Great Price. This is Mormonism, and then the Quran. I got there, and
Hell yeah.
in all of these, I've gone through them and highlighted good parts, highlighted bad parts, all that. So I have a pretty good working knowledge of it. You know, I've got the Vedas around here somewhere. Um, I think I just read the third book or the second book. Anyway, but even all of these books, I've still none of it is any evidence behind any of it. To me, they're books. They're books with stories in them. Some of them are actually really good stories. You know, some of them are really good stories. Some of them are really heinous shit. I mean, just really nasty shit in them. So, and that's why none of them have ever appealed to me to the extent that I want to believe in any of them.
Yeah.
There's just I don't.
So does that mean that? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. Like, I don't want to believe in the world. I don't want to believe in the United States, the shit that's going on in Israel and fucking the Gaza. I don't want to believe that, but there's very good things that are going on here in America, and there's very good things that are going on over there. And just because the heinous shit, you can't cancel it out because of the heinous shit. I mean, like, there's certain things in the no, you can't. There's heinous shit that happens in America, then cancel America, then don't live in America then. I mean, there's heinous shit that comes.
You can still complain about a place that you live. I mean,
yeah, you can. You can.
No, but I can complain about shit that happens outside of the place that I live.
Sure.
Yeah, but then I'm gonna be a fucking Karen protesting for bullshit that I'm not contributing to. Like, do you guys know about what's going on in the Congo? Like, there's a lot of other shit going on in the world. Like, it's the world. Are we gonna have obviously? Are we?
Wait, I just want to point out, you mentioned two things that America was very heavily involved in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, and that's not my point. And that's a false comparison.
Congo and Gaza?
Okay, hold on.
That's a false comparison because one is basically kind of a philosophy. Okay, one is a way of living your life and all that. The other one is a political system. Okay, a social and political system.
You know what? So since jail didn't come back, I'm gonna put 25 for jail to the extension.
You want to go to bed, don't you?
I do, but I need a like.
I want to go to bed too. I got
But I put that $25 towards the extension because jail didn't come back. Just to be fair to the audience who did that.
You need to put missing mod in there.
Missing mod will never come up here.
Nope.
Why?
I don't know.
Never mind, my bad. I don't even know for real.
She has, but there's no need. No.
Extremely rarely. Yeah, it's incredibly rare.
Oh, we're getting there. Nobody on fire just super chatted $10. Only $15 more to go, and we'll go another hour. At least I will. I don't know who's all actually able to go another hour besides myself.
Taco and his.
Yeah, I'm up. I'm up.
You leaving?
What? Who?
So you're leaving, Jay?
No, I said I'm up.
Oh, hell yeah. Tacos and Hizzle and anyone else who wants to answer, can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Yeah.
So say you're in a room and you're looking at a vase, but the vase actually is also like identical to the vase. There's a hologram. And so you're seeing the hologram. Do you know that the vase is there?
Is it a holographic projection?
Or
is it a hologram?
It's a hologram, and you see that because it's visually what your eyes are picking up. But it looks exactly like the vase. It looks exactly like the vase.
You don't know that it's a hologram.
You don't know it's a hologram, but you're actually only intuiting from your sight that the vase is there because you see the hologram. So do you actually know that the vase is there underneath the hologram?
That's another.
All right, we got 2 minutes to hit this goal, people. $15 to go, and we'll go another hour. Let's hit this extension because we're super close. I don't mind going for another hour. I mean, I want to go to bed, but it's not a big deal either way.
Taco's got to make the money.
Yeah, I got to make the money, or my wife is gonna destroy me.
I think that's a variation
and make you get a real job.
I think that's a variation
Correct.
on one of the other experiments.
You're not wrong.
Love you, Taco man. You cool?
What's it?
Yeah, we love you, man.
Yeah, it's a more elaborate one.
I love doing this,
but it's like the campfire and the flies. But it depends on for justified true belief. I don't know the answer to that question. Like I don't have an opinion on that. I don't know if a false signal to a true proposition or whatever is still justified true belief. I don't know. Well, Biker or Tacos or any other philosophy-minded person.
So
what?
weigh in? On what? I didn't catch that. My bad.
Hold on. I caught it a little bit, but yeah, that's kind of like the $1 billion, trillion, infinite amount of money dollar question.
I mean, it's
nobody knows.
One of them. Well, no, it's
yeah. It's like asking if do you know what happens after death?
Would this be Taco?
Like,
would this be considered in the realm of metaphysics, or no?
It's pertaining to epistemic justification.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Epistemic. Damn.
Like
okay.
It just means like the
study. Let me go look that up. Hold on.
It just means how we attain knowledge.
Yeah, like how do we decide that we know something? Stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like all through like experience. So
well,
if you have it,
justified true
we all have different.
Right.
Yeah, but we all have different experiences.
Look up the definition of justified true belief. We'll get on the same level.
Justified true belief would be like.
Well, no. Look at.
Is that
all right? We
fact?
didn't hit the goal. You guys can finish up the back and forth here, and then I'm gonna go to bed. Although if somebody hits that goal in that meantime, I'm still down.
No doubt. Yeah. What was that question that you had?
So if you're in a room and you see a vase, but what you're really seeing is a perfect hologram surrounding the vase. So you are verifying with your sight that you see the vase. You know the vase is there. But you're actually seeing the hologram. You're actually not seeing the vase. So then the question is, do you know that vase is there? Can you say that you know it's there?
I mean, you have to try to touch it, no?
Well, not necessarily. It's just like from sight alone, can you justify that you know that it's there? I guess is the question.
I know that I see one. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that there's one there. Maybe it's not physical. Maybe I won't know that, depending on how real the illusion looks to me, depending on how the hallucination is, because you said it's a hologram, right? Holograms usually look like holograms. So if it looks really, really good and, you can't tell the difference.
It's indistinguishable. Yeah, I guess that's the assumption.
Yeah, it's the appearance of.
Indistinguishable, and of course, that's just an illusion. People are gonna fall for illusions. Like brains do that.
I wouldn't blame anybody for.
You're gonna probably fall for it. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna go with what you see. So, and what you see could deceive you. You know what I'm saying? Our brains are very limited. We're very, very limited. We're not the most reliable brain.
And they're fallible.
Yeah,
They can make mistakes. They do all the time.
Fallible means that you can, fallible is like
it can fail.
A fallacy.
It can fail.
It can fail.
No.
Fallible means
it can.
Fallible means fallacy, right?
No.
No, it means like you can be wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, yeah, because you just hit me with the what's it called? The justifiable truth or whatever the fuck. Justified true belief. Yeah, and I saw that, and I looked it up, and it just means like a fact, like it's a
provable fact,
you know,
a fact.
Yeah,
that's true.
but
the question,
no one knows what anything is.
Okay. So a fact is like a state of affairs. True thing is something that is like a proposition with a fact that's true. aligns with the state of affairs. It's factual. So, like, the cat is sitting on the mat, right? The fact of the matter or the state of affairs is going to be the cat sitting on the mat. The proposition the cat is sitting on the mat is going to be true if the cat's sitting on the mat. And
Yeah.
then if you believe that's the case, that's going to be knowledge.
Yeah, but it's kind of the same way that he was saying, like, if you see a vase and then another vase, and how do you know that anything is actual knowledge? Then at that point,
one vase
I
is
just
covering
told
up
you,
the other
and
one.
that's justified. That's a justified true belief account I just gave you.
yeah, I know, but what I forgot who said that though. They were saying that there's a vase and then another vase. How do you know that the other vase isn't there? I mean,
It's
you
being
got
projected
you.
on top of that vase, so you're not actually seeing the actual vase, but it's in the exact same spot. Maybe like a photon's length bigger. Is that what you mean? Nobody.
Yeah, it's like you
Yeah.
can't tell that it's a hologram at all, and you have
It's
by your-
covering the other vase. Yes.
by your sight, you have every like you have a justified reason. Like so the question isn't like, is it a justified true belief? It becomes like, how are you justifying it? Because if it's through your sight, you're actually not seeing it. So like there's a bunch of different paths to get to what is a justified true belief, and it's basically like the way that you justify them. And I can't remember all the words. Like there's like obviously wrong ones that I know of, like pragmatic truth. Like a pragmatic truth is it's good for me, so it's true. Like that's never the
Yeah.
case, or that happens to just be the case by coincidence. So like ignoring like those really bad forms of justification or routes to justification, there's like verificationism. I can't remember the differences between them though. But the question really was just like me seeing it, how you guys feel about how comfortable you are using the word no when your only justification for the word no is your sight, and your sight is actually misinformed, even though it's right because there is a vase right there as well as the hologram. You technically are justifying it on something that's, I forget what it's called. It's like a there's a word for it. Anyway,
potential?
All you're saying
Potential
is knowledge is
verification?
fallible.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
well, yeah, it's. Let me pull up the Michael Humer book. Hold on.
Knowledge is fallible, though. You could think you know something, and it turns out you didn't.
Right, and even though you actually lacked justification for that knowledge, you were right. So that's where this particular book.
That's a Gettier case.
Sure, I don't know. I think I've heard that. I don't know. Is that something you can explain briefly?
You're right by accident. You have knowledge by accident.
Yeah, like the like you think a guy stole a book, and you are told by his mom that he has a twin kleptomaniac brother, but she's actually delusional. So you, even though you are correct because the guy didn't steal the book, the reason that you're justifying the knowledge that he didn't steal the book is based on the delusional mom telling you something deluded, making up the kleptomaniac twin brother. So you're technically right, but you're right for the like a wrong reason. Is that what the Gettier one is too?
Yeah, it's not justified. So it's not actually knowledge, but you're. Yeah, that's basically what that is.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just like knowledge by accident.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the book. See if I can be less vague about it.
I don't know, man. I hope that when we go, man, I hope there's like a whole adventure waiting for us.
Yeah, dude, me too. But that's why when people tell me dumb shit based on the Bible, like I'm not trying to be offensive or anything, but just like the ones who are assholes and claim ultimate knowledge and that you can't have knowledge without God and shit.
Yeah.
That's why I get pissed at them. That's why I argue with them, is because their idea is probably wrong. And like, to grandstand on people because you don't believe your shit they don't believe your shit, that's fucking bullshit.
That's when I
That's
get
a
mad.
shitty thing to do to other people.
extremism.
Yeah, I think presuppositionalists are extremists in a way. Yeah,
For sure. It's the worst. Islam and all that. They kill to this day. Like, you go over there, you diss Muhammad, they're gonna behead you, man. That's crazy.
yeah, that's a particularly rough example. Definitely.
They do that to this day, man.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's like, can't get around it. This is why I say religion is a control tool, because look, imagine if anybody was to bomb a hospital right now. Like, they're gonna put you under the jet, or they're gonna kill you more than one way. Like, they're gonna just kill you, bring you back, kill you again and again and again. That's how many times you're gonna die. But guess who doesn't? These dictators that bomb each other's lands and their hospitals, and they cause strikes that bomb innocent hospitals, but they're not gonna get tried because they're protected by something. And it's all religious. All those sectors, they all follow that religious pact. You know what I'm saying? Israel and all that, like, all that's religiously inclined. You know what I'm saying? Religion still holds a powerful position in the world. You know what I'm saying? So it's still serving its purpose that it was created for all that time ago. You know what I'm saying? So in many ways, and many more ways than one.
True. Hey man, the same way that we're talking about religion, we should be talking about politics the same way, because it's damn near the same thing.
All right, this seems to be a change of topic. This would be a good time to in the stream, I think. So I appreciate everybody being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for showing up and hanging out, and
Definitely, man.
all the super chats and the debating and everything. You're all awesome.
Hell yeah.
I am going to go to bed. It is
Trump
bedtime.
2028.
This is why we fight against religion.
No, I'm just playing. But I can't even make a fucking joke. I can't even make a joke. It got too serious.
Well, I mean, I'm glad to have you reassure me and say it was a joke. So trust me.
I'm just saying.
People are crazy.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Some people actually vote for that guy.
I did.
It's terrifying. This
Okay.
is why we fight against religion.
I consider voting for Biden a mistake, but it was.
Yeah, no.
right.
That I mean, you can make a fucking, you can make a decision and then
all right. Anyways,
after that,
appreciate
fucking say that it was a mistake. All right. Yeah. Bye.
Appreciate everybody being here. Thank you so much, everybody. You guys all have a wonderful evening. I will see you all tomorrow. I don't know what time. I'm going to try to stream earlier. It just takes so long to find theists for mega bloodbaths. Yeah. So maybe we'll find someone earlier, but who knows? Everyone have a great evening.
Yep.
Join the
God
Discord.
bless.
Yeah, join the Discord,
taco cord. Feel free to interact in the taco cord and debate each other in the taco cord.
There's fun people debating politics there for you, Ty. So if you join that Discord server.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
What the fuck is Discord?
It's like a chat.
All right. Well, have a wonderful evening, everyone. Thank you for watching.
Just found out what this was. Okay. All right.
Actually, let me see if I can raid somebody. I need to see if there's anybody up for a raid. I don't raid.
Love y'all, man.
All right, man. See you.
GG's.
Oh, I got someone to raid.
Who is it?
An interesting one.
Will it send me over in YouTube?
Yeah, it will. I don't know. He's kind of he's an interesting character. You guys will have fun.
Who?
Take it easy, everyone. The Machine Lies.
Oh,
Do you know who he is?
I don't think so.
He's an interesting one. You guys will have fun over there.